Darkness consumed everything. There was no up, no down, no form, no light. Anakin floated, disoriented, his senses dulled. He could still feel, barely, but not with his body. That was left behind. Here in this forsaken realm, he was spirit, energy, raw consciousness tethered to the Force. The howls, the cries, the echoes of suffering he'd heard before plunging into the abyss had vanished. Now, only silence. He tried activating his neural implants, flexing muscles that didn't exist. Useless. He was nothing physical here, only a spirit, a being of will and presence. And yet, he could still act. His Force sensitivity, the wellspring of power that had defined his life, still remained, altered but present. In this realm, he realized, Force users took on a new shape, stripped of the flesh, amplified by thought and emotion. If this is hell, Anakin mused, then it's tailor-made for people like me. With a subtle exertion, he stopped falling. The Force responded, raw, wild, corrupted. He hovered above a sea of flame and brimstone, jagged rocks stretching toward a sky that boiled with crimson clouds. The landscape pulsed with hate, just like he imagined hell. A voice called out from the molten winds. "You there," said a woman, her tone amused and challenging. She stepped from the smoke, athletic build, golden curls, and burning yellow eyes steeped in the dark side. "New to these parts, aren't you?" Anakin narrowed his gaze. "And you are." She smirked. "Rude, asking someone's name before giving your own." He let the darkness within him surface. It welcomed him like an old friend in this place. His eyes flared gold and red, and his presence grew heavy. A shadow cloaked his form. "You will tell me your name," he said, voice distorted, Vader-like. "I won't ask again." She didn't back down. Instead, she slid into a stance, her aura spiking in response. A show of dominance? "All right then, stranger. Let's see how well you play in my world." Anakin lunged forward, calling on brute strength and precision. But the terrain, the weight of the dimension itself, betrayed him. She moved like liquid shadow, dancing across scorched stone as if gravity held no sway over her. "Force won't save you here. Not without finesse," she taunted, sending a blast of kinetic pressure that staggered him. Anakin clenched his fists, drawing on the dark side. It poured into him like fire. But it wasn't like before. It didn't serve, it tempted. It clung to him like a parasite, whispering, begging him to lose himself. "Control it," he told himself. "Bend it. Don't be devoured." A torrent of lightning sparked from his palms. The storm illuminated the cavernous plain as it danced toward her. She countered with her own arc of dark energy, the two blasts colliding in a dazzling crackle of power. "You learn quickly. I'll give you that," she said, gritting her teeth. "But it won't be enough." She struck him with a bolt. Anakin grunted in pain, staggered again. "If I die here," he remembered Shmi's warning, "I'm erased. Not just dead, gone." He launched a wave of compressed Force energy, slamming her shield back. Cracks formed. He sprinted forward, this time adjusting to the realm's distortions, flanking her with bursts of speed and flickers of Force-based illusions. She tried to disengage. He denied her. He attacked from every angle, crackling lightning forcing her into retreat, then trapping her in a space where movement meant death. "No, wait," she cried out. "You don't understand what you're doing." Anakin didn't stop. His instincts, sharpened by countless battles, didn't sense a trap. He reached out. Their hands met, lightning trailing up his arms like static fire. The moment they touched, reality shattered. Chapter: Echoes of Legacy. A new scene. Anakin blinked. He wasn't himself. He was her. He saw through her eyes. The woman was younger now, standing before a tall, dark figure cloaked in armor and fury. "I know why you went to Prakith," her voice, Zannah's voice, said. "You wanted Andedu's holocron. You were chasing immortality." The man she confronted sneered. "Darth Bane, her master." "I did it because you never had the strength to challenge me," Bane replied. "You waited, hoped I'd grow weak. You're unworthy to become the master." Zannah's voice trembled, not with fear, but purpose. "That time is over." And then they fought. Lightsabers clashed under a stormy sky. The battle between Sith was savage, intimate, and raw. Bane was a monster of muscle and technique. Zannah countered with precision, then sorcery. Anakin saw everything through her eyes, her fears, her pride, her pain. When Bane faltered, Zannah unleashed the dark side of Ambria itself, tendrils of darkness that tore at flesh and spirit. Bane fell, but he wasn't done. He reached out. His hand gripped her wrist. And then, essence transfer. A battle of souls. Anakin could feel it. The tearing, the struggle, the invasion. Zannah held on. Barely. But she won. Barely. And yet not entirely. Chapter: The Shadow Remains. Anakin now stood in a void, Zannah's subconscious mind taking shape around him. A shadow emerged, Darth Bane. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, a remnant of what once was, still clinging to existence. Anakin summoned his lightsaber, its blade pure light and dark, two sides humming in unison. You should have stayed gone, he said. You'll find I'm hard to kill, Bane growled. Zannah was weak, a coward. I should have been the true master. Anakin smirked. Well, old man, let's see if the shadow of a Sith Lord can still fight. They clashed. Sparks flew. The mindscape shook with each blow. Anakin's twin sabers danced, driving Bane backward, deeper into the crumbling echoes of his broken soul. You're strong, Bane coughed. Stronger than her. You didn't wait for weakness. You came with fire. Anakin pressed forward, pushing the Dark Lord toward oblivion. I know your trick, Anakin said coldly. Essence transfer. Parasitic survival. I won't let you escape again. Bane laughed, a bitter, desperate sound. Then end it. Grant me release. Anakin raised both sabers, one red, one blue. Before he could strike, Zannah appeared, glowing like a phantom. Wait, she said. He stopped. Why? He asked, lowering the blade slightly. Why? Anakin asked, frozen mid-strike as Darth Zannah intercepted him. Her yellow eyes, still burning from the dark side's influence, met his without flinching. Because I'll be the one to end him. Without hesitation, she snatched Anakin's red lightsaber and swept it in one fluid arc, clean through what remained of Darth Bane's incorporeal neck. The old Sith Lord's form dissolved like smoke scattered by wind, leaving no trace behind. His presence vanished from the Force like a candle snuffed in the void. Zannah turned to face Anakin, lips tight, expression unreadable. You shouldn't have touched me. Anakin frowned. And why's that? Her voice dipped into something sharp, half promise, half curse. Because now you're bound to me. He didn't need to ask what she meant. He already knew. He felt it. The sudden shift in the Force, the magnetic link that wasn't physical but spiritual. Familiar now. Inevitable. Great. Anakin muttered, sighing. Another dyad. And just like that, a flash of brilliant white consumed his senses, and he was pulled violently from Zannah's mindscape. Chapter: Echoes of Flame. When Anakin awoke, the world smelled of fire and iron. He groaned, propping himself up amid scorched rock and crystallized lava. The surreal beauty of the realm shimmered beneath an ever-burning sky, blazing red, gold, and orange painted across clouds that moved like molten silk. Beside him, Zannah stirred. They were in an awkward tangle, limbs overlapping in a way that would be deeply misunderstood. Anakin scrambled away first, not wanting to tempt fate or another violent reaction. Zannah blinked groggily, her eyes still glowing with the golden corruption of the dark side. Where am I? Anakin smirked as he dusted himself off. Hey you're finally awake. Damn it, he thought immediately. Did I really just quote Skyrim? She bolted upright into a defensive stance. You, me? He pointed to himself, feigning innocence. Yes, you. What in the void do you think you were doing? I just wanted to talk, Anakin replied with a shrug. And that somehow required force? She snapped. I assumed that's how Sith handle things. Might makes right, no? You're not entirely wrong, she admitted grudgingly. But strength must lead to power. Power brings victory, not mindless aggression. Well, I was seeking victory and answers, Anakin said with a smirk. knowing full well he was provoking her. You're doing that on purpose. Maybe. His grin widened. Yes, definitely. Zannah exhaled hard through her nose, half exasperated, half amused. You're insufferable. Anakin tilted his head, playing up his carefree nature. But I grow on people. Zannah rolled her eyes, but didn't strike. That alone was progress. Chapter: The Depths of Damnation. They stood together at the edge of a jagged cliff. Below, rivers of magma crawled like serpents, and in the distance, shrieking echoes carried on the sulphurous wind. Where exactly are we? Anakin asked. Welcome to hell, Zannah said simply. Or one layer of it, the uppermost. There are more. Many, each one worse than the last. The deeper you go, the more ancient and terrible the beings become. You've seen them? No, I don't plan to, but I've heard their whispers. Her voice dipped, haunted. Not all who dwell here are Sith. Some are older, forgotten by time. I want to go deeper. She blinked. What? I said I'm not staying long. Whatever's at the bottom, I need to face it. Suicidal, then. She crossed her arms. You really don't know what you're asking for, which is why I need a guide. He looked at her seriously. I won't ask twice. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, with a sigh, I suppose I could take you under my wing for now. Chapter: Fireside Truths. As they walked through obsidian pathways carved by ancient hands, Zannah eyed him curiously. You never told me your name. Anakin Skywalker. She stopped walking. Wait, Skywalker. Yes. Are you Sith? No. Dark Jedi, then? No. She narrowed her eyes. Then why are you here? Why do you wield the dark side so freely? Yes and no. Can you answer anything directly? Her frustration was almost comedic. Anakin chuckled. I'm just enjoying our chat. Zannah's hand twitched. I swear, I've killed men for less. Their bickering continued until Anakin, growing a little more serious, softened his tone. I was just messing with you. I'm not your enemy. Then stop playing games. Fair. They continued walking in silence for a while before she asked, If you're not a Sith and not Jedi, then what are you? I'm what's necessary. Zannah gave him a side-eye. Cryptic. I hate cryptic. And yet, you're still here. She grumbled something under her breath. Chapter: Bargains in Blood. Eventually, Zannah made a proposition. I'll take you deeper, but I want something in return. What? Information. About the Sith. What's become of US? Do we finally win? Anakin's expression turned grim. No. After your death, the Sith collapsed. The rule of two died with time. One remained, a pretender. He manipulates shadows, not empires. He spits on everything your order stood for. Zannah reeled. A traitor, then? Perhaps. But he's cunning. Dangerous. He's nearly turned the entire galaxy inside out. I see, she paused. Still, the Sith are eternal. We always return. Are you so sure? Zannah turned away, but didn't argue. Perhaps, deep down, she too could feel the truth. Chapter: Chains of the Dyad. As they prepared to descend to the next layer, Anakin's voice turned grave. There's something you should know. What now? We're connected. The bond formed between us, it's called a dyad. Two beings linked through the Force. Zannah frowned. Dyad? What does that mean? It means you can't escape me, Anakin said softly. Not really. Not until we understand the bond, or sever it. And if I wanted to sever it, you'd have to understand it first. Zannah stared at him, uncertain, and for the first time, curious. Chapter: Stars Beyond Shadows. Elsewhere, far from hellfire and brimstone, a young girl sat in the Jedi temple under Coruscant sky. Ahsoka Tano. The Force whispered to her still. Anakin was alive, somewhere, but shrouded. She missed him dearly, like a brother, a mentor, a guiding star. She thought of what he'd told her. Your life is your own. Make your decisions. Choose your future. Even now, she clung to that. Soon, she would have to choose her path. But no matter what, she knew where her heart belonged. With him. Always.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Back within Hell, a ripple was seen as a figure was fighting through a horde of monsters rushing at the person. There was no one else around, and the figure was all alone. How nice of her to leave me, Anakin thought to himself, as he was the one currently punching his way through a horde of rather vicious abyssal creatures. He had been left alone all by himself, not because Zannah didn't want to stay, but because she was still influenced mentally by her own choices, the Force and the dark side. Meaning, when she had the opportunity, she ditched him because she had gotten what she wanted. But that doesn't mean she didn't give him everything he needed. In fact, she had provided in full according to their deal. Knowing how manipulative she was, Anakin was surprised. I guess I shouldn't be, however. Thinking to himself about how dyads usually influencing the person you're connected to and yourself to start feeling things about each other in a different way. From what he knows, there are two types of dyads so far. One between a master and their student, which was mean for the Sith to empower the other when they died. Then the other was the one he has. Currently connected to Ayla, Shock, Barriss, and now Zannah. It would influence the participants' emotions somewhat to induce emotions like love, the romantic kind. It wasn't exactly a negative thing, and Anakin didn't mind the Force playing matchmaker, because there is a basis behind how a dyad works. As if there was no connection, no compatibility, and certain requirements weren't met, it would not happen. A reason why he believed he could have so many was because of the Force and him being the chosen one. Maybe Mother Force just likes spoiling me. Anakin thought to himself, knowing the Force probably knew what he was like and knew what he desired. It was like it was arranging multiple brides for him. Not that he minded all too much, but it certainly wasn't exactly under his own terms. And another bites the dust. He said as he had for the 1,000th time put down another one of these creatures. It would seem his current test was of his mental endurance. After what seemed like a few minutes passed, he had finally put an end to the last of his obstacles from his goal. Anakin continued his way down to the next level. He had met a few other Sith and Dark Jedi along his way through, but never got to interact with any of them because Zannah scared everyone off. While she may not be the biggest fish in the pond, she was definitely big enough to scare away everyone else. Seeing the entrance to another level, he delved in. The next level was actually a simulation. It purposely put someone within their own personally crafted hell, where they had to live through what they had done in life. Some actually enjoyed whatever sick things they had done, but that doesn't mean everything was good for them. There was certainly ways to get around this level and how to beat it. Anakin was facing it as well, but because he's a glitch within the system, it gave him the life of another Anakin, another Vader whom he was most familiar with. He had to live through the tragedy of Vader, his rise and fall, his slavery on Tatooine, to his slavery to the Jedi, then through his slavery to the Sith Lord Palpatine. This further increased his resolve to make sure that Palpatine is put to an end as fast as he could. Okay, maybe the original wasn't enslaved to the Jedi, but there are instances with which the Jedi Order could have done better. Anakin thought to himself. He felt the pain, the physical and emotional to such a deep level, but his will held out long enough for him to reassert that he is different, because he is. The loss of Padmé, the supposed loss of his children, the loss of his mother, the suffering and loss of his hand, to the loss of his Padawan Ahsoka. The original Anakin definitely didn't have the best life, and his punishment for the horrible actions he took was definitely not pleasant either. It may have been well-deserved, but that doesn't mean his story was any less tragic. In the end, practically everyone had failed him. This story was irrelevant to him, though, because he was not that Anakin. He was not the monster he had become, and in fact he may become something more. He had already been alluded to the fact of divinity by the Force itself, and it would seem there are some beings trapped within the Force's chaos that could have a clue to this illusion. Or maybe not. No one will know, and he most certainly will not until he goes deeper. What is with this place? Anakin was still being barraged with another Anakin's life before he started to notice that no matter he did, nothing changed. Everything he tried to change just went the way it originally did no matter what he did, and it was not like this didn't happen somewhere else, or within another universe or timeline. Here, though, he was different, and he had the sneaking suspicion this was done on purpose to try and again whittle down his mental fortitude. So he instead went with the flow, which is completely against the way the Sith do things. They most certainly don't try to side with order, but would try and create chaos because it was within their nature to do things according to their emotions. The only way he could combat his situation was to allow the fate of the original to happen. And just like that, everything came to an end. Who would have thought that the way to end your misery is to accept it? Obviously, that's probably not the best way to overcome this test, but it was the only way, as the Sith were unable to change the past, just as Anakin couldn't change the fate of the original. Everything matters in the moment. Reminiscing the past too much is bad. Thinking of the future too much is also bad. Living in the moment is the best option. After escaping the second level, Anakin was promoted to the third. The first level seemed to be some type of gathering grounds for the evil, while the second level was a test or torture. Choose your pick. He doesn't know what will come next, but he hopes it's something that can be done quickly. Who are you to disturb my slumber? A voice spoke out, and a rumble was felt through the Force. Anakin was able to tell that this may take some time. In the back of his mind, Anakin could feel that the figure before him was more than what it seemed, and strangely, within the Force it felt strange. Answer me, the cloaked figure demanded. Another voice was heard, but this time it was only directed at Anakin, and all he heard was, "He is a wound in the Force, more presence than flesh, and in his wake life dies, sacrificing itself to his hunger." That's not ominous at all. He thought to himself after being told that. Identify yourself at once. Anakin now felt the presence of this person within the Force grew and tried to put pressure on him. Anakin pushed back just enough to make sure this presence doesn't outright destroy his corporeal form. My name is Anakin Skywalker. That is not a name I know of. The figure spoke again, but Anakin was unable to determine any of its features. You must be new and foolish as well to trespass here. I do not want any trouble. I only wish to proceed. Anakin stated. You wish, do you? The figure spoke. You shall not pass. Who are you, Gandalf? Anakin thought within himself before saying, I think I will be passing. Thank you. No other words were exchanged as both of them started to draw on their power within the Force, and both were surprised to discover the strength with which each other had. Anakin, knowing better than to try and get physical, because in this dimension all that mattered was the Force and nothing else, he kept his distance. You have no idea who you are messing with. The figure spoke. I do not. So why not entertain me? Anakin asked while being snarky, but this isn't able to provoke a reaction from a figure. Since I feel your strength, I know that this will be a good fight. You should know the name of your killer after all. The figure then started to unravel before him, and Anakin was surprised because he knew who this person was. My identity is Dash, he was cut off by Anakin. Darth Nihilus. Anakin said, which surprised the person now identified as Darth Nihilus. Darth Nihilus was a man who always craved greater power. However, unlike most Sith lords, he cared very little for the Sith as an organization. Nihilus saw death as the sole purpose of life and power as the means to achieve it. He was cautious, as his actions during the campaign against the Jedi showed, and was known as an aggressive, dominant figure who would not abide a threat to his power. Nihilus was once a human male with black hair coiled finely into strips that he tied together behind his head. After he indulged his hunger for the dark side, he lost his corporeal form, preserving his existence only by having his spirit linger within his mask and armor. The Dark Lord fully embraced his condition, as the mysterious and monstrous facets of it instilled in people who met him a deep-rooted fear upon which he could prey. Ceasing to feel fear and other emotions, he became an entity of pure intent. Nonetheless, Nihilus was still human enough to have some feelings, as his bond with Mar persisted until their confrontation on the Ravager. She was his only apprentice, and her betrayal was met with much anger. It would seem you know of me. Then that must mean you recognize that this will be your end. Nihilus said, Death comes to all. During combat, Darth Nihilus fought in an aggressive, one-handed style. He had learned some of the greatest of the Sith teachings, but such practices took the form of dependence. They would make him stronger, but only for a time, and he would have to feed upon Force energy to replenish his strength. Anakin could draw upon Nihilus fighting style, but because this was mostly long distance, he would rely on the Force to help him here. Nihilus wouldn't really allow a physical confrontation anyway. Or would he, because he had just summoned a lightsaber from out of nowhere? Oh, it would seem that you are new here. Foolish of you to assume that I would face you with no form of armament. Nihilus taunted, trying to see the mental limits of Anakin's psyche, but he was just as unperturbed by the childish insults that was once thrown at him. Anakin, deciding to see if he could do something similar, was not surprised to find he could, and now he held his dual-bladed lightsaber within his corporeal hand. Knowing of Nihilus' capabilities, Anakin knows he may be in a heap of trouble, because he was only learning how to drain the Force and life energies from people, while Nihilus had basically perfected his. The longer the fight went on, the more Anakin would feel drained. I guess we should get started then, Anakin said as he decided to engage in a lightsaber duel, because that would probably be his only way to get to him. Yes, come to me. I like the smell of you. Nihilus was infamous for his ability to sever the Force and create wounds whenever he could, and his insatiable desire for those strong in the Force to feed upon. Jabbatha, can you tell us where Anakin is? Ayla had asked the living ship as they had come to, and arrived on Tatooine along with Shock and Barriss. I don't know where Papa is. Jabbatha telepathically replied. Jabbatha had grown in her Force-based abilities because Anakin had been trying to get her to open up more to the uses of the Force. It certainly helped to increase the speed she went at when traveling. Are you sure? Barriss asked, because if even Jabbatha, who probably has the strongest telepathic link to Anakin, couldn't find him, it meant something was wrong. They knew for sure he wasn't dead, otherwise they would have felt it. They would have known it, so at least he is alive. That should be enough for the girls for now. At least that was until they found him again, or he mysteriously just pops up. Charting a trip to Tatooine without anyone else knowing would certainly raise some questions. Well, it probably wouldn't, because the original Anakin was able to fly off to Anakin to see his mother dying. But that is besides the point. They should have as much time as they would need. Maybe we could try and pull on the connection. All of us. Together. Shock suggested. That could work. We would have to connect to each other to amplify the connection to break through whatever is blocking us. Ayla agreed with Shock. Okay, let's do it. May we come inside, Jabbatha? Shock asked Jabbatha, because it would be even better to link up with Jabbatha as well. Yes, let's find Papa. Jabbatha responded. Everyone boarded the living ship and were surprised about the inside because all three had come to know about the living ship they had ever been on her. Quickly getting over their surprise and getting to where the best spot was, they started along with Jabbatha connecting to them. As well as while she didn't have the same connection, it was her psychic abilities outside of the Force that enabled another method to get to Anakin. They built themselves up within the Force and tried to trace where Anakin could be, and they had little success, only being able to pinpoint that it was within the outer rims. Somewhere around the systems they were surrounded by. Not very useful, but it did at least cut down the amount of area they would have to cover. Not that it would be too much of a problem with Jabbatha's insane speed. Damn it! Ayla yelled in frustration as her emotions started to bubble to the surface of the calm facade she had put on. Calm down. At least this is better than nothing. Shock tried to calm her down, as getting angry now doesn't really help them. Sorry, you are right. It's all right, we are all worried. That idiot just had to go on an adventure and not tell us anything about what he was doing. Barriss tried to encourage Ayla. Thank you, but I think we should start our search again, Ayla said before commanding Jabbatha. Jabbatha, can you help us out? Of course, anything for Papa and his mates. Jabbatha mentally said to them all, which got a strange reaction from all of them. Ayla blushed, Barriss blushed as well, but had more embarrassment, while Shock was the less worried about what was said. Shock still sported a blush of her own where her Lekka darkened. Did I say something wrong? Jabbatha questioned. No, Jabbatha, what you said is not wrong. Shock was the fastest to recover. Back within the third level of hell, Anakin had to face a destroyer of worlds. Nihilus was using his aggressive saber-sighting style, while Anakin had taken a defensive position because he wanted to tire Nihilus out. This isn't a good plan. He can't continuously draw on the residual energies here. Anakin thought to himself, But it wasn't like he wouldn't be able to do so as well. It was just that this fight could continue for a long time. Anakin doesn't have the time to be spending all of it on Nihilus. Let's take this up a notch, Anakin said as he started to draw on the dark energies that was latent within this dimension. Nihilus didn't say anything and continued his onslaught. What Anakin was trying to do was replicate the ability Nihilus was using, and it was slowly working. He was becoming a Scar himself, an embodiment of chaos with which he could use against his opponent. Nihilus' ability to drain the Force within an area, a planet, and from people might have come from his ability was the result of drawing a design from his once apprentice's abilities of foresight. Continuously drawing on the dark energies, it would eventually start to have a corrupting effect on his mental psyche and may even start to affect his process to becoming immortal through the implant plus spiritual balance. It certainly had corrupted Nihilus, where he had this insatiable hunger. It becomes something he depended on. He heavily depended on his ability to feed off of others, and this was something Anakin didn't want. "Ha ha! Trying to copy me, are you?" Nihilus laughed, sensing the change in Anakin and the Force. He stopped laughing, however, as he began to sense that the boy had such a control over the Force. It would seem unnatural, even to him, where he had become an absolute monster, a beast that formed countless scars within the Force. "You mustn't be left to live." Nihilus redoubled his efforts to strike Anakin down, which made it harder to draw on the energy of the Force. This stalling of time has two detrimental effects, one being the longer it would take to master this technique, then overwhelm Nihilus, and the second being he doesn't know how much time he has left before his body is discovered. Anakin continued to shift and pull the Force inwards, but was careful in doing so, because he didn't the dark side to completely start corrupting himself. Nihilus was becoming more and more aggressive, knowing that if he didn't defeat the pest before he is done, he could very well be dead himself. He had tried several times now to cut off his connection to the Force by severing it like he usually did. It was just that here in this hellish dimension, the wounds within the Force easily healed, meaning his severing ability in particular was useless here. Anakin just had to continue his defense and finish in a timely manner, focusing his thoughts into this one objective. Nihilus then started to swing in a manner that near cut off his hand that was holding one of his sabers, but it was just a feint when his other hand was cut off, which sent some feedback to his actual living body. It jumped but calmed down soon after, whereas Anakin was now complaining but still focused and determined to not let this get in his way. "Thankfully, this isn't my actual body." "No, stop. Do you really want to become like me?" Nihilus now started to resort to using mental manipulation, something he was used to doing. "I don't care. I am in control," Anakin said, now fully empowered, and having reverse-engineered this ability, can now start to siphon the energy off of Nihilus. "Death comes to all. I am inevitable." Nihilus had the illusion he was the Grim Reaper. "Wrong," Anakin replied. "Death doesn't come to me. I come to death." Anakin closed the distance between the two within a second, hyped up on the unlimited power at his fingertips. He pierced Nihilus' eyes with lightning-coated fingertips. Then he stared to pull. He pulped, crushed, and destroyed Nihilus' consciousness that was strengthened as a result of his lifetime of experience. His willpower was whittled down to nothing, and his very existence was converted into pure energy within the Force, with which Anakin could use to empower himself even further. He slurped the energy as if it was some sort of juice. It was trying to corrupt as well, slowly blurring his eyes between the ethereal and beautiful glowing violet to the burning yellow. In the end, however, his control won out. The temporary effects, however, slightly twisted his mind in a way that further pronounced his inner desires of selfishness. Power more. This would be what acquainted to what his thoughts are at this moment. This, however, went away after a few seconds to calm down. Damn, that was a rush. He breathed out, not taking any time to observe his surroundings because he doesn't know whether or not if he has been found yet. If he did take a look, however, he would be taken aback by the damage that was done. But not only that, if he took the time to sense through the Force, within the immediate area, it was as if it was limited. as if there was no more energy left within this third level. The fourth level of hell was actually an icy tundra. From what he could tell, this place acted similar to the first level, an intermediary and gathering of souls within one area safe from the horrors beneath. This time, however, there were beings and people he was completely unaware of. He knew none of them, but they were stronger than those on the first level. They looked primitive as well, as if they were from a time long past, possibly over millions of years old in fact. These locals, however, didn't seem to accept his presence, and if he was to guess, they were afraid of him. After all, who was brave enough to pass through the barriers sealing off these people from the first level? From the information he could gather, none of them had actually traversed here and were instead placed here for some unknown reason. Probably because of age or some other factor, there were some people that had some more advanced-looking outfits, but no one he had ever heard about. So there were two factors to coming to the fourth level. One was experience or age, and the other seemed to be some unknown requirement based off of power. Anakin was pointed in the direction of the next level, the second to last, otherwise known as No Man's Land, given not one person had tried to go through the barrier in a long, long time. Right, time to face the next challenge. Anakin thought to himself, as he once again found himself falling into the abyss, even deeper than before. Anakin had some speculation about what the levels of hell were really about what they represented, and he could think on the Sith Code as the example. The first level, while nothing much to go on, represented peace as a lie and that there was only passion. This was evident in the way the people interacted with each other there, where there was no peace at all and only actions brought on by emotion. The second level represented passion as the only way forward. Becoming passionate gave someone strength, which was actually fruitless within this level, proving that passion is not always enough to gain enough strength over their situations. The third level was through strength. You gain power, and Anakin had done just that. Through strength, he had gained power. Terrible power, but power nonetheless. Anakin could guess that the undetermined requirement to enter the fourth level was victory through the use of power. Only those that gained victory through power could come down to the fourth level. Now he could only guess that this fifth level had to do with the next line. Through victory, my chains are broken. Anakin thought to himself as he continued to fall through the void. He lands and finds himself face to face with his next obstacle. He was trapped. There was a chessboard at the center of the room he was within, while the room was completely white in contrast to what he was usually exposed to within hell. No lava lakes, no freezing lava lakes either. For walls, the ground, and a ceiling, but no exit, no entrance, and he could only guess as to what he had to do. Play a game of chess. Not something he thought he would be doing, because chess is not a common game within the Star Wars universe, but it must be a room constructed through his memories. He had, after all, played and had memories of chess over every other game in his previous and new lives. The thing about chess is that you usually have to face off against another opponent. Sometimes you could face yourself, but that is quite boring because it is yourself and you should know what your next step is. Or do you? Who will my opponent be then? As he was thinking this, his opponent made himself known. That's right, himself, as the person on the other side of the room was actually him. Well, another or exact replica of himself. You must be my opponent, then. Anakin said. Yes. Chess, Anakin replied. It is as you have guessed. The pieces of the puzzle have been put together quite well. Only through victory will your chains be broken. Only through defeating me will you be able to leave. Right, Anakin said as he took his own seat. Pick your color. Chess, Anakin said. Doesn't really matter, but I think I will choose black. It contrasts nicely with the room. Anakin said, as the board now constructed fully 3D animated version of the chess pieces. What an inane reason to choose a color. Chess, Anakin stated. That's new. This ain't Harry Potter now, is it? Anakin said. No, it is not Harry Potter. Chess, Anakin answered as he started the game by moving the first piece. When it came to a being at Anakin's level whom could move at very fast speeds, while at the same time having the mental capacity and visual perception to keep up with movement, a game of chess would go quickly. So they went back and forth between each other at these intense speeds with no time limit, And this was exactly what led to the game coming to a draw many, many times. Not one time did one or the other get a decisive advantage on the other to have one side win over the other. In fact, even if Chess Anakin won a game, it would just make it so that Anakin had to win one game to draw each other again. This was done in an attempt to slow the process of his escape and liberation of this dimension, but also because it was another mental test. The first level was more physical in nature in relation to the Force. The second level was mental in nature. The third level got physical again, while the fourth level did nothing to challenge him, while this level is another mental test. Anakin thinks that the last level, the lowest depths, may be a combination of both physical and mental connections to the Force. On Tatooine, before the girls left on Jabbathah, they had wanted to acquire some more information. They wanted to know whether or not Anakin had told anyone of where he was going. At the top of the list of candidates that he would trust enough was probably his mother and whoever else here on this planet. But definitely this mother is someone they should go to. The thing is, all three were hesitant to do so because of two reasons. One was that the three of them were kind of scared of meeting what would equate to their own mother-in-law, but also because they didn't want to reveal anything that could mean Anakin was in trouble. They didn't want to worry her because all of them knew of just how much Anakin loved his mother. First, however, they needed to find a way to stealthily make their way into the palace, which was highly secured by droids. They could bypass the droids because they were, well, droids, or at least that was how they all thought about these droids. Ayla took into consideration that the droids may be more dangerous than they are usually used to dealing with, because it was Anakin's brand of droids after all. Even Barriss had to agree with her on this one, because they had experienced how the training droids he had made fought with them. While Shock had limited experience when it came to Anakin's training droids, she at least knew from the other two that they should be cautious. Especially since security measures are properly much more strict even since what had happened a few years ago. All three cloaked themselves within the Force and concealed their presence. Not that it wouldn't do much when it came to the droids. This ability was mostly useful against those of whom were living. What did help them, however, was their athleticism and agility, which they used to make it past the security before they moved into the palace. The three located the room. They didn't split up because that was too dangerous. What one would wonder, however, is why are they sneaking around like common thieves when they could have just officially out in the open meet Shmi? Entering Shmi's through a window because the door was secured and they didn't want to break the property of Anakin's mother, they slowly made their way to Shmi and woke her up. What? Who are you three? Shmi asked. Sorry to disturb your sleep. Empress Skywalker. Shock spoke, first being formal. How did you guys get in here? Shmi had a confused look on her face rather than one of fear, which was strange to the other three within the room. We will get to the point. We are looking for your son. Ayla skipped to the point. This got a reaction out of Shmi, as now she was worried without even knowing what was going on. She felt extremely safe within the palace walls, even if someone somehow got into her room. She knew she was protected. Shmi's eyes sharpen as she questions in a commanding tone. What do you want with my son? Please, we mean no harm. We are from the Jedi Temple. Shock replied. Why are you guys here and looking for Ani? I don't think the Jedi would worry all that much about someone disappearing for a few days to a few weeks. Shmi asked. Well, Ayla was hesitant to say, but that doesn't mean Shock wasn't. We are not here on behalf of the Jedi. We are here for ourselves. Shock said, then continued. We believe Ani may have gotten himself into some trouble. It would seem Shock had a slip of the tongue that Barriss and Ayla didn't notice, but Shmi did. Ani? Are they that close to him? Shmi thought to herself before saying, I'm sorry to say he has not informed me of where he went, but he will be okay. I am all too used to not seeing him for a long time. I have faith that he is completely fine. Shmi finished. The three girls didn't know what else to say, debating whether or not to just say that they were all sort of connected to Anakin. The sixth level of chaos. The sixth level of hell. After having finally achieving a checkmate against himself, Anakin was thrown into another void where he was falling from a height that felt like it would never end. He had achieved victory, so he had gained freedom. At least that was what this dimension may be about in accordance to the Sith Code. For all he knows, it could be going according to something else, and he was just trying to insert pieces of the puzzle within the wrong places. Even if Chess Anakin had said he was correct, Could he really trust anything or anyone here? Probably not. When thinking to the Sith Code, the last line was that the Force would set oneself free, which if Anakin was to follow the theme, this would mean that possibly the last thing he has to deal with would be something to do with the Force. Something within the Force that could supposedly set him free, whatever that meant, fate, destiny, a mortal life, or just free from this hellish dimension. He would find out. As he was falling, he felt more and more that the Force was chaotic. It was the epitome of what the dark side was, pure, unadulterated darkness and chaos. For now, he could only see nothing, but sooner or later, he would be able to perceive his location. Falling quite hard, but not taking any real damage, except feeling some pain, Anakin can see that the description of very powerful and dangerous divine beings was an understatement. I didn't know I would be seeing some cosmic horrors. He thought to himself. He wasn't exposed to anything else. At least there was no boss for him to fight, but going by the levels so far, there should be one at the end of his path. Nwul Tash. Voices were heard as Anakin was making his way towards the things that looked like Cthulhu. Zwul Shesakin. Shasa John to Chatzadal Nu Tayak. Tig John to Chatzadal Nu Midwan. Midwan John to Chatzadal Nu Asha. Asha John to Kotswanaditsa Nuyak. Wanix Kaisik Nun. These voices were not vocalized, but were sent straight to his mind, trying to disrupt his thoughts. They spoke into his mind with an unknown language, something he couldn't understand. Can you guys speak to me properly? I do not understand what you are trying to say. Anakin spoke to these beings as he was defending his mind, because those messages they were sending him were quite harmful. It was similar to how, when Nihilus spoke, and just being in his presence sapped him, but theirs was different. Its intent was not to devour, but to cause confusion, chaos, and be a source of absolute corruption. Stop trying to corrupt me. It is useless. Anakin said in hopes they would listen to reason, but madness doesn't stop because you logically apply yourself. They were starting to get agitated. Nwul Tash. Zwul Shesakin. Shasa John to Chatzadal Nu Tayak. Tig John to Chatzadal Nu Midwan. Midwan John to Chatzadal Nu Asha. Asha John to Kotswanaditsa Nuyak. Wanix Kaisik Nun. They just said the same thing over and over again, nonstop. Usually when it comes to telepathy, it is the ultimate way to transmit your thoughts and feelings to another, but it would seem that these beings purposely kept using another language. The language of the mind is universal, so how these guys could stuff up so badly was beyond Anakin, and he thought this was done on purpose, or they were just beings of pure madness. Okay then, I guess that I will just have to end you guys. Anakin said, using the trick to summon himself his own dual-bladed lightsabers. It would also make sense to drain these guys of their Force energies. He thought to himself as he leapt off of the ground and into the air, diving right into the mass of creatures of madness. After a lengthy battle of dealing with these creatures of madness, Anakin continued his journey into the depths. Funnily enough, his drop to the 6th level was not the lowest point he could be at, and he could go even deeper. Along the way, he had to fight with beings that those above feared. Creatures of madness, chaos, but strangely enough of passion. They were extremely passionate, knowing a challenger had come down to face them. It would seem that the dark side is, as he thought, more than just evil. People who believe that one side is absolute evil from the other is stupid, but have their wrongs and rights. Most of the time, the Sith, or those affiliated with the dark side, were corrupted by it, which lead to devastating decisions or actions. This epitome of selfishness, while the light also corrupted those into an action, choices that lead to devastating consequences as well. Not doing anything can be just as bad as doing something. Anakin remembered a saying from his last life. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. The Jedi were meant to be the good, but at many points one could point out their flaws and say they were evil in a lot of their actions, while others would point out the atrocities committed by the Sith as the worst actions possible without considering that some of their actions created some good. Universally, everyone is in the end both good and bad. Everyone has the capacity for evil. It is just whether or not you realize this or not. No one may be born this way, but they could with certainty be made this way. Nwul Tash. Zwul Shesakin. Shasa John to Chatsitl Nu Tayak. To John to Chatsitl Nu Midwan. Midwan John to Chatsitl Nu Asha. Asha John to Kotswanat Itsanuyak. Wanik Kayasik Most the creatures that had some form of telepathy kept chanting within this language. What made it all the more frustrating was that he was unable to decipher this language, but if he had a guess of what it could be, he would guess it is actually the Sith code. When it was finally all said and done, Anakin had reached a door. An impressively tall and wide door that easily overshadowed him and would probably overshadow those largest beasts behind him as well. He approached, and as soon as he did, he felt the force shift and an eerie feeling settle within his corporeal stomach. His instincts went into overdrive, and he hadn't even opened the door yet. His mind was nearly thrown into chaos before he reasserted himself. Opening the door by using the Force, he enters the dark room, and the doors close behind him, telling him he is now all alone with whatever is down here with him. There was a crater, and the lighting was dim, but enough for him to make out tendrils of darkness coming out of the hole. He started to back up. I have a bad feeling about this. Anakin started to back up as the room he was within started to rumble. The next moment he knew he was held onto by a hand that came from the abyss. It was also black and looked corrupted, covered in shadows and darkness. It dragged him down, deep down into the hole. Everything went dark, and as he found himself on the ground. It was rocky and cold. The only source of light came from himself as he conjured up some lightning and coated himself with it, which illuminated the dull gray-colored area. It was dark, extremely so, and he couldn't see an end to it. All four corners and the ceiling above was just an abyss, a void of black tar. From the darkness, as he rises, are dots, red in color, that align themselves like eyes. It was horned. It came from the darkness, as if was a part of it, and Anakin knew that he was in for a ride. It had fur coating its body, with one arm disproportionate to its other, and in its other arm, it held a large axe. Summoning his lightsaber while coated in lightning, he started to rush towards his new opponent. There is no talking, just a beast ready to unleash its wrath upon him. And as he draws closer, it swings with all its might, ready to crush him. He dodges the blow as it hits the ground, creating a shaking effect in this infinite void-like space. Now behind the beast, he sees it also has a tail. His senses then alert him of danger coming from his left, where he sees the creature's arm bend and twist around itself in an unnatural way, swinging right for me. Anakin dodges again while holding his lightsaber. He disengages and now is using his dual saber in both hands instead of together. It twirled around and continuously tried to jump onto him, where he just continued to move out of the way. It was creating waves of pure physically manifestations in the form of its fist, taking on a dark shape, smashing and flailing around onto the ground around them. Anakin was on the defensive whist, sending out some lightning towards the creature every chance he had. The beast's move set was actually something created out of a routine, and Anakin could accurately predict it, making this fight all the much easier. As the battle continued and the beast was disoriented by his movement, he continued to keep up the pace, making sure not to slow down, because that would just destroy his momentum. It continued to flail around to create a disturbance, and the Force was deeply imbued within it, which only served to further empower the mindless beast. This thing was the epitome of this void. This chaos with which if one were to dissipate within what would be left behind is nothing. No consciousness and only bodily instincts. Its mind gone and a being of no soul. It was actually strange for Anakin because he in particular could feel the energy that radiated off of the beast. The beast started to break from its usual patterns and stayed still for a moment as it lifted its axe into the void and called forth on the Force. It answered and created shadows that came down on the beast and Anakin within its immediate vicinity, forcing Anakin to create distance between the two of them. He had tried to penetrate the beast, but to no avail. It was as if the lightsaber was useless, and only abilities within the Force could harm it. Which reminded him about how within the Sith they believed, through the Force, they could free themselves by using it, by becoming its absolute master and servant. So Anakin decided to do just that, to completely dominate and control the dark energies within this endless void. He drew on and used the recreated ability he stole from Nihilus, but needed to do so with caution. Again, he didn't want to become like Nihilus, where he had become dependent on the Force to live for sustenance. The beast continued to pursue him and did a lot of things that was annoying to Anakin, as even though his opponent was stupid, that didn't mean it wasn't hard. It was absolutely mind-boggling hard to defeat this creature because it absolutely made sure that no damage was done to it. His Force lightning was the only thing capable of harming it, and he had minimal success, but at this point it would take a long time to defeat it. He decided that he may need to take a risk here and believe in his capabilities of holding off the corruption. He started to increase the speed of which he drew in the dark side, which started to cause a change within his eyes. Making sure to at least try and maintain a balance, one of his eyes became a burning yellow. His others still stayed the same glowing purple, but now he had technically completed the basic 3 colors. Red plus blue equals purple, while his other eye is yellow. He was slowly twisting the dark energies into himself, that even a mindless beast started to react and started to empower itself. Anakin rid himself of the sabers, as they were useless to him in this moment, and he started to formulate another ability within the Force. Something within himself just clicked, and his corporeal form started to enlarge itself, just as the beast was doing so as well. It had now become a veritable battle of titans, but that didn't mean it was to be a fair fight. Anakin was now in what he would the future call his cosmic form. The beast summoned minions to better help it finish off its opponent, as it now fully sees him as a threat. It called on its own lair to bring out more of those colossal tentacles creatures of darkness, where they came out, but now Anakin towered over them, where before he was towered over. Both of his eyes now were starting to turn another color, the color of darkness itself. A deep, cold, dark black, where once was beautiful, glowing violet eyes that had a certain allure to them. Here, it was as if the abyss was staring into you. His eyes stared directly at the beast as it roared and tried to overpower him with its aid, but Anakin was easily able to absorb them as he slowly startled to suckle out of the beast its endless darkness. "You are no match to me. Reveal your identity now." Anakin compelled the mindless beast as if it still retained memories. Deep within the beast's red eyes, there was some sort of amalgamation of voices, memories, thoughts, and emotions with which Anakin could view through his cosmic form. He started to draw on the beast's power by pinning it down and creating Force lightning to chain it. "Your name," Anakin said before seeing that the abyssal creature had no name. It was nameless. It just simply was. It simply is. It existed without purpose, and if it did have one, it was to be trapped down here. Anakin started to assume this may have been some sort of illusion, a fragment of his imagination before seeing something within the beast. A glimpse of the light side of the Force. It showed Anakin the possible identity of its existence. It was the devil, the veritable king of this underworld. A divine being that had been lost to the annals of time and the corruption of the infinite darkness of the Force. It would seem that not even the devil could survive this hellhole. How cruel! He thought to himself about this dimension and what it did to the people within. Anakin then withdrew himself and decided to purify the energy within the beast before taking it for himself. And as he did so, his body started to return to his normal size. No longer within his cosmic form, his eyes also resumed their normal color, because this variation of his cosmic form was of the darkness of the abyss. He would have to test out the next version of this form, which would be in line with the light side. Anakin now was starting to feel something building within the Force. What is this? It wasn't something here to kill him or somehow prevent him from leaving. It in fact felt like something beneficial. He had established a connection to this realm. What this signified didn't matter right now, as he had to leave. So this will allow me to return to this dimension and traverse its levels wherever I want. He thought to himself before finishing his thoughts. Great. Returning to the first level, Anakin has some unfinished business. He can't just leave someone he is now connected to rot down here with the rest of these poor sods. He is, after all, supposed to be stuck with her now. Everyone that was here backed away from Anakin because of his presence within the Force, but not only because of this. Word travels fast when there really isn't all that much else going on down in hell, and when a new stranger appears out of nowhere and dives into the depths only to return unscathed, it certainly sets a precedent. They feared him now, and there was no going back to how they used to live. Walking through this desolate place, the people here had constructed buildings seemingly out of the earth beneath them, and even though it is really just a manifestation of the Force, it is enough for everyone here to live. There is a form of hierarchy among everyone here, and not everyone had been completely able to dominate over the others, as no matter how strong, there would always be someone stronger. Eventually, groups or factions had formed. There are more than just one type of Sith, and it was Darth Bane that had started the sect that continued the practice of one master, one apprentice. Zannah fully embraced Bane's teachings and continued to do the same thing as he had set up, the rule of two. The political situation here was weird, and there was no overarching leader of any sort, but a collective of the strong who created the rules. Whatever they may be, of course, there was also more than the Sith, as there were some dark Jedi, and those who are simply affiliated with the dark side and don't associate with either Force-related groups. Going back to the topic of Zannah, Anakin thought over what would happen when he eventually left, which would be soon, but he needed to investigate and find where Zannah had run off to. It would seem she was an isolated person here, because rumors about her being unfit for a Sith master spread around. And since people here rarely change their mindset because there is no reason to, they are inclined to believe this rumor. Using his relatively new connection to her, he manages to find her in the spot he had first met her at. "Hello there," Anakin said out loud, startling the woman. "What are you doing here?" Zannah replied grumpily before realization settles in on her face. "Wait, how are you alive?" She rushes over to him and starts to inspect him very closely. "What do you mean? Did you want me to die?" Anakin questioned her, ignoring her shock. "What do you mean? What do you mean? You really must be stupid, just like the first time you came down here." Zannah said, "I am leaving." Anakin stated to stop more of her nonsense. "Oh, you are leaving already?" Zannah says before stopping herself, and then overriding her previous statement. "I mean, hurry up and leave already. And you are coming with me." He continued, "What are you even talking about? You're not making any sense, and who said I was going anywhere with you?" Zannah was quite aggressive. "Just because." Anakin smirked, which only annoyed her further. "Well, I for one dislike the idea of coming anywhere with you." So she was interrupted by Anakin forcefully grabbing hold of her through the Force and pulling her closer. "Quiet now. You won't be able to have a body in the living word because I would need to create one for you." Anakin wanted to take her with him not because she was attractive, but because of the dyad, and while he didn't harbor any romantic feelings as of this moment. That didn't matter because something may happen in the future. The main reason is because he is unsure of whether or not he would be affected in some way, as this bond was formed while she is technically dead. How a dyad works is only because two individuals are alive. How would it work when he was still alive while she is dead? "Let me go," Zannah tried with all her might. But it was useless, pointless, because he was just much more powerful now than he was before, and he wasn't even gone for that long. "Sorry, I have to ensure I will live." Anakin replies in a non-apologetic tone, because he wisest to live, and he can't just give that up for a stranger. Anakin summoned his new connection to this dimension that enabled him to step upwards, and off he went, leaving behind the wastelands of hell, from its lava lakes to its icy tundras. He was gone, and so was Zannah. Back within the waking word, Anakin awoke. He had done it. He was successful in fighting against his mortal fate and directly usurped control over his time of death. Not really time, but usurped the ability for time to reap his life. Now, he could only die if someone has the capacity to do so. His connection to the Force grew as well. Not in the sense he had gained more midichlorians, as that was only something that determined his raw potential, power, and pull within the Force. No, he had gathered up an energy field around himself that was the Force and was starting to make something of it. A wound in the Force is not what he is. He did not directly correspond with the way Nihilus did things, but he was also not something that went along with the currents. he was something entirely new. Anakin quickly started to withdraw his presence, as even though he had defeated a lot of powerful figures within the dimension of hell and absorbed a lot of energy as well, it didn't mean it would correlate well in the living world. He could feel it. A certain balance had been achieved within himself. The physical and spiritual had been dealt with, meaning he had created something very hard to achieve. Just because he was successful doesn't mean he doesn't need to put in any effort to keep himself balanced, because he still does. Remember, without strife, there is no change. Without change, there is no improvement, and Anakin still believes he has a long way to go. Hey, what is going on here? A voice within his head spoke to him. This voice was actually the soul and consciousness of Zannah. Be quiet. You should rest yourself. Anakin then mentally shut her down, where she would enter a temporary hibernation to rejuvenate the damage done to her soul and consciousness. She had been through the ravages of chaos and had to still have an imprint of Bane living within her subconscious before he took care of the problem. Sleep now. Anakin sent a telepathic message as she went further into his subconscious, protected and healing before her reemergence. Now thoroughly refreshed, withdrawn from the Force, he still didn't allow himself to be open within the bonds he has. Not just yet. He still has one more thing to do. Looking around the world, his perception was increased by a milestone, as just like Nihilus, he was able to sense people or even just those who have a connection to the Force on a now planetary scale. He still hasn't absorbed as much Force energy as Nihilus did, even though there was a lot within hell. The difference was the location and the state of being. Nihilus was already like what he was when he was alive as he was dead, while Anakin wasn't even complete, not even at his full potential yet. And he still has a long way to go, and the only reason he overpowered Nihilus was because his pull within the Force was just that much more powerful. If Nihilus had the limiting value of 10 in the Force, then Anakin had a limiting factor of 100. That is the difference in being conceived by the Force itself, and then going through changes and rituals meant to enhance his actually living Force connection. The Night Sister's magic ritual was meant to influence the physical dark side of his being. The ritual on Ilum was meant to influence the physical light side of his being. Finally, his journey into hell was meant to affirm his spiritual duality of the dark and light, with which he had done through the Immortus gland implant and midichlorian manipulation. Truly a daring concept, because the Force itself took on some action itself, due to him doing something it didn't like. Not that it could have stopped him. As soon as he was reborn into this universe, he had made it his goal to become more powerful, because as is this galaxy is a dangerous place. Going deep into hell only confirmed to him that he should probably become even stronger than he is now. I guess I need to consider what Force Shmi also told me about godhood. Anakin thought to himself, or what she didn't tell me. Anakin was enlightened to the fact he could become even greater than he is now, and that there is a path beyond just achieving balance. He had the grand idea to create his own balance. When thinking back to his conception of the spiritual matrix, he didn't much about it at first. It would of course be pretty significant considering its capabilities, but it wouldn't have been the end all be all. Now he believes that the formation of such a dimension may play an important part of discovery to creating his own energy field. Imagine instead of the Force, you refer to the Anakin. Okay, that sounds stupid, but the idea still stands. Anakin thought to himself. He could start to generate his own cosmic force, with which would be an extension of himself, and allow him to create an even deeper flow within his capabilities. He also has some wild theories that if he were to do this, his midichlorians may evolve as well. In fact, that's a great idea. It was a known fact that having more midichlorians in general meant you have more pushing and pulling power within the Force, but it didn't mean it was all that. So essentially, midichlorians and the Force became a numbers game with which your abilities within the Force and your sensitivity was determined by this. But what if he could create a qualitative difference as well? An example of this idea would be the vague magic circuits quantity and quality idea from the type Moonverse. Midichlorian count per cell was the quantity, and then the type of midichlorian you had determined the quality. This means that even if you only had the average amount of midichlorians, you could still be force-sensitive if your midichlorians were of a higher quality level. Anakin could also take inspiration from the Eastern culture from his previous life, where one could cultivate mystical energy to transform oneself into an immortal being. Generally, this would be done by forming a core to store your energy and all of the other mystical stuff that comes along with it. Not that Anakin needed to gain eternal youth anymore, but it was an option to explore, one that if he did form a core of some kind, it would generate his own energy field that completely belonged and was a part of him. Anyway, I think it's time to inject myself with the 24th chromosome serum. Anakin had been passed out on the medical bed within the hidden outpost he had set up on Ando Wheel just for this occasion. He didn't know how long he had been gone for, but he decided not to check and just get on with the next process because there was no time like the present. Decisively, he injected the serum right into himself, restricting his nanosuit from interfering and breaking the syringe. In doing so, he would go through an even more intense physical and mental pain. It came as no surprise to him that it did exactly just that. His body was morphing around the fact something else was not retroactively rewriting his genetic code and upgrading everything that was a part of the normal human systems. Then the extra chromosome started to touch the implants and increase the efficiency and effectiveness of everything, from his 2 hearts to his 3 lungs ravaging right throughout his being. It made him stronger and faster than he was before, and in combination with everything else that had been done, it was basically overkill at this point. But Anakin was not one for crying over spilled milk. He wanted to be prepared for anything, and this would essentially turn him fully biologically immortal, similar to Hydras, a genus of the Nidaria phylum from his previous word that he couldn't discover in his new universe. All Nidarians can regenerate, allowing them to recover from injury. Hydras were simple, freshwater animals possessing radial symmetry and contain postmitotic cells, cells that will never divide again, only in the extremities. All Hydra cells continually divide. It has been suggested that Hydras do not undergo senescence, and as such, are biologically immortal. But his was unlike these because when a body part is to be cut off, it wouldn't create another him. It would just disintegrate after a period of time because it wasn't connected to him anymore. Of course, research on this microorganism was limited, and no one could truly tell if it was biologically immortal, but it was the closest thing he could equate himself to at this moment. Result from his nanosuit would read that his cellular and genetic makeup had officially changed and has become a part of him completely. He had not grown in height or anything, but instead everything within him increased its limits to the extreme. In fact, he had gotten shorter as a result. He was no longer 2.15 meters tall, but instead he was 1.9 meters in height now. Without the Force, if Anakin could crush skulls easily before, now he could easily bend metal and probably even destroy metal by forcefully condensing it within his hand by applying enough pressure. He can apply the full force of his weight plus the strength within his muscles to achieve something like this. If he was to measure his speed without the Force, he could probably run about 100 kilometers per hour, but this was just his average speed, and if he pushed it to the limits, again without the Force, he could probably reach speeds nearing 400 kilometers per hour. His stamina would probably enable him the ability to go at 100 kilometers per hour for about 5 days straight before he gets tired, which after a 20-minute rest, he would be at 100%. At 400 kilometers per hour, he could probably go on for a little over 24 hours. If he did a test of his actual physical strength levels, without the use of his constructed power armor and the aid of the Force, he could probably on average lift about 11 tons, which is the equivalent of nearly 10,000 kilograms. An estimation of his carry capacity would be around 5,000 kgs, while his pushing force would probably be around 20,000 kgs. If really pushed his limits, he could probably double all of those estimations, again without the Force or power armor. This is a lot. Anakin would say he has unlimited power, but that is getting arrogant now. Ani, a voice was heard from outside, and then another. Ani, and another, Ani is here. 3 faces appear before him, and he shouldn't be surprised, as he had foreseen that they would have at least tried to look for him. What were you doing? Ayla first approached him before hugging him and begins to tear up. "We thought you were in trouble." Barriss also followed after and hugged Anakin, but Shock was still quite embarrassed by their strange, ambiguous relationship, so she was the last to hug him. They all had some mental and emotional relief at knowing he was okay. This just made he feel a little bad. Not that he wouldn't do it again, but it still meant they had all taken some place within his heart. "This is my fault. I should have told you guys I was doing something," Anakin said as the day came to an end. It was the year the CIS had formed, officially. The CS is just an acronym for the Confederacy of Independent Systems, officially formed by Count Dooku on Raxus Prime. Shortly afterwards, thousands of planets leave the Republic and align themselves with the CS, thus beginning the separatist crisis. 2 assassination attempts happened on Palpatine's life, though they were averted by the Jedi. However, unfortunately, 21 senators were killed in this process. Another event had happened which led to Anakin seeing a now long-time, one-sided rival leave the Jedi Order, Ferrus Olin. The kid had such a calm and collected atmosphere, but there was some deep resentment within him which led to this decision where he would go on to live a relatively normal life. He was such an eager opponent. Anakin reminisced how Ferrus had tried to prove to him he was greater. The original would have formed an actual rivalry between the two, while Anakin really had no need to do so and just let the boy continue in his delusions of grandeur. He was pretty sure he had something to do with him leaving, but those are Ferrus' feelings, not his own to look after. While this was going on, Palpatine had finally reached the end of his rope within the Senate as the Supreme Chancellor, but it would seem that he had some sway. No, it is more appropriate to say he had purposely set up the separatist crisis to further his own agenda, his own goals. Palpatine reached the end of his second term as Supreme Chancellor, but the passage of the Emergency Powers Act allowed him to stay in office until the separatist crisis is dealt with. He was a sly and deceptive bastard. Just imagine if the Jedi hadn't protected him against those assassination attempts. He might have had a chance to die, no matter how slim those chances were. Anakin wasn't just about ready to go up, though, and confront the last living Sith Lord, because like a Hutt, the problem was much deeper than the surface. Another would replace him. In response to the growing threat of the CAS, the Military Creation Act, a bill proposing the reformation of the Republic's armed forces, is brought to the Galactic Senate floor for the first time. Of course, this was never brought into a vote, and the outcome was just as Palpatine had wanted. He would use his emergency powers to veto the decision and gave a quick response to the supposed separatist crisis. At least for now, the vote, while still having not happened, delayed, instead of immediately going to Palpatine's emergency power. Again, it would still happen, but how would anyone else know this? In fact, this event was the very first problem that Padmé had come across within the Senate, where she had been against this military act. Of course, this was because she was now a part of the Senate, just as she had been originally. After serving 2 terms as queen, is appointed by her successor Jamilia to be Naboo's senator. Obviously, she is a woman who promotes peace, but in these drastic times, not taking into account the corruption of the Senate, they would have still lost due to the innate nature of living beings. That is right, more than just the nature of humans, but the nature of other alien species as well. Everyone was panicked by sudden emergence of another government, another republic of sorts outside of their power. Greed and selfishness would win out in the end, combining this with other factors throughout the galaxy which weren't exactly peaceful. This would have happened even without Palpatine's emergency powers. Of course, the crisis wouldn't have happened in the first place if Palpatine didn't help create it. Or would it? Another fun fact about the CAS was about how Dooku delivered an address that simply came to be known as the Raxus Address. It was quite motivational and leveraged the hate, anger, and despair the people were feeling. The Raxus Address was a speech given by the former Jedi Count Dooku this very year that was credited with essentially setting the stage for the separatist movement. Dooku commandeered a HoloNet relay station in the Raxus system and denounced the Galactic Republic as a feudal enterprise that was hopelessly burdened by corruption and favoritism toward the core worlds. Following the address, Dooku founded the Confederacy of Independent Systems and the ensuing separatist crisis. One final event, however, before the end of this year was the beginning of the Virgilian Civil War. Not anything of too much importance, but with a keen eye for things like this, one could see the absolute chaos within the Senate. "Hey, kid." Anakin was cloaked and approached a child around the age of 5. The child looked up to the figure of whom had approached him. He was actually quite curious, but had been down in the slumps. An orphan with no home to call his own, no food to feed his stomach, and only with the skills of a common street rat to get by. "You shouldn't do that." Anakin gestured to where the boy was going. "Tell me your name." Strangely enough, the boy was compelled to do so. He didn't even feel like resisting. "My name is Han." "No last name?" Anakin asked him, still disguised. "No." According to the two versions of both alternates, there are two versions of Han, one where he was 5 years of age at this point of time, and the other is he is 3. Going by his looks and getting a sample, stealthily Anakin tested the kid. Results: midichlorian count per cell, 5,000. Biological age, 5. His nanosuit gave him some results through his interface, as he had moved so fast and gathered a small skin sample without him even knowing. There were only two things he was interested in: his force sensitivity and his age. The boy was an orphan at this point, whether it be from the canon or Legends timeline, and within each he had joined the White Worms as a scumrat. Anakin had other plans for the boy. After all, this kid could be his future son-in-law, so it's better to keep him under his control if that was what would happen. Of course, his main reason isn't because he is worried about a future daughter that hadn't even been born yet and may not even be the same, but that is besides the point. Han had an extremely potent destiny and fate, so to speak. You could say this is evidenced by his force sensitivity. He does have above-average reflexes for a human and an even greater insight, but nothing to grant him supernatural powers. He decided that he might as well bring in this kid as his own, because why not? He could become a problem for him in the future, or he could become a great ally because he is well aware of Han's talents. His piloting abilities may even match his, maybe not match his, but a close second. Maybe not a close second, but it is definitely good. Anakin doubted at this point anyone could be as good as him, but only time would tell just how far the boy would go. At this point, he is unable to raise the boy himself because he is still connected to the Order, but that doesn't mean he would be unable to bring him to a proper family to raise him. Or I could get my mother to help me raise the boy, saying something along the lines that I had somehow had a child with some random woman. Anakin thought to himself before also thinking, that may be a bad idea. Why do you care? Han had grown a distinct lack of those above him, those in authority, due to not receiving any actual help from people around him. No help came from those in higher positions of power, and he knew this from a young age. His father had died after all, and those memories are still fresh, given it had only been about a year since his death. At least this was what he told himself. In fact, what had actually happened was that Han's father had abandoned him, but Han would never admit to it. That was just who he was, and there was no way he would talk to anyone about his personal stuff. He wouldn't even talk about his past in an alternate timeline with his wife. That was how hurt the man, or boy in this case, was. Anakin, deciding that being crass with the boy wouldn't help him persuade the boy, said calmly, "I am here to take you with me." "Huh? Are you some kind of slaver? Here to sell me off, are you?" Han was incredibly suspicious of everyone. "Or are you a part of the police here? A bounty hunter to come and collect an award on a common street rat who has been stealing to survive?" It would seem he has a lot of pent-up emotions. Anakin thought to himself, "Han, I will not lie to you, but that doesn't mean I'm going to tell you everything. I will bring you back to my home planet, and you can either be raised as my son, or you can also come back to my planet and be raised within a loving family." Anakin tried to phrase it as easy as he could see a child to understand what he was saying. Really? Again, Han was strangely accepting of what he said, even though he was a highly untrusting individual. "Yes, I'm only here to give you these two options. Of course, you could pick your third option, the one you were originally going to go with." While Han had trust issues, it would seem that Anakin had a way with children. This was not what the original had. In fact, he had committed quite the vicious acts against children. "Well, do you wish to live a life out on the streets? Or do you want a roof over your head, food to quell your stomach, and drink to satiate your thirst?" Anakin continued, because he didn't want to waste any more of his time here. Even though he is immortal now, that doesn't mean he couldn't put his time into other things. Han was hesitant to answer, but knew deep within that even if he joined the White Worms, it would not be an easy lifestyle, and it may not necessarily bring him the things he would need or want. In fact, it will be dangerous. Who exactly are you anyway? Han asked Anakin. Smiling beneath his hood, Anakin replied, just your friendly neighborhood prince. Prince? Han was confused as he thought. Why would Prince be here? I am here for my own reasons that cannot be exposed to you. But in the future you will come to understand the significance of who I am. So do you accept? Which of these options are you going to take? Anakin continued. Han started but you stopped. Leaning forward, Anakin coaxed him. Yes. Han was still undetermined. Get on with it, lad. Don't keep me here all day. Anakin said to get the boy to hurry up, because even though children should be given choices, that doesn't mean restrictions still shouldn't be applied. I choose the first option. Han blurted out, forgetting that there was 2 options from Anakin, and he believed he'd choose the second option of getting into another family. Unfortunately, Anakin, even if he knows this, decided to just mess around with the boy. He couldn't or wouldn't actually make the boy become a part of his family, because the Jedi may scold him. Not that he cared all too much, but because it wouldn't do him any good. Especially if he revealed he has a child out of nowhere. Especially so that it wouldn't make much sense. Where could he possibly find enough time? Exactly 3 years ago, while he was basically quarantined to the Jedi Temple, to impregnate a woman on another world. You surprised me. How bold of you to want to become my son. Anakin said before continuing. Come now, we best be off. You won't be needing anything you currently have. You will outfit it in stuff that is better than this. Anakin started to walk off as Han followed behind him. Wait, I didn't mean I want to become your son. Don't worry, kid. You're too old to be my child anyway. Anakin replied, and your words quite harm me. Would I not make a good father? And no, that wasn't what I meant. It was just that. Han stammered, confused about Anakin's act because he did it quite well. I am just joking with you. You have no need to worry. It is just that the temperature on the planet I am taking you to may be a bit hot, but then again the biodome should regulate that. Anakin stated out loud, not really talking to Han. After a while of walking, they come across the spaceport of the planet, and Anakin boards his invisible ship, which completely amazed Han. Whoa, cool, right? Come on, we need to get going. Anakin said as he revealed a path for Han to follow. Can I have a ship like this? Han had stars in his eyes. Don't worry. If you want a ship, I'm sure you can work towards having your own in the future. It just might not be like mine, but I'm sure it would be great. Anakin replied. What? Aren't you some kind of prince, though? Han asked back, a little disappointed. I may have money, but that doesn't mean I am just going to give you something for free. Everything had a price. Well, nearly everything. Anakin said, trying to make sure Han knew some basic knowledge about the world. I already know that. Han replied. I'm sure you do. Anakin left off as they were both on board, and Anakin mentally told Jabba to take them back to Tatooine. Anakin then went on to give Anakin a home, not with his mother or anything like that, but under a household that just so happened to have the last name of Solo and were in fact a semi-wealthy family on Tatooine. They even had someone from their family within the officials that was a part of his mother's council. Han Solo, I will be sure to make you a great addition to my future army. Anakin thought to himself about his plans of having Han join as an agent. Not some commander, as that was not where his talents were. Han was always meant to be a pilot, and not just any pilot, but a smuggler, a thief capable of getting himself into and out of sticky situations. If guided in the right direction, Anakin would have a very strong agent within his retinue in the future. He may even open up a division of secret agents himself. For now, most of the military affairs were taken care of by Grievous because he had become quite skilled in doing so. Another thing about Grievous was about Anakin's training of him. He had upgraded his systems to become even better and trained him in lightsaber combat. Of course, most of Grievous' lightsabers couldn't just be gotten from anywhere. Anakin had secretly procured some extra crystals from Ilum. He was now verifiably as close to the original Grievous without being the same. On Tatooine, so, you're telling me that the 3 of you have met my mother? Anakin said to the 3 girls as they had all stayed on Tatooine after Anakin had finished up with his own progress. He had just come back from dropping of Han to his new family, and was now here to confront the three about meeting his mother. Shock was the least nervous, while Barriss and Ayla seemed to be just as nervous as each other. Deciding to test just what their real feelings were, Anakin connected to Barriss and Ayla to confirm they were actually nervous, and they were. Anakin knows that Shock is probably the worst when being forthcoming with her feelings, so he connected to her bond with him as well, and he was able to tell she was actually just as nervous as the other two. Well, don't get us wrong here, Ani. We were worried. Barriss said, raising an eyebrow. He replied, worried, eh? I get that, but bringing this information to my mother. It's your fault. Ayla blurted out before going silent. I guess it is. That's enough of that. What exactly did you guys talk to my mother about anyway? Anakin asked. Then the three went on to explain that they had not really gone into why they were trying to find him to his mother, and only said it was a part of Jedi business. But of course she saw right through them. Anakin knew this because, when he went to see Shmi again, she was interested in knowing about the three pretty girls that had come to her looking for him. Now, not only is the Force playing matchmaker, it would seem his actual mother was as well. Not that he didn't like being paired up with females he finds attractive and have grown a close attachment to. No, it was just that when it came to matters of the heart, he liked discovering these things for himself. Outside influence is not all that appreciated most of the time. You girls have got my mother thinking about the future already. He sighs before saying, come on, I think we should all just return back to Coruscant. I have heard that a lot of things are happening. The three just agree with him and don't say anything because now they have been exposed to his mother. It basically made it all the more complicated. Boarding Jabbatha, the four then left Tatooine to go back to the Jedi, but now the three girls have been exposed to another side of Anakin. His embarrassment over introducing them to his mother was quite cute to view, even when he was physically imposing. Barriss, Ayla, and Shock would catalog this within their memories for a later date. There was something else, however, that they were all curious about, but didn't ask him, another connection of sorts. While the three knew of what the Force dyad is, they were only connected to him while he was connected to all of them, and through this they could feel things. Feel things that they would not feel without Anakin being the intermediary between everyone, and while they were directly connected to him, they were also indirectly connected to each other. They could accurately identify those who were linked to Anakin. It was easy to tell when they delved into it, and they could all feel a new one. None of them brought it up, however, because it was strange. This fourth link came from within Anakin, and they distinctly feel it was different from theirs, well, at least different in the alignment to the Force. It was connected to someone steeped within the dark side of the Force, but they didn't question him. They would inevitably come to someone wanting to know, but for now, they would wait until he says anything. There was the tiny little problem of Zannah living within his mind, and Anakin didn't have an immediate solution. There was the Kaminoans, and how he could commission them to create a body where he would transplant her consciousness into, but they don't have the correct facilities for what he wanted. He wanted to make sure she is returned to her actual body, fully complete, and is completely the same as the one she was born in. The thing is, he has no idea about what her genetic code or structure was, so there was no way to tell if he could recreate it. There are no samples of some 1,000 years old cells from her, and it certainly would have been decayed and destroyed by now. He could grab multiple, various samples of woman that are around her features and compare these various genetics, then piece together a combination of cells to replicate a body for her. He could use what he remembered of her physical features to much easier create her body, and it wasn't like there wasn't an abundance of genetic variation he could use. Another problem he had to consider was whether or not she would be accepted into her new body. Whether or not the new body's midichlorians wouldn't reject her, and she would be able to merge completely with them. Given that she isn't supposed to be alive, however, it may not work. But taking into consideration her connection to him, of which he is both alive, connected to her through a dyad, and is practically immortal, there should be a chance of her returning to life. Even more so, because he could actually control midichlorians to some extent, and he had the techniques that can transfer one's essence into another. Yet another problem was the growth period. How fast would her body develop if he tried? This was something the Kaminoans and himself wanted to get rid of, as it would start to affect her life expectancy. Not that it would matter all too much, because he planned to try and give those connected to him through a dyad immortality and eternal youth. He had to do something, though. So knowing of the Kaminoan's methods and his control midi-chlorian manipulation, he started the process of creating a new body for her. He selected all of the right genetic factors that would be taken into account when generating a new body. Genetic code from melanin levels and hair color, from chromosome types making the new body female, and the modification of other factors from natural height and even genetics of human women considered beautiful. Her soul should be able to do the rest as he transfers her consciousness into it. Anakin created her body in vitro, just like he had done for his sky seed implants, because this was the best way instead of the natural process. Where would he find a willing participant for something like this? He could accelerate her growth, and as the body developed, he did. Her soul was starting to slowly manipulate how her new form shaped, becoming more and more like herself from before. Through midi-chlorian manipulation, Anakin is able to stop her rapid physical development that took only a few months to come into full form, and of course he made sure that the Force didn't try and interfere with the process. Plagueis and Sidious had tried manipulating the Force similar to how he was doing so, and it reacted negatively by inadvertently creating him. After a few months, she was complete, and her physical aging slowed to a halt because of him intervening and making sure that with a new body would not immediately age up too quickly. In fact, by doing this, Anakin has basically given Zannah eternal youth for free. He has a feeling she may not appreciate this process as much as she should. Finally, within the tube, she kind of reminded him of a scene from the Resident Evil movies, where Alive was all hooked up, naked, and floating within a large tube. This was near exactly like that, but the circumstances were different. Gasping as she exited the tube, she was in and trying to catch her breath before looking around, seeing that it was only Anakin within this specialized room. "What the hell did you do to me?" Zannah questioned him, as Anakin had manipulated the situation a bit. "I have given you life," Anakin said, and then started to cackle like a mad scientist. She just gives him a pointed stare before getting up, but while her body was brand new and developed, that didn't mean she actually had proper muscle control. She actually had barely any muscle at all, because she had no time to develop this body properly. She would need to retrain herself physically and mentally to fully get used to her new situation. Something to take note of, however, was the lack of the corruption within the dark side present within her eyes. They were blue. "It would seem that my experiment was a success, and that you're the first to receive my blessing of immortality," Anakin said. "What do you mean?" Zannah tried her best to cover herself up, but Anakin had seen it all already, because he needed to keep an eye on the development process. In fact, he now held very intimate knowledge of her new form, because he was the creator, of course. "I mean what I mean? You have a mortal. I had to somehow stop the rather quick development of your body, so as to make sure you didn't age so quickly you would die within the next year or two." Anakin replied, "You have forcefully brought me from chaos and decided to give me life again. Just what are you?" Zannah questioned him. "Just your everyday, friendly neighborhood, space Jesus," Anakin said with a smile and pose. "What the hell is a space Jesus?" She questioned him. "I'm not surprised you are not cultured enough to know, but welcome. Welcome to being alive again," he replied before continuing. "I think we should get you dressed. You will be excited about the prospects of your new life." She just glared at Anakin. "I will never be under your command. Who said you were going to be under me?" Anakin replied, turning around and starting to walk out of the room, gesturing her to follow him. "I also suggest you don't try and pull on the dark side. It has quite the corrupting effects. You can't tell me what to do," she simply stated, but nonetheless followed after him because she didn't want to stay on the cold, hard ground while naked. They continued through the hallways before coming to an area where Anakin had some people already recreate the clothing he had seen her with while in the Hell Dimension. "You really pay attention, don't you?" Zannah was a bit weirded out that he was so accurate. It is easy to remember and even reverse calculate everything when you have perfect memory, recall, and even accelerated intelligence. Anakin stated as she got changed. "What exactly are you going to have me do exactly?" Zannah was still weak, so she had to play her cards right. Her connection to the Force was acting all weird, and she felt a strange sensation within herself connecting to Anakin. She was also physically still needed practice. She had no muscle to help her even more, so this is harder because of the Force being weird. Anakin had practically defied the known laws created by the Force. But if the Force didn't want him to take her from hell, it shouldn't have connected her to him. Nothing really, but because of extenuating circumstance, it would seem you're stuck with me. Well, maybe not completely stuck to me, but connected in a very intimate way, he stated while smirking. What are you implying? She asked. Have you not felt the special bond between the two of us? He questioned. She left before deciding not to lie, she said. Yes. Then that should be all the reason you need to know that there is something strange going on. Anakin said. Yeah, you're that something strange. Zannah snapped back, still confused. For now you will stay here on Tatooine, or you could go off and do your own thing. I'm not restricting your freedom or anything. I just wanted to let you know that. Anakin ignored her outburst. So I could just leave? Zannah questioned, having a small thought in the back of her mind, telling her to stay with him. I would advise against that, and would advise you to get back to your feet. But if you're planning on leaving, I have to inform you that this connection we have with each other now is quite special. Anakin repeated. You told me that already. Zannah stated. Yes, but I haven't said what the effects were, now did I? Anakin replied. Then went on to explain how the Force diet worked, its supposed origins, and how the idea originated from the Sith, and was probably the reason behind the idea that the rule of two even existed in the first place. It wasn't just an idea that came out of nowhere, and it was entirely possible that Darth Bane, her master, didn't inform her of this because either he didn't want to or that even he didn't know the reason why he wanted to do so. Of course, they had their own reasons, but the core of the matter was that the concept of the rule of two existed even before the Sith, and had been within the annals of history, just left there to be explored, but was never given any thought. Not until recently. There was Anakin, where his very existence broke what was previously known about Force dyads, and the fact that it was usually only between two people was what confused Zannah. Anakin informed her that he believes there are two versions, one between soulmates, so to speak, while the other is the version from a Sith. Purely a means to make sure they become more powerful with each successive generation by killing their master, which would transfer their power onto their successor. So we are soulmates. I think that is a load of bullshit, Zannah said, convinced all he was saying was bullcrap, even if there was some semblance of truth if she thought about it. It made sense that the Sith would mistake a bond between two people meant to be precious as something to use to their advantage. Well, you may believe what you want, but you and I became connected ever since I had touched you back within hell. Anakin replied, knowing she would be in disbelief. Whatever. I will agree to your suggestion of staying here for a while. I need to get my war paint back on my face anyway, and need to retrain myself. Zannah said more to herself than Anakin. That is great. Anakin smiled before continuing. I will give you something to ponder on. I'm going to create an order of my own, and I would need someone as experienced as yourself to help teach my students. I don't really have time to personally teach. You're giving me a job already? What happened to you being soulmates? Zannah said sarcastically. You're not just going to live on my planet, my empire, for free now, do you? I am giving you a lot of freedom here. You shouldn't try to ask for more. Anakin said. You're the one who brought me here. Zannah responded. I wanted to live. Anakin replied. Zannah felt something within the Force, and within the back of her mind, tell her something she couldn't quite make out, but she heard the distinct thumping of a heart. No, she heard the strange beating of drums that resembled hearts. What she heard was the distinct drum of Anakin's heartbeats. Another year had passed, and it was quite boring, but Anakin had officially become 18 years of age. Well, not like that mattered all too much because he had already reached his peak physical age a long time ago. His abilities and powers had come to a still, and it looks like it would take even more time for him to build himself up. If he was to continuing drain the Force out of people or object with Force energy, it could lead to him gaining too much power too fast. It is sometimes better to slow oneself down and take your time. Within his secret order, he had a few members, and the current person he had placed in charge was Zannah, as she had nothing else better to do. While he didn't want her corrupting those already within, that didn't mean he was going to keep them from the dark side. Rennala, Lorana, and Ali-san all were learning from her. Of course, he gave Zannah a revised version of her code. He gave his own that they would all come to know of and accept within his order, and they were developing quite nicely. Even Zannah herself was improving within the Force, because once you have hit rock bottom, the only thing left for you to go is up. Fortunately, even after a year, she had not left and seemed quite reluctant to leave as well. If only he could know why. Of course he knows why. It's because she has started to develop proper feelings for him, and she hasn't been fully corrupted by the dark side. But there was a problem, though. Even though she was developing these feelings, she was becoming possessive and in fact had started to be somewhat cruel to Rennala, who was also similar to her. Rennala and Zannah were quite similar in nature, especially when it came to how the dark side influenced their emotions. Not that they weren't in control, but because they saw each other as enemies. Romantic rivals, if you will, even though Zannah technically held the upper hand above her because of the dyad with him. Thankfully, it didn't seem to interfere much, if at all, with the learning process, and she had adhered to what he wanted. Whatever they do with their personal time is none of his business. Maybe a little, but still. If Anakin wanted to get any stronger, he would have to start feeding on those with very strong connection to the Force. Whether this people, objects, planets, or an environment. In fact, he was considering absorbing the Vergence underneath the Coruscant Jedi Temple, as this would give the Jedi a heads up, but it would go against what the Force wanted. Anakin had already set up plans to slowly siphon those within the temple to become a part of his own order, so it would be best to go with this plan. Trying to change it up so late in the game could make something go wrong. His carefully placed pawns could be found and destroyed. It wasn't only the Sith, meaning Palpatine, that he was cautious of. It was also the Jedi. What would their reaction be to him, leaving and creating an order of his own? Would they deem him just as dangerous as the Sith and try to take him down? He doubts it, but it certainly wouldn't be a favorable relationship. On Coruscant, underneath the Jedi Temple. It had taken a year, but it was well worth it. Anakin believed it was time to show Shock some more of his secrets and reveal to her some more things, and he had also decided to bring Ahsoka in on what everyone else knew. It would be unfair to the girl, given by how much she is attached to him, and may even feel like a betrayal because he didn't trust her with this. Anakin knew of Ahsoka's circumstances and why exactly she had come to like him so quickly, and he wasn't worried about her revealing anything, thinking she had enough maturity and control over herself and her mind. Now that he had the 4 closest people within the Jedi exposed to some of his secrets, he had decided to try and start convincing them of what he was planning, what he wanted to do, and his future plans, giving them the opportunity to not participate in anything he was going to do. It was incredibly unlikely that they would reject what he wanted. Even Ahsoka, who wasn't even connected to him through a dyad, would leave the Jedi in a heartbeat to stay with him, but not only with the other girls as well. They had become sort of family of sorts. Of course, a very weird family of sorts, but a family nonetheless. Having brought everyone down to his base underneath the Jedi Temple, Anakin started to talk about things. He was going to leave out some details and edit the truth of the matter somewhat, but he decided that it would be better if they knew about what he was doing. Their mental defenses have grown because of his instruction, not taking into account their connection to him, making himself and them stronger, and with every person connected to him, he gets stronger, which creates a chain reaction with the others as well. The dyad, even though had some severe consequences if someone within the bond were to die, and a lot of benefits that in general outweighed those disadvantages. Anakin talked about how he was going to leave the Order in the future, to the modification done to his body, and he even went on to explain that he had gained immortality. This was the reason he had gone off the grid, so to speak, and why they couldn't feel him because of this process. They all got mad. Even Ahsoka, who was just brought into the fold, because who would want their loved one to go through a process that could kill them? Even more, so they didn't want to lose him now, especially Ayla, who was the only one to have officially started a secret relationship with him. Of course, those within the group had finally figured out that they were together, and some jealousy was of course present. But what could they do when it is meant to be this way? Or at least it was decided to be this way according to the will of the Force. Not that they didn't all feel some type of way about Anakin, excluding Ahsoka, who was still a child, 13, but still too young for stuff like that. This prompted Barriss and Shock to start going out with him more and more, because they too wanted to advance their relationship with him, even if they were too shy about it. Anakin had some struggle trying to juggle being a Jedi, hiding his developing relationships with the girls from most of everyone, and further building up his empire. That was another thing to talk about, the progress and his role within the Empyrean. Soon Anakin would leave the Order, and in fact he was planning to do so and try and convince both Qui-Gon and Mace to follow him. They would probably both not accept. He even wanted to try and get Obi-Wan to follow him as well, but Obi-Wan is worse than Qui-Gon when it came to traditions, so that would probably be a no-go if even Qui-Gon wouldn't accept. What Anakin was interested in, though, was his eventually meet up with Padmé. He had not seen her, and she had not seen him, but he has a sneaking suspicion she has been keeping tabs on him. It wouldn't surprise him, but it would certainly be a little weird. Maybe it was the way of the Force trying to get them to pair up together again. Like the original, the thing is Anakin doesn't plan to stay with the Jedi, and in fact would be in an even better position to get closer to her after the fact. The Empyrean, while has grown to be in control of 2 star systems, it wasn't enough for Anakin. On Tatooine, the population had increased, but so had it increased on Andowil, meaning that he may sooner or later want to start looking to expansion. The will of the people is a powerful thing, and it would seem their loyalty to the Empire was incredibly strong. This only meant Anakin had been able to keep up with the demand and supply of the economy. The political situation where those who would seek some sort of reforms were also not present. His military and intelligence departments had grown as well. While droids made up a good part of his standing armies, that didn't mean they were the best, even when he tried to make them the best. Andowil handling his food and water resources was going good. Tatooine handling his technology and energy production is going good as well, and when thinking about everything, he would need more materials. The metals industry was lacking, and while there was a lot of deposits on Tatooine, they wouldn't be enough to keep up with the expansion. The health industry would be booming soon, because Anakin had successfully come up with a version of the bioengineered 24th chromosome, and had been experimenting with creating other versions for other species. Of course, this 24th chromosome was only to be used on humans and near humans, because it's specifically for them, but other species that have a different genetic makeup and chromosome count would need modification. The point of this serum was meant to make the best of your parts. Anakin had seen this with himself, because even though he would be unique in the fact that there would be no one else with the same genetic structure modifications, because that was just how it would be, it didn't mean others would be unable to benefit somewhat. His citizens would become smarter, stronger, faster, and whatever else was important to their quality of life. They would not get sick as often, if at all, meaning that within the health industry, all you would need to take is this serum. Anakin knew that people would want to try and discover the secrets behind this. That is why he would be using Sith alchemy to make sure people are unable to figure out the process. It may have been dangerous to do so if he wasn't knowledgeable, but he was, and he had a thorough and in-depth power within the Force, allowing him a wide degree of error. There wouldn't be any error, however, because there was none. What was interesting, however, was where he would strike next. Being right next to Geonosis, Tatooine was in a prime position to attack, but obviously his mother and himself will reject any request sent by the Republic or the Jedi. Looking back on his options to expand the amount of space he can gain control over, there was something new that had popped up. Kemal Station. Kemal Station served as an informal borderline between the Regency worlds, which were primarily connected economically to commerce along the Corellian-run hyperlane, and the worlds that were located spinward along the Trialis trade route, and whose economies were dominated by members of the Hutt species. As a result, Kemal Station serviced both legitimate merchants and smugglers. During the Galactic Civil War, the wealthy entrepreneur Mazin Kaysen owned several properties on the moon. Now Anakin would be the one to own this moon, because how could he not take advantage of such a lucrative trade route? He was already starting to build up his own space within the galaxy and start his expansion even further out from his starting point at Tatooine. Owning hyperspace lanes is great. Anakin thought to himself about the value of these small trade routes because they help to increase the value of his empire's currency system. It had been going incredibly well, which helped to further elevate the people's financial situation. Unfortunately, Geonosis does get in his way to other areas where he would have to go the long way around to conquer. Anakin decided that he would just take control over the star systems still connected to the trade routes leading into Tatooine. This way he would have good buffer between his current capital and the other worlds in case of people coming to knock on his door. Geonosis would have to stay off limits for now, though. Even more annoying, however, was that Geonosis had taken into their coalition star systems. He may have wanted to slowly work his way towards himself. He would take Kemal Station to increase his ability to trade, Temiuk for its special ability to plant and grow special trees, which would help contribute to his developing construction-based economy. The star system of Tatooine would become his secondary agriculture-based world and would help him produce in mass more food. This would then help him save and increase capital and value. It would also create more jobs for the people as well, meaning more production and development as well. As long as Anakin plays his cards right, he would be able to continue this stability. The Obana system was just an asteroid belt and had no proper uses to him other than becoming an outpost with which he could station and train up his secret intelligence. Deploying and creating many bases around this asteroid belt while storing some ships here would be great. He could create a military-based academy here in the future, but for now his intelligence could station on and around the asteroid belt. Going past the asteroid belt, however, are his open space before coming across a star system that would allow Anakin to open up even more of the hyperspace lanes to his control. Because it wouldn't take long to take over Obana, and considering there was nothing of great importance there, Anakin could skip over to the next star system. Vordeo. Vordeo was a terrestrial planet located in the Vordeo system, a part of the Arcani sector in the slice portion of the Outer Rim territories. Vordeo was located on the old Corellian Run hyperlane and on the tip of the Kranen-Excargo route. This would connect his Empyrean to other trade routes, allowing even better control of the space surrounding Tatooine, the current seat of his power. Overall, it is a good decision to just gobble all of this up because there is enough resources and military might to hold on to these places. There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic. This separatist movement, under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, has made it difficult for the limited number of Jedi Knights to maintain peace and order in the galaxy. Senator Amidala, the former Queen of Naboo, is returning to the Galactic Senate to vote on the critical issue of creating an army of the Republic to assist the overwhelmed Jedi. There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic. This separatist movement, under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, has made it difficult for the limited number of Jedi Knights to maintain peace and order in the galaxy. Senator Amidala, the former Queen of Naboo, is returning to the Galactic Senate to vote on the critical issue of creating an army of the Republic to assist the overwhelmed Jedi. The year Anakin had turned 18 was a boring one, but now the plot was starting to pick up again, and this would be the beginning of the Clone Wars. This year he was officially 19 years of age. Not that it makes any difference, but it does set the stage for a long but short series of events to come. Barriss had finally been promoted to a Jedi Knight, and now Anakin was free from his responsibilities as a teacher. Well, not really, because Barriss still hung out with him most, if not all the time. His time would come, as he has spoken with the Council, and convinced him that if there was any mission concerning the former Queen of Naboo, he would be tasked to do so. Of course, they were not suspicious at all. At least he didn't sense their suspicion, and they might have hidden it well, but that doesn't matter anyway. My time has come, he thought to himself, as he was within a meditative state, reaffirming himself within the Force. It took a lot of effort to make sure he was still in balance. It wasn't something he could just achieve and then leave at the back of his mind. Patience was a key factor, but just because he needed patience, that doesn't mean he was going to be patient all the time. Sometimes you just had to rely on your instincts instead of thinking things over. He does a lot of thinking anyway when it comes to the safety of himself, his mother, his people, and his girls. Within a ship above Coruscant, Its silver shine was especially prominent. It was guarded by several other smaller ships, ensuring its safe arrival as it goes in for a landing. Senator, we are making our final approach onto Coruscant. Within the ship, a guardsman had approached a woman and said this as she too was also guarded by others behind her. Very good, Lieutenant. The woman says as the lieutenant nods back with his own aide a little behind and beside him. The lieutenant and the other turns around as the woman follows after them with some other cloaked figures surrounding her. The ship was coming down during the day cycle of Coruscant, as it didn't need to dock while during the night. Still guarded by other ships, it hovers above the large and tall buildings as high or even higher than the clouds. The ship was slowly moving in to dock itself and started to bring out its landing gear. It lands, and so does the smaller ships as well. There was a new guardsman who had an eye patch covering his left eye alongside someone else, and the enigmatic astromech droid, R2-D2. We made it, the unidentified eye patch person says to the other pilot as someone was coming off of the greater silver ship. I guess I was wrong. There was no danger at all. As there were people coming off of the ship, it explodes in a blaze of fire, and the two people that safely landed rushed over to the woman wearing an ornate white dress. Surprisingly enough, the other pilot that was next to the eye patch pilot was actually Padmé. Padmé seemed panicked as she took off her helmet and got on her knees to better see the lady in the ornate dress. Cord, "Milady, I'm so sorry." The woman now identified as Cord said. "I failed you, Senator." Padmé, distraught, replies. "No." The woman dies in her arms. The eye patch man comes from behind Padmé and says, "Milady, you are still in danger here." Padmé slowly and reluctantly gets up as she stares at the woman. "I shouldn't have come back," she says. "This vote is very important. You did your duty. Cord did hers. Now come." The man says as Padmé is still in shock over what had just happened. Padmé stands frozen as she tries to grapple with the situation. "Senator Amidala, please," the man says with urgency. They start to leave the area, and as they do, another smaller explosion goes off as an aftereffect of the first. Both of them hurriedly leave the area with the astromech, R2 following closely behind them. After this event, we meet back up with the Jedi who are actually within a meeting with the Supreme Chancellor. Only some of the Jedi Masters of the Council and a few others were present. Chief among these people were Yoda, Mace, Mundi, and Plo Koon. "I don't know how much longer I can hold off the vote, my friends," Palpatine said to the Jedi. "More and more star systems are joining the separatists. If they do break away," Mace said before Palpatine interrupted him, "I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split in two." Palpatine said with certainty, "My negotiations will not fail." So blinded were the Jedi, they could not see their enemy right in front of them, not even after all the effort Anakin had put into trying to change their way of thinking. Mace says, "If they do, you must realize there aren't enough Jedis to protect the Republic. We're keepers of the peace, not soldiers." "Master Yoda, do you think it would really come to war?" Inside, Palpatine was chuckling with glee, but on the outside he was calm, composed, and had a slight look of sadness on his face as he asked this. The dark side clouds everything. Impossible to see the future is. Yoda said, not really giving an answer because he heavily relied on the Force to tell him everything. This would be a part of their downfall. Their over-reliance on the Force was quite pitiful, and Anakin had made sure to at least teach those he could of the importance of critical thinking. Also the importance of seeing a situation as a whole to fully determine what may happen. "The Loyalist Committee has arrived, Your Honor." A hologram came through as they were talking, and the alien spoke in his native tongue, but everyone here could fully understand him. "Good." Palpatine replies to the hologram. "Send them in." He gets up from his seat as he wishes to talk with this delegation. "We will discuss this matter more later," he said to the Jedi as they all got up to leave. Yoda, seeing Padmé, says, "Senator Amidala, your tragedy on the landing platform. Terrible. Seeing you alive brings warm feelings to my heart." Padmé, unfazed by Yoda, questions him, "Do you have any idea who is behind this attack?" She would be lying if she said she wasn't angry, but she kept herself in check, because lashing out on others for no reason but your own feelings is childish. Our intelligence points to disgruntled spice miners on the moon of Naboo. May says as he walks over. I think that Count Dooku was behind it. Padmé had been having her suspicions about Dooku for a while now. He is a political idealist, not a murderer. Money had to add in defense of Dooku. You know, milady, that Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character. Mace replied as well in defense of Dooku's character. But, for certain senator, in grave danger you are. Yoda says to Padmé in an ominous tone. Master Jedi, may I suggest the senator be placed under the protection of your graces? Palpatine adds, having heard the entire conversation, scheming to add in his own twists to what is to happen. Do you really think that's a wise decision under these stressful times? A man behind Padmé said before Padmé continued herself. Chancellor, if I may comment, I do not believe dash. Padmé continues, but is interrupted as Palpatine says the exact same thing as her at the exact same time. The situation, is it that serious? Palpatine then continues, looking very convincing. No, but I do, Senator. I realize all too well that additional security might be disruptive for you, but perhaps someone you're familiar with. An old friend like Master Skywalker. Palpatine continued with a smile on his face. That's possible. He isn't currently on any missions right now and wouldn't be on in the near future, at least from what I have seen. Mace said, agreeing with Palpatine's suggestion. Do it for me, milady, please. Palpatine says with a sad look on his face, while Yoda was suspicious of why exactly Palpatine would suggest such a thing as Skywalker had at one point been near forcefully betrothed and married off to the senator. Of course, Palpatine would say he had nothing to do with it, but he surely did. The thought of losing you is unbearable. He finishes as the room, seemingly in agreement, doesn't dispute what the Chancellor said. Don't worry, I will have my former apprentice report to you immediately, milady. Mace says. Padmé replies, actually quite relieved and a little excited at the prospect of meeting Anakin again. Thank you, Master Windu. Of course, she has trained her poker face over the years, so this is not outwardly shown, but those who are Force-sensitive can sense this subtle change. They may not be able to know what this change was, but it was still felt. Anakin had been tasked as Padmé's protector. Originally, it would have been both himself and Obi-Wan here to work on these together, but because of various events happening throughout what would now be considered history, it was just himself. He didn't have a Padawan learner of his own at this point, because Barriss had graduated from under him. If one were to take a thorough look at him, his looks would be deemed very handsome, very charming, or a whole host of other things. He never needed stuff like plastic surgery or anything to modify the attractiveness of his face. The original looked good, and he looked even better. It helps that he has completed his power armor, and instead of a bulky design getting in his way, it was merged into his nanosuit, and now doesn't look like some fancy high-tech armor. Nowadays, he has it on all the time simply because he doesn't need to hide it anymore, and it simply looks too good to not leave on as it accentuates his looks. Arriving at his destination, the elevator stops, and as the doors open, he is greeted to the sight of Jar Jar. Hello, Jar Jar. Anakin greeted the Gungan politely. Who are you? It would seem that Jar Jar didn't recognize him, but that both made and did not make sense. Jar Jar should have seen how famous he is by now. He hasn't exactly become a household name, but at least within the Senate he should be a subject of interest. It is me, Jar Jar, Anakin. Anakin Skywalker. I am here to guard the senator. Anakin? Anakin! Jar Jar now seems to have picked up that he was the one and the same. USA looks so different. USA have darker hair and purple eyes, but I see the resemblance. USA are bigger than me SA now, so big. Glad to know you recognize me. Anakin says as he exits the elevator, dodging Jar Jar's hug. Please no, I don't accept your hug. Senator Padmé, Jar Jar called out as Anakin followed behind the Gungan. Mesa Palos here. Looky, Senator. Dessa, Jedi Arriven. Padmé walks over with her small entourage. Ani, you have grown quite tall. Padmé had been keeping a close eye on Anakin for the last few years, but she was unaware of just how tall he had gotten. Standing at 1.9 meters, she was only tall enough to reach his chest and hear his heartbeat. Not that she would do that, of course. She was just making a judgment within her mind. Anakin knew that the original at this part was actually quite smooth. At least he delivered the complimentary lines quite well, only to stuff it up later. You have grown as well, grown more beautiful, I mean. His words put a blush to her already smiling face, as he is just as bold as the original, but wouldn't stumble on his words and backtrack his statement about her looks. Why, thank you. Padmé replies, it would seem that you aren't the little boy I knew on Tatooine. You have become much more, it would seem. Padmé says, looking him up and down subtlety. Anakin follows after everyone as they move over to sit down. I'm Captain Typho of Her Majesty's Security Service. Queen Jamilia has been informed of your assignment, Typho said as Anakin took a seat on the opposite side of Padmé. I am grateful you are here, Master Skywalker. The situation is more dangerous than the Senator will admit. Typho continued, I don't need more security, even though I like Ani's presence. I need answers. Padmé says, showing her favorability for Anakin. As she looks at Anakin, she questions him. I want to know who is trying to kill me. While my job is just to protect you, I would not mind finding out just who wants to assassinate you. I am afraid, however, that most of my time will be spent by your side. Anakin says smoothly, making sure to let her know that he agreeing with her, but saying that it would be remiss of him to just leave on an investigation. Perhaps with merely your presence here, the mystery surrounding these attempts will be revealed. Padmé says, looking directly into Anakin's eyes, mesmerized. Now, if you will excuse me, I will retire. She stands up and heads in another direction, seemingly tired, but is unable to keep her eyes off of Anakin until she reluctantly has to turn her head. No one else in the room notices this, however, as Padmé is good at motions and movements like this. It is quite possible, however, that Anakin is the only one to see this blatant interest. I know I will feel better having you here, Typhos says as Anakin goes in the other direction, followed by Jar Jar. I'll have an officer station on every floor, and I'll be in the control center downstairs. Typhos goes his own way as Anakin is left with Jar Jar. Mesa bust in with happiness seeing Yusa again, Ani. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't call me by that nickname. Anakin replies. Curious, Jar Jar asks why. Yusa don't liken Mesa using nickname Ani. Let's just say it is used in a more intimate context, and while I think of you as a friend Jar Jar, I don't think it is all that appropriate. Anakin gives his answer. Okie dokie, whatever's Yusa say. Jar Jar then continues. It seems Shisa happy about Yusa appearance. Happier den Mesa seeing her in a longo time. Jar Jar says, do you mean Padmé? Anakin asks. Yes. Jar Jar confirms. That is good to hear, Jar Jar. I do believe I best be checking on the security here. Anakin starts to go off and start covering ground as he is by himself with no Obi-Wan to help him check everything. It would seem that the captain, Typho, has more than enough people stationed downstairs. Anakin, though, to himself, as he was still within the room where he and Padmé had reacquainted themselves with each other. While Anakin had said he was going to check everywhere by himself, it was easy enough for him to locate everyone within the building. His senses within the Force had gotten a massive upgrade after going down into hell, coming out with an ability the Jedi and Sith wouldn't like, either because it is against the way of the light or was simply far too much powerful within the hands of one person for the Sith. It was currently within the night cycle of Coruscant, and Anakin had just been sitting here awaiting for what would happen next. While the original Padmé may have not liked being watched through some cameras, it would seem that she didn't mind Anakin keeping an eye on her. She had not covered the cameras up, and he was the only one with access to what was happening from within the room. He also had seen R2 again. The droid had been programmed to also alarm him of anything suspicious that may happen. Padmé actually felt incredibly safe under his watch and not creeped out at all. Given she had been intently keeping an eye out for him, it would seem she was at least no hypocrite in this sense. Within Padmé's room, a floating droid at her window was acting very suspicious. It created an opening for itself to unleash some centipede-like creatures, and once released they were starting to go towards the slumbering Padmé. R2 activated itself from its own form of sleep to look around the room, but the centipedes were smart enough to hide from the astromech. However, before they could get too close to her or even crawl upon her body, Anakin entered the room with his lightsaber ignited and killed off the 2 centipedes. In doing so, however, he doesn't awaken Padmé because he made sure to be as quiet as possible. Knowing that the droid outside will start to make its move and run away, Anakin used Mechidaru on it to completely take control over its system. He allowed it to continue on its way so he could follow it towards its master. After doing so, and seeing it start to get away, he rushed down through the building and informed Typho of the assassination attempt, but also said that Padmé was still asleep so as to not disturb her. Getting into a ship, he begins to chase after the droid discreetly. In doing so, he has to dodge and weave through all of the other people still driving throughout the night cycle of Coruscant. Seeing just up ahead, Anakin sees the woman assassin collect her droid and get into her ship, rapidly trying to escape because she doesn't know whether or not she has succeeded. It is always better to make haste than waste your time sitting around to hear the results, as people could already be out looking for her if she has failed. In fact, people would look even if she had succeeded. While she was escaping, though, Anakin was stealthily on her tail, knowing that she would lead him to his prize. Performing all sorts of maneuvers that would be deemed and is illegal within the traffic lanes of Coruscant, both pursuer and pursuant continue the chase with the assassin now aware of her hunter. As they continued downwards, eventually the 2 crafts came across an area that seemed to be some sort of power generator. The assassin went through some power couplings and tried to get Anakin to go through it, but this energy wouldn't harm him at all. His body's natural defenses, excluding his nanosuit and the Force, will be able to tank a high level of voltage. The assassin goes up and pulls into another area, which was a tunneled airway with various channels. Anakin decides to allow the assassin their short reprieve, given she would still lead him to where he wants her to, and decides to take another way around. Anakin comes to a stop amongst an intersection, various intersections in fact, as there are multiple layers upon layers. He awaits his chance to go down and land on the woman's ship, but before that he uses Mechidaru on the speeder he is on. He doesn't want to cause any undue harm now, just because he's having a little fun. He tasks one of his thought processes to fully control the speeder. 3, 2, 1. He jumps down, and as he does so, he avoids multiple flying cars that would have crashed into him very narrowly, but it looked as if everything was within his control. He lands smoothly, not alerting the woman at all of his presence, but that doesn't last long as he intends to land her in the ship she is piloting. He turned on one side of his dual saber, and a blue blade appeared, alerting the woman inside. She tries various maneuvers to make him budge, but he doesn't move a muscle. Even without the Force, he could physically hold on with extreme agility and still be unimpeded by the movement. Disabling the ship and using the Force to usurp her weapon, she was now defenseless, and the speeder was going down. Using the Force, Anakin redirects the vessel so it doesn't do any harm to those it may have landed on and hops off as it crashes. As Anakin lands, if he didn't land properly or use the Force to aid himself, he wouldn't be hurt at all, and maybe even a small crater would have been made by the impact. His body is extremely strong after all, and all this weight was easy to manipulate and move through the use of his upgraded nanosuit power armor and bodily genetic modifications. The woman exits the craft, and she starts to run, with Anakin leisurely chasing behind her. The woman enters a club, and he comes to a stop knowing that it would be hard. Who am I kidding? It would be incredibly easier to identify her. Anakin thought to himself as he entered. Anakin decided that he should get a drink himself. He may not be all that interested in alcohol, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't enjoy the benefits of his condition. He can drink all the alcohol he likes, and he would probably never get inebriated. An alien creature speaks to him after getting a drink. Want to buy some death sticks? Nah, I'm good. Anakin replied, not bothering to do the same thing Obi-Wan did, but he does add, I think it would be best that you don't sell that stuff anymore, and also not use it yourself. Who are you to tell me what to do? The alien snaps back sharply. It is just a suggestion. You can do whatever you want with your life, and it is not my decision whether or not you continue to do what you do. Anakin replied calmly, whatever. The alien walks away a little disgruntled, and instead of being forced to change, he was given the choice to change himself. Anakin should have little sway on a person's actions and decisions. They are their own, but that doesn't mean he was unwilling to let them go off without trying to reconsider their position. However, not everyone wants their flaws brought up into their faces so directly. After grabbing and Tatooine a drink, Anakin decides to walk around to lure out the assassin. As he does so, various women of compatible species give him various looks ranging from mild interest to full-on seductive gazes. He can't exactly be conspicuous in this environment, given he has some rather unique features even among other species. It is now common for someone to be so tall and have a prestigious outfit, which was secretly his nanosuit-infused power armor, walking around. He identified the woman, which was in fact a changeling, and easily incapacitated her. He didn't have to chop her hand off, which was customary amongst the galaxy, but he didn't knock the changeling out. He needed some valid reason to hunt down the bounty hunter, and getting information by tacking down the assassin was considered valid. Of course, he could simply just not do this and waste his time, but that would be too suspicious. No, it is always better to have some modicum of truth when it comes to lying. Lies are easier to believe when there was some truth within said lie, but that doesn't make it perfect. It just makes it easier for him to continue to go under the radar as a simple but powerful Jedi. The crowd is stunned at his actions, but he just says it is Jedi business before easily lifting the changeling and carrying them outside. Do you know who you were trying to kill? Anakin questions the changeling. It was a senator from Naboo. The changeling replied. Who hired you? He continued. It was just a job. Instead of grunting in pain or being silent in agony, the changeling was able to reply only slightly out of breath due to being knocked out so suddenly, then reawakened. I will ask again. This will be your last chance to answer. Who hired you? Anakin said in an ominous tone, making sure the changeling knew it was in a whole heap of trouble. It was a bounty hunter called Dash. Before the changeling could finish its sentence, a dart was fired, and Anakin, knowing this was going to happen, didn't stop it, given he had looked into the mind of the changeling and saw what others' jobs it had accepted. Death is a more suitable choice for you. He thought silently to himself as looked away from the now dead changeling and stared at Jango Fett as he flew off. The assassin then said something as it died. We shone it, Slimo. Anakin doesn't care enough to hold the person and let it die, leaving the being dead there on the cold ground outside of a club. Track down this bounty hunter you must, Obi-Wan. Yoda says as Anakin had reported the situation to the council, and it would seem that the council wanted Obi-Wan, who had originally tracked down Jango, to take on this mission. Most importantly, find out who he is working for. Mace continued, I am to assume that I am to resume protecting the senator? Anakin questions, you are to escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo. It would seem she has requested you presence in particular. Mace said while talking to his apprentice, now full-grown. She will be safer there, and don't use registered transport. Travel as refugees. As the leader of the opposition, it would be very difficult to get Senator Amidala to leave the capital. Anakin says, waiting for their response, even though he could always find a way to convince her. Until caught, this killer is our judgment she must respect. Yoda says with finality. Anakin, you could go to the Senate and ask the Chancellor Palpatine to help convince her about this matter. Mace gives a suggestion instead of outright telling him what to do. I think that would be a good option. Anakin and Obi-Wan both bow as they are now dismissed with their own missions to go on. Anakin has now met up with Palpatine, and he seems to have a lot to say to him, given that Palpatine has not had such a large influence, at least not directly on his life so far. Palpatine would take this opportunity to try and further his own desires. I will talk with her. Palpatine says as Anakin faces him behind his desk, instead of being up close and personal. Senator Amidala will not refuse an executive order. I know her well enough to assure you of that. Thank you, Chancellor. Anakin replies politely, but didn't address him in any other matter, implying any closeness between the two. If you don't mind me asking, it would seem that the Jedi are quite proud of having a fine, prestigious, talented, and young Jedi master such as yourself. Is it true you rejected becoming a part of the Jedi High Council? Palpatine just had to ask to satiate his curiosity to try and plant some seeds of doubt. There weren't any already. Yes, Chancellor. I did turn down the position offered to me. Anakin answered, "Interesting, and here I thought that becoming a part of the Jedi Council would be something all aspirant Jedi wish to strive and achieve. You are much like one of your masters, Qui-Gon Jinn, I do believe his name was." Palpatine continued, "I've been told that I take some traits from him." Anakin replied to imply he was still listening within the conversation they were having. Yes, from what I have heard. Some rumors here and there. Mind you, is that you are quite talented, and I do believe that you have great potential. It is not only I who hold you in high esteem given your skills, and in fact here many believe you to be able to surpass Master Yoda in the future. Palpatine was trying to make Anakin have a favorable impression of himself. Palpatine continued, "I see you becoming the most powerful Jedi ever, Anakin. Oh, sorry, if you may forgive me, but may I call you Anakin? Only if you don't mind, of course." Anakin played a passive role in this conversation and let the Chancellor continue to waste his time. "Of course, Chancellor, I wouldn't mind you addressing me as such. Of course. I would only do so in private if we ever have the chance to meet more in the future." Palpatine added, "I will of course get right on to the task of making sure Senator Amidala goes with you. I can't have her dead now. It would be such a great tragedy. I believe, then, that I shall also be taking my leave," Anakin says as he gets up to leave. Before he goes, however, Palpatine makes sure to add, "Please, do be sure to visit more often. I quite enjoy the talks we have between the two of us, and I do believe we would make such great friends. He'll be sure to keep this in mind. Once again, thank you, Chancellor, and your assistance." Anakin bows before Palpatine adds yet another clause. "There is no need, my friend, for you to continue to call me as the Chancellor. Please just call me Sheev. It is my first name, and not many people use it. Being a politician, sure, makes making friends quite hard." Palpatine says, faking some melancholy, "I will also keep this in mind." Anakin leaves before Palpatine can get any more words in. "I am taking an extended leave of absence. It will be your responsibility to take my place in the Senate." Padmé was speaking while Anakin was waiting for her to finish up. "Representative Binks, I know I can count on you. Mesa honored to be taking on this heavy burden." Jar Jar replied before continuing. Mesa accept this with mewy humility, and Jar Jar seemed unsure of himself and was trying his hardest to be cordial and polite, following in line with the social norms and etiquette within a political setting. "Jar Jar, I don't wish to hold you up. I'm sure you have a great deal to do." Padmé interrupted him before he has an aneurysm. "Of course," Jar Jar responds. "Milady." Jar Jar briefly, but politely bows before heading off in his own direction. Padmé looks over to her protector and moves over towards him, even though she likes Anakin. That doesn't mean she doesn't have other things to separate herself from him. "I do not like this idea of hiding. I can sense you don't like the situation we are in." Anakin responds, "Obviously, Captain Obvious." Padmé responds with some sass. "Whoa, Senator, if I didn't know any better, I would say that you're being quite emotional, and I understand. Who would like it when their life is targeted?" Anakin replies, "I only hope to put your worries at ease, as the Jedi Council has seen the benefit to seeking and following the tracks of your mysterious attacker. I'm sure you're familiar with the Obi-Wan Kenobi, yes?" Anakin continues with a question. "I am, but that is not the point. I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act to not be here when its fate is decided." Padmé said with heat, but not actually angry at Anakin. No, she is angered with the situation. "Sometimes we must let go of our pride and do what is requested of us. Of course, that doesn't mean that what is requested of us is always correct, but sometimes the situation requires a little patience." Anakin said, "Ani, you've grown up. It is not like I haven't seen that you have, but what you are saying is quite wise. It is no wonder you have become a Jedi Master at such a young age." Padmé feigns not knowing much about him when she clearly knew more. "No, you humble me. I still have much to learn. At least I believe I do, but I also believe there is more to life than what is within the Jedi." Anakin states, raising an eyebrow. She questions as she continues to pack. "You are unsatisfied with the Jedi?" "Not dissatisfaction, but I see flaws within the Order. Flaws that could lead to disastrous consequences if left unchecked, and no matter what I do, It would seem that I am unable to sway its current direction. He told her of his concerns. I'm sure that you could do something. I have been within the Senate for a few years now and have seen my fair share of downs. Padmé leaves off before continuing. But I believe that there is much hope in the rekindling of democracy. I have a lot of faith in the Chancellor. I suggest that you don't heavily rely on the Chancellor's opinions. Anakin replies, deciding to try and change her way of thinking when it comes to Palpatine, but he would have to do this slowly because she might reveal his thoughts about Palpatine to him inadvertently. You don't believe the Chancellor has the best interests of the people at heart. Padmé was curious to why Anakin felt this way and didn't immediately reject such a notion. He had, after all, not really helped her when it came to the engagement between the two. In fact, she would have said that he actually enabled this unfair agreement of selling her off. Not that she disliked Anakin. She liked a lot, but that still didn't mean she liked the way everything was going. As you're a politician yourself, I'm sure you are aware of the diplomacy and intrigue that happens. Anakin said in a leading tone. Yes, I am. Padmé confirmed, having finished packing her luggage, and they continued their talk all the way to their destination. Well, Anakin then went on to explain the current political climate, at least from his view from within the Republic and the Jedi. The ups and downs and the subtle corruption that was slowly but surely becoming more and more prominent. He didn't point out Palpatine as the culprit, but simply for now explained that there was more than what meets the eye when it came to the Chancellor, and that she should keep that in mind. Anakin had a decision to make himself, but had decided to just leave Jabba to be used by the other girls. He didn't need her, not right now, as he didn't need to get anywhere with utmost haste. His only duties right now are to protect Padmé, and he was more than capable enough of doing this by himself. He may have the invisibility features that Jabba could provide, but it was unneeded. Arriving on a shuttle, Anakin was seated within along with Padmé, Typho, and another woman. Be safe, milady, Typho said as the three within had gotten up while Anakin was still seated. Thank you, Captain, Padmé responded. Take good care of Dorm. The threat's on you two now. The woman, now identified as Dorm, says herself. He'll be safe with me. Dorm smiles while looking at Typho before looking at Padmé and shedding a small tear while trying to keep up a smiling face. Padmé looks to Dorm and says, You'll be fine. It's not me, milady. I worry about you. What if they realize you've left the capital? Dorm questioned Padmé about her safety with a lot of worry. Well, then my Jedi protector will have to prove how good he is, Padmé says before getting ready to leave with Anakin. As they were walking away, Padmé couldn't help but add, Suddenly, I am afraid. Don't worry. I will be sure to provide you with safety. Anakin states, That's not what I am worried about. Padmé says, We do have our two with us, so if anything goes wrong, our two could fix things. Anakin says, trying to brighten up the atmosphere. I am sure. Padmé smiles at this as the both of them walk off into the distance. By the way, are you sure you had to dress up like this? We are supposed to be disguised as refugees after all. Oh, that is right. Padmé seemed embarrassed at this. Wait, how come you didn't notice as well, Master Jedi? She points her eyes towards him. This isn't on me. Take some responsibility and own up to your forgetfulness. I'm sure it doesn't matter anyway. As long as we get to Naboo safely, I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. Anakin states, knowing that stuff will most definitely go wrong, but she doesn't need to know that. I'm sure. Hey, you know droids. One droid spoke to another, which was in fact R2, as Anakin and Padmé were within the communal dining hall of the refugee transport ship both of them are on. Get out of here, the droid said as R2 brought over the food it was tasked to get. Wheeling over, R2 stops as Anakin and Padmé were seated. Thank you, R2, Padmé said before continuing. It must be difficult having sworn your life to the Jedi, not being able to visit the places you like or do the things you like. While she though to herself, or maybe see those who like you. Anakin just nods along while seeing she has something else to say. Padmé then continues after some hesitation. Do you remember that kerfuffle over the betrothal between the both of us? Anakin finishes her sentence. Yes, Padmé confirms. I am wholly aware of the politics that went into it, and I'm also aware that if you had stayed as the queen, we may have gotten married. Anakin continues himself. Is that even allowed? Padmé questions. I mean, are the Jedi even allowed to get married, to have a family? Are you even allowed to love? I had thought it was forbidden for a Jedi, but forgive me if I don't exactly understand why that would have been allowed. If you really are interested, I could give you a quick rundown of how the Jedi currently conduct themselves within the confines of their code. Anakin said, a code? Is this some agreement every Jedi is supposed to take? Padmé questioned. Yes. And referring back to your question about love, yes. I would say that the Jedi dislike the idea of love in a romantic sense because it creates an attachment. Anakin continued. Attachment is forbidden, possession is forbidden, but there is the clause of which the Jedi preach about compassion. Compassion is supposed to be central to the Jedi in their way of life, and a lot of people would define that as unconditional love. So overall, it is complicated. Anakin finishes. You seem to be using language that separates yourself from the Jedi a lot. Padmé notices this discrepancy. Yes, I tend to be doing that more and more. Anakin, for now, dodges this question and continues. You don't seem to be all that surprised, however, about the Jedi. Let's just say I have done some research into these things, especially after our incident. Padmé replied. You have changed from whence I last met you. You look so different now. Well, yes, I have. When looking at you, I would say you haven't changed at all. Well, maybe a little. Anakin said, which drew Padmé's interest. How so? She was interested in why he thought so. You have grown older, yes, but the beauty that I remember seeing from all those years ago remains. Anakin smiles. Well, how kind of you, I am faltered. Padmé blushed a bit, but was unable to dully hide it even with the makeup she had on. The transport ship has finally landed on Naboo after its short voyage. I wasn't the youngest queen ever elected, but now that I think back on it, I'm not sure I was old enough. Padmé said, as Anakin was holding the luggage and they were walking. I'm not sure I was ready. The people you served thought you did a good job. Why else would they elect you a second time? I believe that if you hadn't stepped down and you hadn't changed the laws, they would have elected you for a third term. Anakin replied, didn't they even go so far as try and amend the Constitution just so you would stay in office? I was relieved when my 2 terms were up. Padmé said as they continued. After the election of the new queen, she had offered me the job of becoming the senator. Padmé continued. When the queen asked me to serve as senator, I couldn't refuse her. Why was that? Anakin questioned. I felt that I couldn't. It was just a feeling, but I believed that I should and trusted in my instincts that this was the right decision. Padmé replied, admirable choice. I do think the queen made the right decision, as there would be no other senator representative like you. The one thing I have to say, though, is that the life of a politician doesn't seem like a very safe one. Anakin said, I didn't know the full possibilities and responsibilities I was getting myself into either. Padmé continued. The two continued to converse for a while. Before getting Padmé settled within the room she would be staying at before both of them went to meet up with the current queen of Naboo. If the Senate votes to create an army, I am sure is going to push us into a civil war. Padmé stated as Anakin was standing just behind and beside her. They were within a meeting room. The current queen, along with Padmé, Anakin, and other council members of Naboo were present. It is unthinkable. There hasn't been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic. A councilman said within the room, outraged. Do you see any way through negotiations to bring the separatists back into the Republic? The queen directed her question to Padmé. She answers, not if they feel threatened. My guess is that they will turn to the trade federations or the commerce guilds for help. Before she continues with, in fact, with the rise in value and economic wealth of the Empyrean, they might want to get some help from them as well. Padmé briefly looks at Anakin as she says this. It's outrageous, but after 4 trials in the Supreme Court, Newt Gunray is still the viceroy of the Trade Federation. The old councilman said before continuing. I fear the Senate is powerless to resolve this crisis. The Queen says, we must keep our faith in the Republic. She gets up, and this prompts everyone else to get up, as well as she approaches Padmé and continuing to walk. The day we stop believing democracy can work is the day we lose it. Walking alongside the Queen, Padmé replies, Let's pray that day never comes. In the meantime, we must consider your own safety. The Queen says before looking at Anakin. The councilman asks Anakin, "What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?" Well, Anakin begins only to be interrupted by Padmé. That's okay. While I trust in the safety Master Skywalker here provides, I believe that it would be best if I use my own knowledge to the best that I can. I can't leave my fate up to the hands of others. Now, can I? Padmé says, looking towards Anakin, daring him to disagree. I think, milady, that perhaps that is a good idea, but wasn't that quite rude of you? Anakin says, feeling slightly slighted. I apologize if I made you feel like you were unneeded. In fact, I need you immensely right now, and your help is appreciated. Talk about domestics while around others. As you wish, milady. Anakin says, as he just stares at the cheeky woman. You just wait, you'll get yours. He thought to himself, as the conversation between everyone was over now, and everyone went their separate ways. Except Anakin, whom had to stay near Padmé a lot during their time together. Not that either he or she disliked this. Stupid, Ani. Ayla was muttering under her breath, and seemed to be a little upset at her beloved. Anakin had gone off and accepted the mission to protect the woman he had been betrothed to, while she had been left at the temple with nothing much to do. She was jealous and also disappointed, not in Anakin, but in herself. Disappointed in herself, because while they had been in a romantic relationship for a few years now, she had been afraid to take the next step. It was a bit of an insecurity because of the way her people, her species, was displayed in a sexual manner, and she didn't want Anakin to think of her in the same way. Not that he would, but it was just herself that believed this way, and while he had wanted to consummate their love, she had said she wasn't ready. The next time I have a chance, I will initiate that next step. Ayla firmly resolved to herself about her future actions, while simultaneously blushing heavily. Ayla! Barriss called out to her as she was daydreaming about the special time she would share with Anakin, getting over her jealousy quite easily, forgotten so fast. Are you all right? Huh? Yes. I am fine, Ayla replied, coming out her daydream. There were reasons as to why Anakin had not gotten into an initiate relationship with either Barriss or Shock at this point. Shock was still clinging onto the Jedi code, even though she has slowly been coming out from her shell, and her isolationist attitude didn't help anything. Ayla was fine with Anakin getting more girlfriends as long as they were connected to him the same way he was connected to them, through a dyad. She knew what it meant, and she knew how it happened, as without this, it meant he had no spiritual compatibility with another woman, and if he did, and they were Force-sensitive, it should automatically happen. Of course, those weren't the only factors, as Barriss and Shock wasn't immediately connected to him, so there were other things to take into account. At this, she didn't mind sharing him, per se, but she wouldn't accept him getting into a relationship with any woman not connected to him through this way. With Barriss, she hadn't gotten into a special relationship with Anakin because she was still young, but now she has come to a certain age, she was becoming bolder. But she wouldn't take the next step because Barriss believed she needed to reach a certain level first comparable to Anakin to be worthy. This was just silly thinking, but she wouldn't advance their relationship because of this. Ayla wasn't going to help either of the two, however, because this would take away from her time to spend with him. Not that he didn't have time. The council by this point was especially in favor of Anakin being able to do whatever he wanted at this point, and while there was some mission they would get him to do, because it was mandatory, they saw the benefit in him staying with the temple. Specifically when it came to teaching younglings, as he was a very good teacher capable of elevating the abilities of the younglings in a short amount of time. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go get some practice in. Barriss spoke to her. Okay. They were both within the training room. Obi-Wan, within his own ship, had finally discovered the planet that was taken off of the Jedi archives. He landed and entered through an entrance on this water-filled planet in the middle of the night with his hood up covering himself from the rainy, thundering weather. Master Jedi, the Prime Minister is expecting you. A female Kaminoan walked up to him as he entered and lowered his hood with a surprised look on his face. I am expected? Obi-Wan questioned. Of course, the woman replied. He is anxious to meet you. After all these years, we were beginning to think you weren't coming. Now, please, This way. The facilities and architecture was shaped in an oval shape while being painted a bright white with lights that only increased the glaring look of purity. May I present Lama Su, Prime Minister of Kamino. The female Kaminoan had brought him to the leader of her people. And this is Master Jedi, Obi-Wan Kenobi. He finished for her. I trust you are going to enjoy your stay. Lama said to Obi-Wan. Please. He gestured for Obi-Wan to take a seat as a seat slowly came down from the ceiling. And now to business. You will be delighted to hear that we are on schedule. 200,000 units are ready with 1 million more well on the way. That's good news. Obi-Wan replied with some confusion, but decided to go along with what the minister said. Please tell your master, Sifo-Dyas, that his order will be met on time. Lama said. I'm sorry, master. Obi-Wan said with a questioning tone. Jedi Master Sifo-Dyas is still a leading member of the Jedi Council, is he not? Lama questioned. Master Sifo-Dyas was killed almost 10 years ago. Obi-Wan replied. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Lama gave his condolences. But I'm sure he would have been proud of the army we've built for him. The army? Yes, a clone army. And I must say, one of the finest we've ever created. Tell me, Prime Minister, when my master first contacted you about the army, did he say who it was for? Obi-Wan questioned, near stumbling on his words. Of course he did. This army is for the Republic. But you must be anxious to inspect the units for yourself. That's why I'm here. Anakin and Padmé had gone to the retreat Padmé had wanted to go to. We used to come here for school retreat. We would swim to that island every day. I love the water. Padmé said as Anakin was following her lead side by side, taking them to a terrace of sorts overlooking the ocean. We used to lie out on the sand and let the sun dry us and try to guess the names of the birds singing. She continued, That is quite nice. It is fortunate that you and your people get to afford such luxuries, as there are those who suffer much more in the galaxy. Anakin replied, I know of this, and wish to somehow help those in need. Padmé said with some conviction, It is admirable and a trait I like within you to help those in need, but you cannot believe you are able to help absolutely everyone. You would exhaust yourself if you even tried. You can say, I have heard from some sources of your exploits throughout the galaxy, even starting from your time as a child. So you have been stalking me? Anakin lifted an eyebrow in response. What? Why would never? What do you take me for? Padmé pouts a little here and looks away to hide her embarrassment. Well, even if you didn't stalk me, I'm sure it was easy enough to find out things about me, because I have been a public figure for quite some time now. Anakin continued, giving her an out. Why, yes, that was what I meant to say. Anakin just smiled at her as she turned around and gazed into his eyes. I'm sure. She was drawn in, and Padmé decided, with no hesitation, to grab him down to her level to kiss him before stopping herself. I am sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Padmé turned away, embarrassed again at her actions rather than her words. Milady, I don't think I could ignore such an action. This could be misinterpreted as you having some kind of interest in me, and it makes me wonder when such thoughts had started to float into your head. Anakin said, bringing her attention back to him. No, this was my fault. I shouldn't have done that, because you have your vows, and I have my own duties. Don't apologize for something like this. Are you saying you regret your actions? Anakin questioned her. No, I mean, I wanted to do so, but I don't think a relationship between the two of us would work. Then you shouldn't have done something like this on impulse, milady. You have opened the gates, and now you must accept the consequences to your actions. Anakin goes in and kisses her again, but only does so for a few passionate seconds as she clings to him. You shouldn't do this behind Ayla or even any of the other girls' backs, and should at least inform Ayla of what was happening. I think for now that is enough. Anakin said as he looked into her eyes, and she looked into his before lowering her head with a blush on her cheeks, and the two would continue to ignore what had just happened. Back on Kamino, Obi-Wan was getting a grand tour of the facilities housing thousands upon thousands of clones. Very impressive, Obi-Wan said, looking at his surroundings while trying to gain more information. I'd hope you will be pleased, Lama said as he was a step behind Obi-Wan. Clones can think creatively. You will find that they are immensely superior to droids. We take great pride in our combat education and training programs. Looking over to some children of whom all looked the same, Lama continued. This group was created about 5 years ago. You mentioned growth acceleration. Obi-Wan said, curious about this subject. Oh yes, it is essential. Otherwise, a mature clone would take a lifetime to grow. Now we can do it in half the time. I see. You also shouldn't have to worry about their lifespan, as it would have been a problem a few years ago, but due to some external factors and recent discoveries as of the current situation, we were able to introduce a virus specifically made to make sure these clones are able to live longer. Lama Su said, someone was kind enough and generous enough to make a donation, so as to make sure these clones don't die young if they manage to survive being killed within a battlefield, which would be highly unlikely because of our combat education and training. Lama continued, they're totally obedient, taking an order without question. We modified their genetic structure to make them less independent than their original host. Lama continued, and who was the original host? Obi-Wan questioned. A bounty hunter named Jango Fett. Lama answered, and where is this bounty hunter now? Oh, we keep him here. Apart from his pay, which is considerable, Fett demanded only one thing, an unaltered clone of himself. Lama replied, unaltered? Curious, isn't it? Pure genetic replication. No tampering with the structure to make it more docile, and no growth acceleration. I should very much like to meet this Jango Fett. Obi-Wan said towards Lama, but the woman behind him answered instead, I will be very happy to arrange it for you. After coming to the end of their journey, they stop at a balcony that overlooks the fully grown and matured clone army. They seem to be highly trained and were marching with perfect unity, creating an impressive feat and display of their militaristic order. Magnificent, aren't they? Lama said as he gazed at the creation he had helped build. Wait a minute. You said something about a benefactor that donated a generous sum to just make sure the clones are able to live through their proper lifespans. Did you not? Obi-Wan questioned, curious about who this person was. I'm afraid that if you wish to know of this person, you are unable to find out. It was an anonymous benefactor. Lama replied, I'm sure that you would be able to tell me. Obi-Wan did a Jedi mind trick on both the female Kaminoan and on Lama Su himself. I'm not able to tell you. We do not know who donated the money, but I am able to tell you of another person we have been working on a spare project with. Lama said, tell me. Obi-Wan continued to use the Jedi mind trick. It was the military general from the Empyrean named Vader. Why would the Empyrean want to work with you guys? Obi-Wan was interested as this may connect to the matter of the bounty hunter and this clone army. We assume that the Empyrean wants an army of its own and have been working on creating synthetic humans through genetic modification. Lama said before continuing, we needed someone else we could make deals with, but the clone army and the synthetics being made for the Empyrean are spirit matter altogether. Thank you. That is all I needed to know. While it was strange for the Empyrean to want more people, that didn't mean it was connected to any other matter because the Empyrean so far has not broken their agreement with the Republic. They also hadn't joined the CS, so this piece of information doesn't matter. What Obi-Wan failed to miss, however, was that the Empyrean were creating life as well, just like the clones, and they were only starting to be made very recently, which coincides with the development of how clones would be able to live their natural lifespans even with the use of the growth accelerant. Padmé had invited Anakin out to a picnic that would have them in a romantic setting. Obviously, she knew what she was doing, but was somewhat hesitant to take whatever next step there was. I don't know. You do. Anakin stated simply. Well, yes, but I believe that it would be unfair to compare them to you. Padmé was referring to the only other person she had developed a crush on. I have only had eyes on you for the past few years. Ever since I laid my eyes on you, she stopped becoming shy. Moving on to another subject, Padmé begins. How do you feel about politicians? Well, considering that I have to be like a politician myself, I guess that I like myself, and that is it. Anakin answered, is there no one else? Padmé asked, a bit hopeful. Perhaps. Anakin looks at Padmé in a meaningful way before moving the conversation along. Do you think the system works? I am, of course, referring to the democracy of the Republic. Is there something wrong with it? Is there some way you would have it work instead? She questioned him, curious because he does have a background that would put him in many situations that could get political. Well, from my experience, or at least from what I have gathered, is that the system works best when the people in positions of power figure out the root cause of a problem and come up with a solution to fix it. Then they should complete what they have said. Anakin answers. He continued, I have seen it work best, in fact, within the Empyrean. Of course, there is no bias. Padmé rolls her eyes here. There is, I admit, but at least things are resolved, fixed, or completed in some shape or form that benefits the people. Anakin replies, thinking about all the hard work he has put into building up his empire. The Republic does exactly what you had described. Padmé starts. The trouble is that people don't always agree. Luckily enough, my mother is there to have the final say. Anakin says, yes, she is very wise, a very good and capable leader. Padmé smiles, thinking about Shmi. Yeah, I have heard something about how you and my mother are quite the good friends. The best of friends, in fact. Anakin smiles, teasing her. Well, we sort of have a long-standing communication between the two of us. It would seem that you have met my parent. Then is it my turn to met yours? Anakin looks at her with a smirk. Stop. She cutely smiles and turns away, now shy. Both Anakin and Padmé would then go on to enjoy the rest of their day, just having a fun time, and of course, Anakin had called back in to inform Ayla of the potential between the both of them. Ayla was upset with this, but accepted it nonetheless because he had said no, promised to make sure Padmé would be able to become connected to him through a dyad. How he would do this, he had no way of knowing how, but now that he has promised his lover, he would have to do it. There were two reasons for doing so. First, he really liked Padmé. Second, he really loved Ayla. So he would do so. Instead of continuing to create a romantic atmosphere, Anakin had decided that it was best to continue to plant the seeds within Padmé of doubt. Doubt of the Republic and their capabilities to be good for the people. It was already starting to crumble from within, starting from a long time ago, and one could argue it started with the Republic deciding that Coruscant was to be the capital. It had a whole hidden Sith temple beneath it, radiating corrupting dark side energies that if one doesn't have enough control over themselves, they would lose themselves to its influence. She was slowly changing her mind, and sooner or later, he may be able to get her to become a part of his own Empyrean. But this time, she would become his Empyrean's representative instead of Naboo. Not that he would abandon Naboo, because it was such a close star system to his own expanding empire. It would be remiss of him to not try and have his mother bring them under their banners. This would signal something within the Republic, but it would also ensure that Padmé would not be afraid of their relationship anymore, because her worries lied in their differing paths. He wouldn't tell her now that he plans to leave the Order, but within the coming days he would reveal this to her. She may not instantly agree to whatever relationship he would start with her, because it would be secret for a while, but there would be those who could help carry this burden. As had Ayla been safe in the knowledge, she didn't have to hide her relationship with him while around Ahsoka, Barriss, and Shock. Of course, he would also have to reveal his small, tiny problem of having many lovers to be in the future, but he was sure he could convince her. Maybe, if she doesn't agree to his selfishness, then he could only let her go because he didn't want to waste any more energy into seducing her. He wasn't willing to give up what he already had for something else. That was just not within his nature. While an epic confrontation between Jango Fett and Obi-Wan was happening as Fett tried to escape and successfully did so, there were some interesting developments going on within the Empyrean. Specifically the creation, construction, and activation of the Stargate, as Anakin had called them as an homage to that series, while using in combination the Infinity Gate Qua engineering alongside Gree Hypergate engineering. He had successfully created his own teleportation devices that didn't need an exuberant amount of energy. A Stargate had been completed on Tatooine, Ando Wheel, and only colony worlds connected to Anakin's growing empire. This speed up trade between planets and will significantly decrease costs in the long term, while within the short term, he had to spend a fortune. He used his money wealth to do so. Otherwise, he would have had to increase the tax of his people. He had more than enough money as is, so why even bother trying to do so, which would only increase dissatisfaction? He had them constructed at various cities or settlements on all planets that had some relevance, as creating more than a few on each planet for absolutely every area is not conducive to his plans or even all that great for the people. Now, with fully operational portals, trade and transportation for people would become a whole lot easier. There were other things that he had started to get to work on. One thing in particular was the Death Star plans that he had acquired for himself. Not that he wanted to destroy some planets, but it might come in handy in the Star Forge. Just as he had combined the technologies of two ancient civilizations surrounding teleportation, he wanted to work on combining the Death Star blueprints along with the remnants of the Star Forge. Well, maybe I shouldn't do that. Anakin had no particular need for something like this, but he did have a need for the Star Forge and still fully intended to recreate it for himself. He had both the power and techniques necessary to maintaining his absolute dominance over the thing in case it tried to re-establish its semi-sentience. Another thing happening on his star systems was the now standardized Empyrean serum. He had taken a calling at the Empyrean serum as it relates to those within his empire and to him being the creator of this bioengineered chromosome. After stabilizing it some more to make sure there are not even any temporary side effects, like the ones he had experienced, or even the prisoner that had been tested on, he started giving it out for free. Unfortunately, he had no way to make sure it was passed down properly, which would mean, and does mean, that everyone would have to inject it once in their life instead of being able to just have it at birth. This basically revolutionized the medical sector and made most of the current science useless because this fundamentally changed what the health sector was about. It was the preservation of life, the curing of viruses and diseases, and a whole bunch of other things. Through his serum, most people wouldn't have to worry about viruses or diseases ever again. At least they didn't have to worry about the common or rare problems. Genetic mutations would also be a thing of the past, at least mutations that were negative in some manner because the chromosome would automatically fix any problems. This would basically increase the people's freedoms to participate in behavior that would be unseemly, meaning incest, as when it came to children between two people whom are closely related to each other, there would be big problems for any progeny between the two. This simply got rid of the problem since the mother, father, and child could be injected with the serum to fix any genetic disaster that occurs, and as a result, some of the laws needed changing. Now, while this now be true, that didn't mean people still didn't feel some type of way about this. Thankfully, there is a lot of research that Anakin had his scientists publish in support of his serum, and its effects explaining to everyone the benefits of it. Naturally, it wasn't under his name, but under a subsidiary of Skywalker Industries, which had become a widely known and accepted company within the Empyrean. They loved it even more because of this. And, of course, he didn't just create this serum for humans, but other species as well. First, he had to slowly go through who was higher in population within his empire and slowly go down a list. At the top was obviously humans, but after that were various other species, specifically Twi'leks, because they had people mostly enslaved but freed in the Empyrean. Another thing he probably forgot to mention was the fact he had given his mother immortality as well. Through the use of midi-chlorian manipulation, she will now live forever, or at least it is projected she would because she could always die some other way. Anakin would of course try to stop it, but if it happens, it happens, and that is why he was also busy trying to complete his own dimension within the Force. Doing so, he would be able to control the life, death, and even souls of the dead of even living biological base beings rather than just his droids. He was not only possessive over his women, he was also possessive of his mother. Of course, if she didn't want to stay within the living world anymore, he would let her go, reluctantly. It would be her choice in the end after all, but from he could tell, she wouldn't die unless he did. Obi-Wan was following both Jango and his son within his own cruiser. An epic chase between the hunter and the hunted was going on, and Obi-Wan wasn't always the hunter. In fact, he was becoming the hunted himself, once remarking that this is exactly why he doesn't like flying. Boba seemed to be having some fun while Jango and his son both believed they had finished Obi-Wan off from a distance. Feeling secure, they went down to the planet they were fighting over and landed within of the modules below. Obi-Wan, finally taking this as his chance, descends onto the planet he had traveled to. It was known as Geonosis, a star system so close to Tatooine it could be considered as the closest neighbor. In fact, some smaller trade deals went through the hyperspace lanes connecting the two. The Empyreans may have rejected joining the CS, but that doesn't mean they were against building some form of relationship with them. In the future, Anakin may very well be able to start inducting them into his empire. Anakin also plans to make sure the CES, instead of being a pawn within Palpatine's design, he would turn it against him. It would become a buffer between his growing empire and Palpatine's empire, all but in name, yet to be created. Then there is Tyrannus. Anakin knew that sooner or later Tyrannus would start to doubt the legitimacy of Palpatine and his plans, which would make it all the more easier for himself to convince to man otherwise. Geonosis was similar in its biomes to Tatooine. It was a sprawling mass of red sandy dunes with buildings built into the planet. There were very hilly and mountainous terrains scattered throughout the dunes, making it extremely hard to traverse. Dome-like structures popped up, everyone similar in looks to Anakin's own biospheres, but as were actually good habitats to live within. Obi-Wan had spotted a lot of Trade Federation ships on the planet and landed within a safe distance of any civilization. After a short, but what felt like was a long journey, Obi-Wan had made it to a crevice of some sort, and he entered. He followed the noises, which only continued to grow and grow as he came closer to an edge. Looking over, he sees droids. Lots of droids being made down below, deep within the planet's crust. We must persuade the Commerce Guild, Corporate Alliance, and the Empyrean to sign the treaty. A voice was heard below. What about the senator from Naboo? A voice spoke, which sounded familiar to Obi-Wan as he had gotten close enough, while hiding himself away, to remain unseen. Is she dead yet? I am not signing your treaty until I have her head on my desk. A man, leading the group, spoke. I am sorry to say, but it would seem that the senator from Naboo has some from a connection to one of the most important people we wish to sign the treaty. Preposterous. Who is more important? The familiar voice was Newt Gunray, the viceroy of the Trade Federation. You best believe that I will not be sending any more assassins to take the life of the senator. I am afraid it would greatly upset the Empyrean. The man replied firmly. Damn it, those stupid Empyreans. Newt Gunray muttered under his breath, not acknowledging or going against what the man had said. With these new battle droids we've built you'll have the finest army in the galaxy. Even though we had been behind in production, we should still have more than enough. Another deep voice entered the conversation as the Viceroy had wisely shut up, knowing the actual strength the Empyrean has and its growing power. Now, within another room, the people had come to a stop and their discussion was in full swing. As I explained to you earlier, I am quite convinced that 10,000 more systems will rally to our cause with your support, gentlemen. It was Count Dooku, otherwise now known as Darth Tyrannus, former Jedi Master and Councilman. What you are proposing could be construed as treason. An alien with an alien language spoke. The Techno-Union Army is at your disposal, Count. An alien cyborg spoke. The banking clan will sign your treaty. Another alien within the room agreed. Good. Very good. Dooku replied. Our friends from the Trade Federation had pledged their support, and when their battle droids are combined with yours, we shall have an army greater than any in the galaxy. The Jedi will be overwhelmed. Dooku continued. The Republic will agree to any demands we make. What the Empyrean, then? The Viceroy just had to ask. Yes, I do believe that we will not be able to coerce them into signing the treaty with us, but I have not been completely blocked from interacting with them. In fact, some small trade agreements have still gone through. Dooku explained to everyone because they feared that Empire in particular, despite it being relatively new, it had a lot of power. What everyone was mostly thankful for was their somewhat peaceful nature, which only made less dangerous within everyone's eyes. That didn't mean, however, that they could mess with it. So, will they become a part of the CIS? The cyborg alien asked. No, but a separate treaty could be made with them, and depending on the situation, they may even abandon their relationship with the Republic completely and become allied with us. Dooku said, we all just have to make the right calls and decisions when dealing with them. Anakin was having nightmares, the same nightmares that the original was having, but he knew this was just an after effect of the changes to the timeline brought by him. A shadow of what the universe could have been if he had not changed the process, which led to a completely different outcome. This was also a test of his willpower, something that would be continually tested whether or not he likes it, because he also still worries for his mother, just like the original. How could he not? He loves her. He didn't show this side to Padmé, however, and wasn't disturbed in his meditation sessions, as he had next no need for sleep anymore, and it only became something for enjoyment. He still practiced meditation, though, and this was the only time the Force could try and mess with him. The annoyance aside, he was fully aware of what was happening with Shmi and knew she was completely safe. He also reminisced about what would have happened had she died like the original. Thinking about, he no doubt would have unleashed his wrath upon everything within the Tusken Raiders' camp because of his pain. He would do so because she is his mother. There was no possibility of this happening, especially after he had made them see him as their god. The Tuskens throughout Tatooine have become civilized in a manner, but that was only because of their fear and respect for him. He also guesses that the constant propaganda from his droids and the faith or religion created contributes to this fact as well, but this only benefits him, so he isn't complaining. When will you stop bugging me? I have put in a lot of effort to make sure I remain balanced within your energies. Anakin thought to himself, but projected to the Force, and, as usual, it didn't give him an answer. Coruscant's too far. R4. Can you boost the power? Obi-Wan spoke to his droid, wanting to connect with the Jedi Council back on Coruscant. The droid communicates with Obi-Wan saying that there is no way. We will have to try something else. He gets onto his ship and says more to himself than to the droid. Maybe we could contact Anakin on Naboo. It's much closer. The relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin wasn't that hard to comprehend or even that strange at all. In a sense, they're like brothers where they were trained under the same master. Even more, so their relationship was sort of close because of some missions that had been tasked to go on. However, there was at some point some contention between the two, as Anakin was elevated to the rank of master before him. While Obi-Wan knew rationally it made sense, he did still have his own pride and didn't want to be surpassed so easily. Anakin was able to calm him down, however, and it is not like Obi-Wan was all the emotional himself, not even counting the fact he was very patient. So in the end, the two were friends at the very least, maybe even having brotherly relations, given that Anakin was willing to allow Obi-Wan to use his training room every so often. Of course, the girls would not be present when he was allowed, but he was allowed nonetheless. Anakin knew that no matter what happened in the future, Obi-Wan would always survive unless he encountered himself, as there was no way he would survive if he decided to go after him. Anakin, do you copy? This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. He spoke into the ship. Being that he is on Naboo, Anakin did respond. Yes, Obi-Wan, I do copy. That is a relief. I have some vital information that I want to pass on to the Jedi Council on Coruscant. Obi-Wan says using the ship's built-in communications device. My long-range transmitter has been knocked out. That is quite unfortunate. Anakin replied, you should retransmit this message to Coruscant. Obi-Wan continued. Anakin started the recording device to send it back to those on Coruscant within the Jedi cruiser ship provided to him. I have tracked the bounty hunter Jango Fett to the droid foundries on Geonosis. The Trade Federation is to take delivery of a droid army here, and it is clear that Viceroy Gunray is behind the assassination attempt of Senator Amidala. The message continued to play and was transmitted to the Jedi on Coruscant, whom were all within the Supreme Chancellor's office. While the Empyrean seems to have not gotten into any type of deal with the CS, the Commerce Guilds and the Corporate Alliance have both pledged their armies to Count Dooku and are forming a wait. What is wrong, Obi-Wan? Anakin knew exactly what was wrong, but he just had to say this anyway, as it was a message being recorded in real time rather than being replayed. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber on the recording as the people within Palpatine's room heard the conversation between Anakin and Obi-Wan. He started to deflect energy-dense shots sent his way as a droideka was seen coming into the holographic frame. The message ended here with Anakin only ever saying one line. More happening on Geonosis, I feel, than has been revealed. Yoda spoke as Anakin was still in call with the council after the message ended. Mace, looking at Yoda, said, I agree. He looks towards the transmission device and continues. Anakin, I would have liked for you to meet up with us on Geonosis, but you still have a much more important job as it is right now. You must protect the Senator at all costs. That should be your first priority. Understood, Master. Anakin just agrees with what Mace said, but knows that if he didn't make a move now, Obi-Wan could die. While Obi-Wan was immune to dying most of the time simply because he was meant to be someone of importance, it was him messing with the timeline that the Force had to make adjustments to its already created plan. The message went out as Padmé came from behind him, but he always knew she was standing there with him on the ship and just decided to not point it out. They'll never get there on time to save him. They have to come halfway across the galaxy. Look, Padmé, knowing her way around a ship, easily accesses the ship's interface and pulls up a map. Geonosis is actually quite close to Naboo, and it was quite recent when we received the message, meaning we have time to go there. It is on the hyperspace lanes connected to Tatooine, which would make it all the more easier for us to go through with your status out there. Padmé presence is probably a guaranteed thing to happen. While Anakin didn't want to exactly look after her, and knew he didn't need to do so, because she can handle herself, that doesn't mean it was safe to go. We would take about half the time to get there than the Jedi. Padmé said to him, and had this look in her eye to dare him to say she wasn't coming or that he wasn't going to rescue Obi-Wan. Well, Master Windu was one of my masters, and in fact he was quite a good one. It would be disappointing to him if I just straight up ignored his orders. Anakin was baiting Padmé to give him an excuse, but she didn't seem to catch on. Honey, are you just going to sit here and let him die? He is your friend, someone you have trained together with, yes? I was given strict orders to protect you, Padmé. Anakin was trying his best here to make her catch on, but she was as dense as a brick. That was until it clicked within her mind. Wait, she shouted before continuing. He gave you strict orders to protect me. She was mumbling to herself before she had a eureka moment. That is right. He gave you strict orders to protect me. Now you catch on. Anakin smiles whilst rolling his eyes. I guess that means that if you are protecting me, you would need to follow me to wherever I go, and if it just so happens to be in Obi-Wan's direction. Padmé continues. Yes, I would have to follow you. Anakin confirms. Anakin gets in the pilot's seat as Padmé hops right into the other side, beginning to stat up the ship as her too is there along with them. Anakin decided to use Mecha-Daru, only temporarily, so on the spacecraft to speed up their journey by using the Force. Back on Geonosis, Count Dooku was making his appearance. Entering the room that Obi-Wan was being confined to, Obi-Wan speaks the first word on his mind. Traitor. Oh no, my friend. This is a mistake, a terrible mistake. They have gone too far. This is madness. Dooku replied as he watched Obi-Wan being contained within some technology that held him perfectly in place. I thought you were the leader here, Dooku. Obi-Wan said, This has nothing to do with me, I assure you. I will petition immediately to have you set free. Dooku replied, taking the diplomatic approach. Well, I hope it doesn't take too long. I have work to do. Obi-Wan sarcastically replies. Dooku, ignoring this, continues. May I ask why a Jedi Knight is all the way out here on Geonosis? I've been tracking a bounty hunter named Jango Fett. Do you know him? There are no bounty hunters here that I am aware of. The Geonosians don't trust them. Who can blame them? But he is here, I can assure you. It's a great pity our paths have never crossed before, Obi-Wan. Kagan always did speak very highly of you. It is unfortunate that I have been unable to make contact with him, as he has been holed up on Coruscant for quite some time now. I could use his help right about now. Dooku seemed melancholic, but he was at least still happy that his former apprentice had survived the encounter with Maul. Master Kagan would never join you. Obi-Wan replied, confident that he would never. Don't be so sure, my young Jedi. You forget that he was once my apprentice, just as you were once his. In fact, I have heard that he had taken on the Chosen One as his new apprentice. Dooku said while circling the currently imprisoned Obi-Wan. He knows all about the corruption in the Senate, but he would never have gone along with it if he had learned the truth as I have. Dooku explained. The truth. The truth. Dooku pauses as he waits to build effect. Silence before the explosion or storm always grabs your attention more so than the explosion that is covered by the overarching sounds from other things. What if I told you that the Republic was now currently under the control of the Dark Lord of the Sith? Dooku continued. No, that is not possible. The Jedi would be aware of it. Obi-Wan denies Dooku's statement. The dark side of the Force has clouded their vision, my friend. Hundreds of senators are now under the influence of a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious. Dooku finishes explaining. I don't believe you. Obi-Wan is still in denial of his statement. The Viceroy of the Trade Federation was once in league with this Darth Sidious, but he was betrayed 10 years ago by the Dark Lord. He came to me for help. He told me everything. Dooku then continued his pitch. You must join me, Obi-Wan, and together we will destroy the Sith. Dooku was very passionate about this, as even though he was withholding a lot of information, there was these thoughts within Dooku's mind that he would be able to destroy Sidious if he just had some assistance. I will never join you, Dooku. Obi-Wan simply stated in response. Dooku just turned around and started to walk away before turning around one last time and looking at Obi-Wan. It may be difficult to secure your release, he said with some pettiness. Back on Coruscant, an emergency meeting is taking place, and Jar Jar, ever the fool, was taking the stands and proclaiming and posturing to the crowd of senators, officials, and dignitaries. It's a clear dessa separatists made a pact we said dessa federation do trade. Senators, dello felegates. In response to this direct threat to the Republic, Mesa purposed that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor. Jar Jar had not really made a compelling speech, but his gestures and content of his speech seemed to be enough to sway the crowd. Everyone started to cheer and went into a semi-frenzy of chanting Palpatine's name before some order had to be called to settle everyone down. Standing up, Palpatine begins his own speech. It is with great reluctance that I have agreed to this calling. I love democracy. I love the Republic, he says with such an innocent look for an old man corrupt in power. The power you give me, I will lay down when this crisis is abated. The crowd cheers and claps at his miniature speech, not prepared or planned out by his design at all, of course. And as my first act with this new authority, I will create a grand army of the Republic to counter the increasing threats of the separatists. The crowd has some mixed reactions, but mostly it seems to be positive. It is done then. May spoke as he was present to see the meeting happen live, just as Master Yoda was also there right next to him. Yoda just hums in agreement before looking back towards the Supreme Chancellor. I will take what Jedi we have left and go to Geonosis and help Obi-Wan. Mace continued. Visit, I will, the cloners on Kamino and see this army they have created for the Republic. We meet back up with Anakin, Padmé, and our two who have now made it to Geonosis in record time. I didn't know Jedi cruisers could go this fast, Padmé exclaimed in surprise. They were cruising just above the surface on Geonosis, and Anakin was just silent, knowing that he had messed a little bit with the ship to make it go faster. See those columns of steam just ahead? They're exhaust vents of some type. Padmé spoke to Anakin, telling him of the terrain and potential spots to land. That will do nicely. Anakin pilots the ship to land within them to make sure the ship stays hidden. After landing, Padmé decided to take the leading role. Look, whatever happens out there, follow my lead. I'm not interested in getting into a war here. As a member of the Senate, maybe I can find a diplomatic solution to this mess. Whatever you say, just know that I won't be helping you in negotiations if you're going to be like that. Anakin replies. And what does that mean exactly? Padmé asks as they exit the ship, leaving behind our two. It means that my aggressive negotiations won't be coming in handy here. Anakin replied. And what exactly does aggressive negotiations mean? Padmé asked, confused, and it showed on her face. Negotiations with a lightsaber. Anakin replies as they enter through an entranceway. They both continue to enter through various hallways with Anakin taking point, but even if he does, he allows Padmé to point out in which direction they should go, because it was all random. He could just go directly to where Obi-Wan was, but where was the fun in that? No, he wanted to make sure Padmé knew that sometimes her peaceful negotiations don't work. It would take a lot more than this, however, to change her mind, however, as she is quite stubborn. Wailing through the area, they come across a Geonosian's nesting hive. Anakin knows this, but keeps quiet as they both continue walking before he gestures. Wait. In doing so, one of them attack. Rightfully so, but Anakin doesn't exactly want to kill some random worker just because they went down the wrong path, especially when he knew where they needed to go. So he just incapacitates any of the Geonosians that come towards him or Padmé through the Force or pure and controlled physical force. An entire chase sequence would happen if Anakin wanted to waste time, but he didn't, as he just used the Force to help himself and Padmé get to a safer area. He knocked out those in his way before both of them were surrounded by droidekas and Jango Fett coming down to lock them up. All according to plan, of course. He thought to himself, "Don't move, Jedi." Jango pointed his blaster at Anakin, and Anakin gave up just as Padmé surrendered as well. Within a coliseum, Anakin and Padmé were restrained together within a small room that had an entrance and exit going outwards. They were both placed in a small vehicle that would be pulled along by some alien fauna. Geonosians had tied them up and were currently doing other things to prepare them for what would happen next, while others were just around to guard them. "Don't be afraid. We will both be fine," Anakin said as he glances at Padmé. "I'm not afraid to die." She responds. Staring into his eyes, she continues, "I've been conflicted ever since you have come back into my life. It feels as if I was dying having seen you again, and I wouldn't have it any other way, just so that I could be with you." Anakin then asks, "Padmé, what do you mean?" He had an idea what she meant, but still wanted her to tell him, just like what had originally happened. She just stares into his violet eyes, and if Anakin could describe the way she was looking at him, it would be with hearts and eyes. "I love you." Well, that was quick, but it was just as fast as it originally happened. Anakin thought to himself before saying, "Did you not say that we shouldn't? Where's your restraint now? Seeing as we are in quite the heap of trouble, I thought that it would be prudent that I share my feelings with you." Padmé said, "I don't want to regret things, even in my death." Padmé comes closer, leaning in with her head, seemingly wanting something. At least she knows what she wants when her life is on the line. He thought to himself as he obliged her feelings by also leaning in and kissing her. As they engage within this intimate moment, their carriage is drawn out towards the Colosseum, where they would be fighting for their lives. Their kiss ends before they could be fully outside of this place. There were a few reasons Anakin wanted things to happen the same or similar to the original, and this was one of the reasons. He knew that without some form of pressure making Padmé reflect inwardly, she would never admit to herself her feelings, and even if she did, she would never act upon them. Now that she has, it would become all that more easier to have her become his. He, of course, had to deal with the problem that she wasn't connected to him through a dyad for the sake of Ayla, and he had to do so through making her Force-sensitive first. There were a few ways, but the way he had done for Grievous wouldn't work because of the nature of his transformation. The second reason for following the normal events was because of the Force itself, and while he disliked the idea of people dying just because the Force wanted balance, it was currently not within his power to stop it permanently. If he somehow managed to save a lot of the Jedi that would die today, the Force would react in a manner that could try and harm him and others in some manner. Despite being the chosen one, he was not immune to being metaphorically spanked. He has purposely not done anything to subvert the design of the Force, but that doesn't mean he could persuade it from taking the lives of everyone within the Jedi. It was becoming increasingly easier to change the minds of younglings through his teachings. They would become similar to gray Jedi themselves. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, the name of Gray Jedi doesn't really suit me. Anakin thought to himself as he looked outwards towards the thousands of Geonosians here to see what would take place. Anakin and Padmé were escorted to some large pillars that would be used to chain them, as Anakin also saw Obi-Wan chained up as well. "Anakin, did you even transmit my message, or did you come here just like this?" Obi-Wan questioned him with some disbelief on his face. "Yeah, sorry about that. You see the senator here, she was adamant in coming here. We were coming here to save you, or at least that was what we were here to do." Anakin replied as he was chained up. "Good job." Obi-Wan says in response to Anakin's explanation. On the main terrace and balcony, the Geonosian leader, alongside Dooku and the other beings that had been here for the signing of the treaty, were present. Settle down, settle down. The Geonosian leader spoke in his native tongue to all of those within the crowd as Dooku looks down and sees a problem. Wait, when did those two get here? Dooku thought within his mind, as the political situation would be very complicated if either Anakin or Padmé were to die here. He didn't sense them coming here and wasn't told of their arrival at all. It would seem that they believe themselves to be above me. Dooku continued to think to himself. Let the executee dash. The Geonosian leader was about to continue before being interrupted by Dooku. Excuse me, but I believe that you should bring the younger man along with the woman away from the arena. What do you mean? They are intruders, trespassers on our land. The leader responded as the crowd had quieted down, awaiting the beginning of the games. That may be so, but the young man over there is the Prince of the Empyrean, while the woman is a close ally aligned with them. It would be remiss of us to kill them. We would be in deep trouble. Dooku tried to provide his counsel. Don't mind what Dooku says, just execute them both. Newt Gunray, the Viceroy, said before Dooku could convince the Geonosian leader that what he was doing is probably wrong. No, I would dash. Dooku was cut off as the Geonosian leader continued himself. Let the executions begin. The leader spoke in his native tongue. This will not end well. I hope that those two will survive. Dooku thought within his head, and in fact wanted more than just Anakin and Padmé to survive because of the political situation, but also wanted Obi-Wan to survive as well. He was, after all, technically his grand student. The Geonosian crowd goes wild as they can finally take part and witness the expected gruesome fight to the death to come. Gates open around the arena. The two Jedi and Senator were placed in, giving way to multiple alien creatures. One could be identified as a reek, and if Anakin had to make a comparison, it was similar in stature to a rhino from his previous life. Another was an Acklay, which looked similar to a mantis, while the last creature was a Nexu, a feline-like creature with an abnormally large head. Back with Obi-Wan, Padmé, and Anakin. Anakin said, "Hey Obi-Wan, don't you have some sort of negative feeling about our current situation?" Negative feeling? Of course I have a bad feeling about this. Obi-Wan said in exasperation. That is what I wanted to hear. Anakin said, not really explaining why, as he had a small smirk on his face. Obi-Wan was just confused, but started to concentrate on the mantis-like creature approaching him. Anakin, you seem a bit too relaxed. Obi-Wan questioned Anakin as Padmé was getting herself freed and had successfully done so. Yes, it would seem that Padmé is currently on top of things. Anakin said, as she was climbing the pillar with really good agility. Yes, I'm starting to believe that she doesn't need your protection at all. Obi-Wan said, impressed with Padmé's skills. While Obi-Wan was dealing with his Acklay, Anakin had to deal with the reek, which was starting to run towards him. He easily broke off his restraints with pure physical force and decided to hop on the reek's back before using the force to subdue the beast and turn it into his temporary companion. The Nexu, going towards Padmé, had to be dealt with as Anakin didn't want her to be hurt, so he used the reek to bum-rush the feline-like creature. Padmé, safe atop the pillar, just sat there while watching this all happen. The Viceroy was unhappy that Padmé was not suffering and that Anakin had helped her out. He can't do that. Shoot the Senator. I want her dead. Obi-Wan was still dodging the mantis as it even went so far as to destroy the pillar he was chained to, showing just how much physical strength it had. Anakin didn't immediately kill the beast and also took it under his control as well, as it would come in handy for the battle to come. Jump down, I will catch you. Anakin called up to Padmé as she then jumped down, landing safely into his arms instead of right behind him like the original. The beast they were on wasn't exactly the softest, and it would surely hurt her nether regions if she were to do so. Putting her down, so she was seated behind him, Anakin received a quick kiss to his cheek by her before settling on board the reek. The Nexu, now tamed through the Force along with the reek, followed along Anakin and Padmé as they went towards Obi-Wan. Picking him up on the reek, they all started to walk around the arena while on board the reek. This isn't how it was supposed to be. The Viceroy was complaining, then turned towards the bounty hunter. Jango, finish her off. Mr. Fett, it would be wise of you to ignore the Viceroy's order, Dooku said as he then turned to the Viceroy. Viceroy, if anything is to happen to the two, if either of them even gain a scratch, it will be you who will deal with the consequences. It would seem that the Viceroy was informed of their arrival instead of myself. Since he wants to be like this and jeopardize the security and safety of the newly formed CES, I do not mind giving him over to the Empyrean. Dooku thought to himself about the actions of Newt Gunray. The Acklay was still alive, so Anakin decided to try and take control over it as well, temporary control that would make the beast subservient to him, just like with the Reek and Nexu. Droidekas roll out from an entrance to the arena, now surrounding the three who were on the Reek. While this was happening, a figure was coming in from behind the important figures on the terrace, overwatching the events taking place. A purple saber was ignited right in front of the unsuspecting Jango, as Mace Windu had now made his appearance. Turning around, Dooku says upon seeing the person behind them, Master Windu, how pleasant of you to join us. This party's over, Mace said as all around the edges of the arena, multiple Jedi were seen. Even Ayla, Shock, and Barriss were there with them, and all three of them had their eyes on Anakin, who was being hugged from behind by the beautiful senator. Chaos ensued all over as Dooku was now confronted by Mace. Brave, but foolish, my old Jedi friend. You're impossibly outnumbered. Really? For what I can tell, it would seem that we aren't. Mace responded. Leaving the order seems to have affected your judgment. Dooku only smiles before saying, We'll see. Battle droids made their approach as Mace had to fend them off while Dooku along with the rest were making their escape. Droids, thousands upon thousands of them, were pouring into the arena as Mace was forced into it alongside all the other Jedi. Anakin had actually stored away his lightsabers using his nanosuit. A function like this had existed so that he wouldn't happen to lose his lightsaber in case of being captured, which was very unlikely to happen, but it was quite handy nonetheless in situations like this where he had to hide away any form of weapon he might have. The Jedi were disorganized and all going about their own thing as droids kept pouring, and even when the Jedi were successfully taking down quite a few, but it was not enough. The Geonosians within the arena had all escaped by now, and only the stragglers were left to try and escape themselves. Padmé was sticking close to Anakin as Ayla, Shock, and Barriss were slowly making their way towards Anakin as well. Instead of joining in on the battle, Jango just stayed behind with Dooku, as Dooku had commanded him to do so. The animals Anakin had under his control were guided safely outside of this arena to live their lives safely as wild animals. He had no need for them anymore except for them to make some trouble for the droids as they escaped. Having gotten some cover, Anakin talks to Padmé. Is this the diplomatic solution you were talking about? It would seem that I'm forced to use some more aggressive tactics. Well, yes. I would call what we're doing aggressive negotiations, of course. Padmé replied. Slowly but surely the Jedi were being massacred left, right, and center because it seemed as if there was no end to the battle droids. Many of the Jedi had been killed. It was a massacre. Shock had made her way into the center and moved herself closer to Anakin, where Barriss and Ayla were nowhere to be seen, likely pulled back from the engagement. Honey, what the hell are you doing with Dash? Shock whispered to him as Padmé was close by. Use telepathy. Anakin sent a telepathic message to Shock, as in this moment of stress, she seemed to forget about some of their dyad's benefits. Dooku's voice was heard as the droids came to a stop. Master Windu, you have fought gallantly, worthy of recognition in the archives of the Jedi Order. Ayla, along with other remaining Jedi, which were not much, had also been guided to the center of the arena. Anakin knew Barriss is fine as he was connected to her, and because of this connection, Ayla and Shock can also inadvertently sense this as well. Ayla, coming into the center, made her way over to Anakin as well, but did so discreetly while talking to him through their link. It would seem you have been enjoying your time together with the Senator. Anakin wisely decided not to respond. Now it is finished. Dooku's voice still called out. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. Dooku had made sure to set the droids to stun if they had any capabilities to stun when targeting Anakin or Padmé, because of reasons mentioned before. We will not be hostages to be bartered with Dooku. Mace replied out loud. Then, I'm sorry, old friend. Dooku replied as the droids were now getting ready to blast them all to oblivion come. A strange fact, however, was that Anakin had actually saved more Jedi than what would have originally survived, as even though he didn't want to fix the Jedi Order's problems, that didn't mean he could save a few extra good people. The circle made up more than just a few remaining, surviving Jedi, but it was still obviously not enough to completely change the situation around. Look, Padmé, being the first to react amongst a group of Force-sensitive people, said something about how dull their senses were, but of course this was excluding Anakin, Ayla, and Shock, as he had already told them about who was coming. Everyone looked upwards, seeing the unexpected arrival of Yoda, who was in a ship piloted and armed by clone troopers. The battle began again, as they were using flawed tactics, but it was winning them the battle as it has been reignited with renewed vigor. The ships being piloted by clones created a perimeter around the Jedi, plus the Senator to better protect them from the droids. Everyone had gotten onto the ships as they landed. In particular, however, was that where Anakin went, Shock and Ayla followed. They make their escape. Originally, Boba would have been traumatized, angered and saddened by the death of Father Jango. Here, however, Jango didn't participate in the battle due to Dooku not letting him go into it, as he had in the original timeline, because he had gotten excited about the battle. As they were moving above the planet's surface, the ships came across some ships, and right above the fuel cells. Anakin said to the clones within to better direct their shots. The clones had very accurate aiming, with which they were successful in their endeavor to destroy the escaped ships. When it came to the droids, Anakin didn't need them anymore. He didn't need to take over the droid factories here, as they were something he could put behind him. Not that he would stop creation of droids. No, he was going to make the Star Forge for that, and so much more. He was thinking of upgrading the Star Forge into more than much a massive ship, droid, and whatever else construction site. He intended to include his very own medical facilities that would help him create his synths where he didn't have to rely on the Kaminoans anymore. Of course, it would mainly still produce droids, while the Kaminoans would likely still remain his main source and supply of synths, as it would take up too much space on the Star Forge. A large battle was taking place on Geonosis between the clones who were having their first real battle, their first field test, so to speak, and they had Jedi leaders commanding various squadrons. Anakin couldn't really do much here without revealing his advanced knowledge, and it would be even more bullshit if he just said it was a part of a vision he had received. What he could do, however, was help avoid unnecessary death by better setting up the clones in better positions. When it comes to warfare, a lot of factors are important. Quantity is important as well, but even the greatest of numbers could be overwhelmed by the few if they were not careful. This invasion only works in the Jedi Order's favor because of the intimidation factor and that the clones were actually more capable than droids. Mace landed on the ground and took control over the clone army, heading straight into the thick of things. It was chaotic, and the Jedi made many mistakes and errors, especially since this was technically their first time going into such a battle of the scale it was. Not that many of them hadn't come into conflict before. No, this type of situation was disorienting and confusing, so there would be many mistakes to happen. Anakin didn't want to destroy the Federation stuff because he could take control over their ships. He may have more wealth and control currently, but that didn't mean he wouldn't accept more ships into his fold. From far away, since his abilities have been increased, he is able to take control over the Federation starships and bring them under his control. He waited until the cost was clear, then had the ships be transported all the while back to Tatooine, where any onboard would be checked. If deemed necessary, he would then kill those onboard. Most of the Federation starships had droids on board anyway, meaning that they would now all be converted into his Empire's resources. How unfortunate for the Trade Federation. Anakin was aware of the Viceroy, and if given the chance, he would assume control over the Trade Federation himself. He has a feeling they would be handed over to him. In the original, the CAS was getting ready to construct the Death Star, but they had no access to such a weapon of mass destruction. Anakin had made sure of that, so they could only go into retreat. Anakin couldn't allow all of the starships to be destroyed now, so he had specifically not taken control of the ones that would have allowed the CS members to escape. He needed most of them alive after all. After a long while of battling, well, what seemed like a long while with what could have happened would have been around a few minutes, the droid army started to retreat. Anakin, along with Obi-Wan, Padmé, Shock, and Ayla were in pursuit of Dooku because Obi-Wan wanted to do his duty. Anakin knew that it would probably only be him confronting Dooku, and in fact does want to get him alone. He doesn't want Obi-Wan to overhear whatever he's going to talk about with Dooku, and he doesn't mind Ayla or Shock listening in. He would have to be cautious, however, as he doesn't want to imply that he is doing anything that would endanger other people's lives, which he would be doing anyway, no matter what he did. The difference is that it would leave a bad impression of him, and he wouldn't like that. Anakin and Obi-Wan land on the outstretched hangar bay, leading into another built-in cave. Before getting off, however, Anakin makes sure to destroy the droids following them so that the person who had dropped them off doesn't get killed in trying to escape. Shock, I want you to stay here with Padmé. Anakin says to Shock T, "Okay, I can do that." Shock replies, "Ayla, you can come with Obi-Wan and myself." Anakin says as well, "Okay." Ayla nods her head. "Be safe, Ani, Ayla." Shock adds with a solemn nod before Anakin and Ayla go off with Obi-Wan. Before going in, making sure that he and Obi-Wan are alone, Anakin proceeds to knock him out. Completely unaware of what had happened, Obi-Wan falls unconscious as now Anakin can face Dooku. He is excited because this would be a learning experience when it comes to his lightsaber combat. He fully intends to make the best out of the situation. "Why did you do that for?" Ayla asked him. "You will see once we go further in, I would have knocked you unconscious as well, if we weren't in such an intimate relationship." Anakin answered, "Well, as long as you know what you are doing, but are you sure Obi-Wan will be safe here?" Ayla questioned him. "He will wake up within the next few minutes. He will be completely safe here until then." Anakin answered. Anakin wanted to use Dooku as a whetstone to sharpen his blade, so to speak, among other things. Coming into the room Dooku had stopped at, he turns around to face Anakin and Ayla. "Count Dooku, you were a respected member of the Jedi. Why have you done this?" Ayla questioned in a commanding tone, unafraid of the powerful Force-sensitive before her. "Ayla, I think that you should stay back for a bit," Anakin said before Ayla didn't listen to him and charged at Dooku. Ayla managed to fend off Dooku's Force lightning attack, which would have put the original Anakin out of commission for the next minute or so. "As you see, my Jedi powers are far more beyond yours," Dooku says as Ayla now backs away, moving back towards Anakin with her lightsaber still ignited. Through the Force dyad, Anakin becomes stronger the more woman he is connected with, but so does those whom are connected to him as well within the Force. This was the reason Ayla was able to successfully block the lightning and come out relatively unscathed. "I would suggest that the two of you back down," Dooku says as he starts to circle them. He blasts another wave of Force lightning at the both of them, but Ayla, now aware of his capabilities, easily defends such an attack using her lightsaber. "Count Dooku, I am not here for the Jedi," Anakin said out of nowhere as Ayla became confused but still went along with what he wanted. "Oh, and here I had thought you had," Dooku said, surprised. "If you're not here for the Jedi, then I must ask, what are you here for?" "I am here to secure a proper deal between the Empyrean and the CS." "So, you are here to sign the treaty, then?" "That is wonderful. We wouldn't mind and would be most delighted to have Dooku is interrupted by Anakin. "No, the Empyrean doesn't want any part in whatever war has been started here today." Anakin was deciding how much he should reveal, as Dooku may report back to Palpatine about what he says. "I want to make sure that if the Empyrean allows any further trade between you and those who join you, that you keep your armies away from them." Anakin then continued. "Another thing I want within this small agreement, however, is to make sure that the Trade Federation doesn't have a part in the war as well. I want them. No, the Empyrean wants them to pay for their actions." "That is quite the big ask of you, young Master Skywalker. I am well aware that the Trade Federation has become a nuisance, but you can't just expect me to hand them over, as they are a generous part of the armies the CS has." Dooku explained, not saying no, but not agreeing either. "A non-aggression pact," Anakin stated. "The Empyrean will not raise up its banners against you or for the Republic. This would be similar in nature to what the Republic currently has with the Empyrean. And the Trade Federation? Dooku asks, still not having agreed. The Empyrean will only take 1/3 of the accumulative wealth and resources, including droids for themselves. Is this agreeable? Dooku takes a brief pause before saying, yes, I do believe this is appropriate. Well, now that this is over, I think it is high time we have a little duel. Don't you agree, Ayla? Anakin spoke out loud before igniting his saber, but this time he was able to mix and match the coloring of the crystals. It came out as purple, both of them. I do. Ayla smiled, now knowing what Anakin wanted. Wait, when did you have a purple lightsaber? She said, confused, seeing this new lightsaber color. You two seem quite close, it would seem. Dooku stated before continuing. I do hope you live up to your reputation as the chosen one. He ignited his red lightsaber, which was perfect when it came to dueling, specifically one-on-ones, but that didn't mean he would be incapable here. While all of that was going on, Shock, along with Padmé, had made it their top priority to make sure they surround the area to capture Dooku. They used the clones to help them with this endeavor, and they gladly followed orders. However, what was actually both of the women's top priority right now was ensuring that Anakin would be safe as he had gone into the metaphorical tiger's den. Anakin and Ayla were working in tandem with perfect synchronization as they engaged Dooku, which was pushing him back by quite a bit. He was easily able to handle his own situation, however, as his defensive capabilities were quite good with the lightsaber. You two seem to be made for each other, Dooku said after having a brief reprieve from their combined efforts. If I didn't know any better, I would say you two were in some kind of relationship, but that wouldn't be the way of the Jedi, now would it? You should really mind your own business there, Count. Ayla spoke up, slightly worried about where this conversation was going. Are you worried? Don't be. I didn't agree with the Jedi for a reason. Dooku explained before re-engaging Ayla and Anakin. Anakin allowed Ayla to take the lead while he supported her, as this would help her become better at lightsaber combat more than he would. With her style, she was able to attack Dooku and didn't seem to tire, which was a minor benefit by being so close to Anakin. The dyad was an extremely broken connection that allowed immense benefits, even more so when one takes into consideration that Anakin could become stronger as well, which when he does it create a chain reaction and makes others connected to him stronger as well. After a while of intense combat, however, Ayla now starts to tire, making Anakin take the lead himself, more and more with him learning very quickly from his short exchanges with Dooku. Count, it would seem that our time of battling is over. Anakin suddenly stopped, which prompted Ayla to stop as well. Oh, and wise dash, Dooku stops as well, as he begins to sense the approach of someone he is familiar with. Backing off, Anakin and Ayla take a back seat, seeing as Yoda has finally showed up to the scene. Master Yoda, Dooku said, a little surprised as he turned around to confront the green alien. Count Dooku, Yoda replied. You have interfered with our affairs for the last time, Dooku said as he used telekinesis to rip a machine on the wall and throw it towards the Grandmaster. Yoda easily repels the object as Dooku then starts to throw even more things at Yoda, all being reflected, which then prompts Dooku to look towards the ceiling. He draws on the Force and starts to break down the ceiling above Yoda, letting it fall onto Yoda, which Yoda again is able to stop in time. Powerful you have become, Dooku, Yoda spoke after their brief exchange and display of their telekinetic abilities. The dark side I sense in you. To further explain just exactly why Yoda was able to sense Dooku's dark side alignment rather than Palpatine's or Anakin's leads back to two things. Dooku is inexperienced in how to hide his Force energies, or more specifically his Force alignment within the Force. Second is that Dooku also has a Force bond with Yoda, because they were once master and apprentice a long time ago. I've become more powerful than any Jedi, well, it would seem any except your sprawling Master Skywalker. That is, it would seem that Kagan was right about him being the chosen one. Dooku responded while referencing towards Anakin, whom was watching them alongside Ayla. I do believe, however, that I have become even more powerful than even you, Master Yoda. Dooku then begins to use Force lightning against the old alien. Yoda reflects this, however, without the aid of a lightsaber, pushing it back towards Dooku. Much to learn, you still have. Yoda spoke to Dooku. It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber. Dooku reignites his lightsaber. It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber. Dooku ignites his lightsaber. Yoda does the same, not saying or exchanging any more words. The two then go into a flurry of rapid, fast-paced attacks where they're still evenly matched within the beginning of their duel. Yoda makes a strange battle cry as he leaps into the air to close the distance between himself and Dooku. Their moves are fanciful even though they were extremely practical to both of their statures at the same time, which helped to display the intense duel between the two. Their duel goes on for a total of 50 seconds as Yoda continues to be the jumping bean that he is and moves from place to place. Yoda also keeps exerting himself, which then he creates grunting sounds due to him getting along in his years. It takes a lot of energy, no doubt, to do an extensive exercise such as lightsaber combat. Fought well you have, my old Padawan, Yoda said as they came to a brief stop. This is just the beginning. Dooku replied before using the Force to direct an object towards Yoda to create distance to distract him as the object was falling towards Anakin and Ayla. Noticing this, Anakin doesn't do much, and Ayla helps Yoda out in trying to stop the object from falling on them. Anakin needs Dooku alive after all, so if he participated, it would only make his future harder. He was prepared, however, that if both Ayla and Yoda failed to hold the object to grab Ayla and move out of the way. Dooku, now on his ship, looks back one last time to see that Anakin was looking at him. Dooku nods in his direction to affirm that he was still going to go through with the deal, while Anakin also nods back. The reinforcements outside this place were unable to stop Dooku's escape because they didn't know from where he would go, though they did manage to slightly damage his ship. That was all they could do. Yoda slowly made his way over to the exhausted Ayla and Anakin, while Padmé and Shock had also gone into the room with several clone troopers flanking them from both sides. Padmé rushes in to hug him regardless of the situation, which slightly upsets Ayla, while Shock also had to keep her calm, given that Yoda was here. "Ani," Padmé exclaimed. "Why the hell does he get to get away with something like this?" Ayla thought within her mind about how Yoda didn't seem to mind this little reunion between the two. "Seem it would, Senator Amidala, connected to Master Skywalker you are." Yoda spoke, seeing the two embrace each other. Padmé, now shy about what she had just done, detached herself from Anakin. "Oh, Master Yoda, I didn't mean anything by this." Padmé hurriedly explained the situation. "Master Yoda, I have a situation to report to you about." Anakin decides to distract Yoda with the importance of what has happened. "Please, young Master Skywalker, is tired I do. Other time you may tell me," Yoda said as he seemed quite tired mentally rather than physically. "I understand." And Anakin did understand, just like he had said, as coming across a student you were very close to and still carry a bond, disconnected even as it, would certainly mentally drain someone. Even the most mysterious and wisest of all people would experience their downs, just as they have their UPS. Yoda turned around to see that Obi-Wan also walked into the room. "What happened to me?" Obi-Wan was rubbing the back of his head as it was sore. Anakin supplied an excuse. "Something fell on your head. You were completely out of it. So Ayla and myself here went to face the Count." "That's strange. I didn't feel anything through the Force," Obi-Wan said with some confusion while sporting a large bump on the back of his head. Yoda laughs here, being slightly cheered up by the situation. "Seen it with Obi-Wan? More training you need." He hums after finishing here, before continuing on his way outside with Obi-Wan and the clones following after them. This left Shock, Ayla, Anakin, and Padmé as the only ones left within the room. "Well, I guess we should all introduce each other here," Anakin said, knowing that this may break down into a semi-cat fight. Not that Padmé really stood a chance, but she would probably give a valiant effort. "Hello. I am Ayla Secura, a very close friend of Anakin's." Ayla introduced herself first to Padmé. Narrowing her eyes, Padmé responds, "Hello, Master Secura. I am Senator Amidala, other known as Padmé, and I am also a very close friend of Ani. She gave an Anakin-esque smirk back and introduced herself. Ani, Ayla turns to Anakin. She calls you Ani already? Shock decides to break the tension that was building by introducing herself. I am Shakti. Can't you see we are both talking here? Both Ayla and Padmé said as they turned back to each other, not actually talking, and was just communicating through their eyes. I apologize, Shock said as Anakin moved over to her to allow the two women to sort out whatever they were doing. To him, it seemed like they were testing each other on what? He didn't know, nor did he try to find out either. Are you all right? Anakin asked Shock as she seemed to be dazed. No, she admitted quite readily. Shock may be older than Anakin and others, but that doesn't mean anything when she didn't truly experience much life had to offer. Being from a social species, especially within a culture that promoted it, she had no real connection to her home of surely other than her traveling there from time to time in the past to train her Padawans. She had become more open with Anakin and readily shared her feelings with him, and she couldn't be any more grateful for having him. What is wrong then? He asked her as Padmé and Ayla were now asking each other various questions concerning Anakin within the background. She hesitated before continuing. I didn't know how to lead those clone troopers. A lot of them had died, people I had known within the Jedi had died, and I feel as if it was my fault. I could have done much more. Anakin hugged her, which did get the attention of the other two within the room as Shock started to silently cry on his shoulder. There was a lot of baggage to unpackage within Shock, and she was fortunate to have developed close bonds with others. She would have been mostly alone throughout the entirety of her life, right from when she was a youngling to now. Ayla came in and joined the hug, which turned it into a group hug. Padmé was silent here and was uncertain if she should also hug the group. But she had a feeling she knew why Anakin was hugging the woman, and it most likely has to do with the responsibility of being a leader during times of war. Holding the lives of those below you within your hands is not a good feeling, especially when those same people died due to your inexperience or mistakes. It is okay, you did your best, Anakin said as Shock came back to herself, aware that there was technically a stranger within the room. Thank you, Shock sent through the dyad they shared. No worries, I am here for you anytime, Anakin replied through the connection. Padmé makes herself known through a small cough. Well, it would seem that you have some explaining to do. Her smile here seemed a bit forced. Nonetheless, it didn't change the feelings that the Force sensitives within the room could sense coming from her. Yes, I do believe I should explain just what exactly is going on here. Anakin rubs the back of his head reminiscent of other shonen protagonists from his past life. While all of that was happening on Geonosis, Dooku had made his way to Coruscant. His ship, under the cover of the night, entered Coruscant's atmosphere, slowly descending towards the planet. Originally, Dooku went there because he wanted to hand over the plans from the Death Star, but since Dooku does not have anything like this, there must be another reason for his visit. Dooku slowly made his way from the dark side of the planet to the light, where the sun was rising and coating the city within its golden hues. Far away from civilization, however, he drew closer towards the industrial district that was far out from the main location most are interested in when coming to Coruscant. It was smoky, and the sun now was giving off red and maroon hues of coloring as the clouds sometimes blocked the sun from view. The industrial area was a large area with multiple plants that seemed to run on some kind of energy that created clouds, plumes of smoke. This was emitted into the atmosphere. This area of Coruscant wasn't just an area full of industrial buildings hard at work to help provide for the main city supply. It was also the area with broken down, crumbling skyscrapers with ships also being left behind. It was a graveyard of broken everything. Dooku had made it into a hideaway far from the mainstay of Coruscant and his new enemies within the Republic and Jedi Order. Exiting the ship, Dooku saw a cloaked figure approaching. The Force is with us, Master Sidious. Welcome home, Lord Tyrannus. You have done well. Sidious turns around with his hood still pulled up and leads Dooku away from the bay they were in. I have good news for you, my lord. The war has begun. Dooku explained. Excellent. Everything is going as planned, Sidious responded. I also have the most interesting bits and pieces of information that you may want to know. Dooku continued. Oh, what have you found out, Lord Tyrannus, that was so interesting that you just have to tell me? Sidious questioned. It is about the boy, the chosen one. He seems to be far more connected to his home than what most of the public perceives. Dooku said. Is that so? Sidious feigns disinterest, but Dooku continued. Yes, Master. It would seem that Skywalker still keeps in close contact with someone within the Empyrean, which is why he allowed me to leave. Interesting. This must mean that the boy is still within a vulnerable state. Sidious said out loud while thinking inwardly. Yes, this is good. This makes manipulating the boy that much more easy, as I can tell that he doesn't agree with the Jedi. Along with him still supporting the Empire, he is heir to. Oh, how wonderful for me. Sidious laughs within his mind as Dooku and himself discuss other things. Top among them is the deal established between the Empyrean and the CAS where the Trade Federation would have to be dissolved. A sacrifice that Sidious was willing to take. In fact, there was very little that he was not willing to sacrifice when it came to furthering his designs and plans for the future. He would achieve his goal by any means necessary. Dooku had left out a fact, however. No, he had left out several when talking to his master about Anakin. One such thing being how well he worked together with another Jedi. Or even the fact he thought that the two were much more than just friends from his observations. There was other things as well, with how Senator Amidala's eyes seemed to linger on Anakin in the arena. He had also been fortunate enough to even see the small displays of affection the two shared or more like Amidala had done to Skywalker. Dooku was actually extremely surprised by this revelations, but he would keep them to himself, as it would seem that the boy was keeping these relationships secret. As he should, because he is a Jedi at this point of time. Dooku did have a feeling, however, that this not last long. There was something within the Force that was stirring and it tipping the scales. Tell me, Lord Tyrannus, is there anything else of interest when it comes to young Master Skywalker? Sidious asked him after their meeting was over. No, Master. Of course there was, but Dooku didn't tell his master everything and was becoming disillusioned to him as well. He didn't only believe that the Republic and Jedi were corrupt and backwards. He also started to believe that Palpatine was properly not the best option either. That is quite unfortunate. I had thought that during this you may have discovered that the boy would have other weaknesses. Sidious said before continuing. The Jedi have nothing but praise for the boy. It is quite unfortunate that they were unable to recruit him to the council. That was news to Dooku, and it only confirmed what he had already been piecing together within his mind. Really? Did Skywalker reveal to you the reason behind his rejection? He wouldn't just be following in Qui-Gon's footsteps now, is he? Still have some affection for your former apprentice, do you, Tyrannus? Sidious questioned him. I have already resolved that if the Jedi get in my way, I wouldn't hesitate to kill. It is just that I believe that Qui-Gon could see my side of the story. He left of here while continuing mentally within. He would help me overcome you, my master. Your affections for your apprentice may be the death of you. You must not hesitate to strike him down if he was ever to come after you. Sidious said in his dark, corrupting tone. Dooku just bows. Yes, master. On Tatooine, Shmi had received reports about what was going. Knowing about a potential ally or threat is important within the grand scheme of things, as she needed to be mentally prepared and ready for any threat to her life, the lives of her people, or to her son. She kept up to date on what he was doing, and to her relief, he had seemed to be staying on Coruscant much more. What mother wouldn't worry about their child, but she was especially invested in knowing, and others would say, she was much more worried than what was considered normal. Or those people simply didn't know how it was to feel like as a mother, or even as a parent. Thankfully, it also would seem that her child always kept in touch with her to put her worries to ease. Now that she was immortal, or at least have eternal youth as her son, had explained to her she could watch him as long as she would like. She had also gone through with the super serum, and she had never felt younger. She looked younger and much more beautiful within her prime, and this seemed to draw some of the eyes of the people. Having a higher natural beauty certainly helped with charming people. She was also aware of many things, specifically the cult, or at this point, the religion about her child, where he is praised as some sort of god. She didn't know how to feel about this, but as her youth was rejuvenated, she too had been added into the religious pantheon of her people. Something about being the mother of their Lord and Savior definitely elevated her within the eyes of the people who followed and prescribed to this religion. My Empress, here is the weekly report. Grievous had come into the throne room and presented the data he had collected to Shmi. General Grievous. Shmi greeted before continuing. Has there been any more news about what is going on between the CIS and the Republic? She asked. Empress, there has been some news, but it isn't between the CIS and Republic. The Prince has negotiated with the CIS and has managed to reach a non-aggression pact agreement. Grievous replied. The CIS, or at least the current leader of the CIS, has promised to make sure the Trade Federation is dissolved. That is good. Shmi nods her head as inwardly she thinks to herself. That is very good. The Trade Federation had messed with my son's life before, and now is my chance to further destroy them. On a side note, they have also messed with Padmé, so it would only be right if we take something as compensation. There are other things, my Empress. Grievous continued. You may continue. Shmi prompted Grievous. We have successfully expanded the reaches of the Empyrean outwards, and our control over the surrounding space and hyperspace lanes have come under our control. Grievous said, another to add is the completion of the Stargates, as now this will allow us reduce the cost of traveling. There is something bothering me, however. What is it? Shmi asked. There is a group of radicals within the Empire that wish to have you overthrown from your position. Grievous said, did they say why? She asked. They believe that you and the subsequent connection to Anakin is eroding their ability to be free. Even though they are very few within the Empyrean, it is still troublesome as they started destroying small businesses of our citizens. Grievous says. Frowning, Shmi says. They believe that myself and Ani, included, somehow have restricted them. I want to have them brought to me in chains to discuss what has happened. Also make sure to send the necessary resources and money for those harmed. Yes, Your Majesty. Grievous bows before adding one more thing. Another thing, Empress, is that the radical movement heavily dislikes the religion created by the living droids, which has now spread out and the citizens of the Empyrean participate in. So, it was the religion that was making them feel this way. Shah asked. No, Empress. They hate the religion because they believe it to be an affront to their own views. Just as they are a few, I have gathered that there is even a few of the few which have created a cult of their own, preaching about how Anakin is the devil. Grievous reported. Now Shmi was frowning heavily, but quickly covered up this look as it was quite scary. Even Grievous felt scared, and she wasn't even force sensitive, and he genuinely feared for his life there. Grievous, you will bring these people to me. Without fail, she asked politely, but there was this aura around her that couldn't be mistaken. Why, yes, Your Majesty. I will get right on it straight away. I will uproot these corrupt and foul individuals for even daring to go against the Empress or the Prince. Grievous replied while bowing. Good. You may leave now, General. Shmi prompted Grievous to leave. Thank you, Your Majesty. He stayed bowed like an old Chinese imperial where they wouldn't dare look the emperor in the eye. Just at this time, it was Shmi, and their culture was different from the imperial east of Anakin's previous life. Now to get back to other things. Shmi thought to herself, as she didn't really have much to do, given a lot of the administrative work could be taken care of by the artificial intelligence installed by Anakin. He had done it with the express purpose of making her life easier as the leader of an empire while he is still attached to the Jedi Order. With everything going to plans, and that there was a small amount of dissent with the Empyrean only when to show just how much power and control over the people Anakin or Shmi had. Not that they would abuse this power, as there was no desire to do so. Shmi also knew that she didn't want to or even stay within this position for some time. She had already been doing this for a few years now, and thought to herself about having some form of break. She's also excited about her Ani finally coming back to her permanently. Why? Because sooner or later he would be leaving the Jedi Order. He had said so himself. He told her all about the failings of the Jedi and failings of the Republic, which was slowly turning him more and more away from trying to help them. She knew he had done much, but sometimes there are some things one couldn't change. Maybe if they tried to take over the Republic, but that is a long ways off for now, considering everyone else involved. Shmi also thought about another topic. When Ani gets back, I can finally start arranging for him to meet a few females. Maybe one of them could get along well with Ani. That is correct. She wanted Anakin to have some sort of romantic partner. Or, there were those other girls that had come looking for him, but they were Jedi, and I am unsure if they are willing to leave the Order with him. She then continued inwardly. Then again, all three did come looking for him, very worried. What can I say? My son seems to be quite the charmer. Shmi said to herself out loud as she giggled to herself, thinking about the prospect of having some grandchildren to keep her occupied once the Empyrean succession is over. It was sunset, and the golden hues of Coruscant gave off quite the view from where the Jedi were standing. Obi-Wan having returned alongside Yoda, and Mace, where the three of them are within a room. Kagan was also present to see what was happening as he was away on a mission himself, and that was why he wasn't present to help the Jedi rescue Obi-Wan. Kagan had been briefed as well about what had happened on Geonosis, and was thus within the room with the three. Do you believe what Count Dooku said about Sidious controlling the Senate? Obi-Wan questioned those within the room. It doesn't feel right. Join the dark side, Dooku has. Lies, deceit, creating distrust are his ways now. Yoda spoke up here. Surely, Master Yoda, that isn't true. Kagan said as he couldn't exactly believe that Dooku had joined the dark side. He was in denial. Your former master, aligned with the dark he is. Doubt the Jedi you do. Yoda asked. It is not that I disagree with those eyewitness accounts. It is just that I feel I should have been there myself to know truly whether or not it has become like this. Forget you do. Dooku's master I was once. Yoda spoke to Kagan. Nevertheless, I feel we should keep a close eye on the Senate. Mace stated after their brief exchange. I agree. Yoda agreed with Mace's judgment. Where is Anakin anyway? Kagan asked, not knowing where he was. Obi-Wan answered. Last I heard was that he was on his way to Naboo with a few other Jedi as well, escorting the senator, Amidala, back home. Who did he go with? Mace questioned. The usual people that he hangs around. Or is it they hang around him? Obi-Wan said. Do you mean Masters Shakti and Aayla Secura? From what I know, Anakin's former Padawan, Barriss Offee, has already returned to the temple. Kagan said. Yes, it was Masters Secura and T. Obi-Wan confirmed. Strange their closeness with each other is. Yoda said. Much kept secret Skywalker has. Kagan spoke in Anakin's defense. Well, Master Yoda, you can't believe Anakin would be doing anything wrong here. Evidence of misconduct we do not have. Suspicions I do have. Yoda said. Upheld the Jedi Code at several points, yes. But in disagreement he is with the Order. Wonder why I do. Mace spoke here. While Anakin was quite the mischievous student, he has matured a great deal. Humming Yoda agreed. Yes, correct you are. Master Skywalker seemed close to the senator I saw. A ladies' man, perhaps. You joke, Master Yoda. Obi-Wan said. Another thing was the battle. What about the battle? Mace questioned. I have to admit that without the clones, it would not have been a victory. Obi-Wan stated. Victory? Yoda exclaimed. Victory, you say? Master Obi-Wan, not victory. The shroud of the dark side has fallen. Begun the clone war has. After Yoda's declaration, we rejoin with the absolute mass amount of clones being dropped off on the planet of Coruscant. All at attention and ready to receive their orders for what will happen next. Boarding ships, they start marching in formation. Perfect synchronization, perfect unity and cohesion as every single one of the clones, faceless with masks, march to whatever destination they may end up in. Thousands of clones, dozens of ships, all under the reddening golden hue under the rays of the sun of Coruscant. Palpatine, along with many of his supporters and close aides, allies, or those he would consider pawns, gather around to watch the terrible magnificence of the clone army before them. Magnificent, isn't it? Palpatine states as Bail Organa is also there alongside others to view the absolute madness that is the clone army. I wouldn't say magnificent, but it is definitely something to be impressed by. Even though I wholeheartedly disagree with what is happening and like the idea of peaceful negotiations, it would seem that Chancellor Palpatine, the Senate agrees with your decision. The young Bail organist said, "It is with great regret that this may be so. Unfortunately, desperate times sometimes calls for desperate measures." Palpatine, of course, still fakes, still sympathetic nature, but inwardly is cheering that his plans are becoming better. His designs are finishing faster, and his time as an emperor is fast approaching. You would have to forgive me, as I disagree, but a vote has been cast. Bail Organa said, but inwardly he knew that this decision would lead down a more corrupt path. Being close to the Chancellor would only benefit him, however, so he mustn't be in too much opposition if at all. I love democracy. Palpatine added, that is why when this is all over, my new powers will be relinquished. How could I not do this for the good of the Republic? Back on Naboo, Anakin, Padmé, Ayla, and Shock were within another area. Another room that gave privacy to the four as they all discussed the weirdness of the situation. So what you're telling me is that you three, or more specifically, you two are connected to him and vice versa. Padmé said, yes. Anakin answered while Shock just stayed silent, and Ayla nodded her head. This connection is only established when two people are compatible with each other through the Force, and this basically means you guys are something like soulmates. Padmé says. The other three just nod as Padmé continues. Because of this bond, and because it is a special one, and due to the nature of how Anakin seemingly has more than one soulmate, this means that he will have some sort of harem. Padmé said as well, feeling slightly jealous at the prospect at first. Now, after calming down and thinking about the situation, it seemed perfectly natural for something like this to happen. Well, maybe not perfectly natural, but it is not like the galaxy outlaws polyamory or polygamous relationships. Padmé was making up excuses within her mind as she was blinded by love. Not that being with this type of relationship was that bad to begin with. It was just it was against Padmé's sensibilities, and she didn't have a few years to get used to the idea, just like Ayla, Shock, or Barris did. Ayla and Anakin are officially within a relationship as lovers. Shock and Anakin are not in a relationship of sorts, but are slowly getting there, while it is the same with this other girl I have not met yet. Padmé said before continuing, wait, don't let me forget yet another on Tatooine. Yes. Anakin nodding again, seemingly having no shame at all. He had come to terms with who he is a long time ago, and was not going to apologize for it. If Padmé didn't want to join then, that was her decision, not his. His greed only kicked in when Ayla truly became his, meaning that he wouldn't let anyone else have her accept him, whether that be while she is alive, in death, or in another life. She would remain his forever. The same would apply to the others once they have the courage to enter into a relationship with him as well. Padmé, I know how this seems. I know that it makes me scum, but that doesn't mean I don't treasure your feelings for me. It also doesn't mean I don't treasure the feelings of those around me either. Anakin began. Just know that if you don't want to dash. Anakin was cut off, however, as Padmé had just leapt into his arms and started making out with him while the other two girls were there. After doing so, she just stays embraced within his arms. I don't care. I love you, and that should be more than enough. Padmé then decides to drop a bomb on Anakin and the other two girls. Let's get married. Confusion abound. Everyone was quite flabbergasted at what had just been said. Not even Anakin was expecting for this to happen. My reasoning for such a decision is because Ayla here seems like she is not ready to take the next step, so I will become your first wife. Padmé smiles brightly, and Ayla reacts by standing up. No, I am his first lover, his first girlfriend. You can't just steal that from me. Ayla exclaims. I thought a Jedi couldn't get married. Padmé conveniently leaves out Anakin from this equation, not taking him to be a Jedi, given he had already told her about what he is to do in the future. The two continue to go back and forth before they both settle down. Anakin didn't interfere with their little dispute, as it wasn't really his place to talk here, and he didn't want to redirect their anger at himself. He does get a little mentally drained from this, however, as he decides to end this once and for all. Okay, since everyone here seems to be against my marriage with one of you, I have decided that I will marry you both. Ayla, will you be my wife, and Padmé, will you also be my wife? Ayla and Padmé look at each other here, and, as if in agreement, Both nod at the same time before both saying, "Yes." Then it is settled then. Anakin sighs while Shock just sits there awkwardly, having witnessed the entire event, and while she may dislike where this was going, even feeling a little jealous herself, she doesn't say anything. She knew sooner or later she would cave and decide to full-heartedly love Anakin with all her heart. That is, if she didn't already and was in denial. "I am glad this is over. We can have the ceremony here in the morning," Anakin stated, getting straight to the point, not intending to delay something like this. Now that the Clone Wars had officially begun, Anakin knew that it was time to leave the Order. There were many factors when going into this decision. Even though he would be unable to experience what would have originally happened, this seemed like the better option. It was not like everything that happened in between would be all that affected by his loss. Of course, that was unless there was someone to take his place, in a sense. There was no one, though, that could do something like this, and when he decides to announce his departure, he is sure there would a great amount of people that would follow as well. That doesn't mean they would join him or anything. It would just mean that some may join him, while others whom were afraid to go would leave as well, using him as an example. He would become the excuse for the Jedi who were undecided on leaving. On Naboo, the day after Anakin's proclamation to be wed with Padmé and Ayla, a very, very small gathering was being held where there would be only a few witnesses to this event. The first was the officiator, the priest of sorts, R2, the enigmatic astromech droid, and Shock, who was also here to be a witness to this event. Anakin didn't want to do a three-way wedding, as that wasn't what was happening. It was Anakin whom loved the two, and it was the two, Padmé and Ayla, who loves him, not them loving each other. That was not how relationships worked, and even if it was like this, Anakin was greedy and disliked the idea of sharing. Even though it was amongst his other would-be wives, he very much disliked this idea. It wouldn't make sense in this instance, however, as Ayla is only connected to him, and not anyone was, but is able to access the connection he has with the other girls. It made it all the more easier for them to go through with his decision to create a harem of sorts, but when it came to Padmé accepting, there was no excuse. She was just that deeply in love with him, and if he had to put a finger on why this is, it is because of the Force and how it wants everything to still go the same way. Even though he has made so many changes, that there have already been what some would call are very big differences. First was all of his personal power, militaristic and economic building. Second was the creation of an empire that promoted freedom within the Outer Rims. Then there was the elevation and creation of another new technology-based race, the living droids. Third was the subsequent avoidance of death for Kagan. Then his mother, back to the Empire, back to the Jedi Order, and then to himself. It went on, but the Force adamant in having more of the Jedi die, having the dark side prevail for a short time before being set in balance again. Only to not really be in balance, as within the future, there would still be this battle between both sides, even when the light wasn't as extreme and the dark was not as consuming. It was inevitable because that was the way the Force worked. No, that is the way life works. Anakin thought to himself as he awaited for the pastor to be done with whatever mumbo-jumbo he was speaking. Weddings are mostly for girls after all, and Anakin knew that he would have to do a proper ceremony at another time with both of them. Yes, that was how life worked. Conflict is present because it is needed, as without conflict, without something to cause a change, there would be none. It was evolution at its finest, and if one were to take a greater look at the grand scheme of things, they would see that the Force is a massive network of organisms banding together to subsist off of the energy field known as the Force. That is why the Force could be separated into two, the living and the cosmic. What was really strange, however, when one thought about it, was that Anakin could have been the thing the Force is looking for. That disruption to help it evolve and become greater than itself at the current point of time, but it doesn't use him for that, or at least try to use him. No, it tried doing everything within its semi-sentient capabilities and powers to guide him down the path of the original, while at the same time allowing him to do things that were against it. It wanted him to create a balance, but didn't have the strength to overcome his will. And now, the two shall exchange vows. The priest finally caught up to the important point. Of course, Anakin had prepared his vows and exchanged them with the person with whom he was currently being wed to. It was Ayla first, which Padmé had acquiesced to because in the end Ayla was and is the first to be his lover. After briefly exchanging their vows, both proclaimed their love for each other, and this prompted the priest to once again get into position as he has another wedding to conduct. Now it was Padmé's turn, and just as Ayla was beautiful within her own people's traditional garb, so too was Padmé within her own as well. Why wouldn't he take a little more time and allow them both to enjoy their moments? It only increased his favorability points, which would then lead to him being able to do certain things as they would both be in a happy mood. Of course, he couldn't leave one or the other hanging as he got it on with only one, so he had to find a solution to this. And a solution he had already come up with. He can use his bond with Ayla to transmit pleasure and feelings with each other, making it easier for her to achieve release. While he could probably go on for a day or two simply through pure willpower, but that was ridiculous for those involved. Except himself, of course, because he is the one capable of doing this. In fact, he was pretty sure he could go on forever if he really wanted to. After achieving immortal, biological, and otherwise, it had increased a lot of factor about his biological factors, meaning that no matter how many times he goes at it, he would be unlimited in his power. And now, bride and groom may exchange their vows. The priest continued for the second time as Padmé and Anakin then went on about how they love each other and all those other things. Sometimes, some things are just best left unsaid. You may kiss the bride. Ahem, I mean you may kiss the brides. The priest then left after this, as Anakin had to passionately kiss both women, not simultaneously as that would be impossible, unless he had two heads and two lips. He had to show his emotions, feelings, and desires through his actions, as even though words are good and all, they were not important in comparison to his actions. Anakin spent the rest of the day with Padmé and Ayla, both of them seemingly very happy with themselves and their decisions that lead up to this point. However, they all had places to be at, and Anakin was starting to feel a bit bad about leaving Shock out. But upon further review, Anakin can't help but put that on her, as she needed to be the one to respond to the emotions. It was not he that is conflicted, it is her, and it will be time soon enough to see just how far she is willing to be silent. Anakin had a feeling she would choose him in the end, especially since they are connected and have had time to develop a relationship. But with all things in life, he always liked preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. Amazing foresight capabilities through the Force aside, he couldn't just rely on what the Force tells him, as sometimes it give wrong information to him on purpose. He knew it was both a way to mess with him and a way to test him, constantly. The Force was like mad eye, constant vigilance indeed. What are you thinking about? Padmé questioned him as he was just stargazing along with the two women, as Shock had done what she needed and left the lovebird alone going back to Coruscant first. Is this that meme? I'm not really thinking about anything in particular. Anakin answered, No, you were. You were just hiding a lot of it. The bond between Anakin and Ayla had blossomed, but that didn't mean he allowed full access into his mind, just as he gave others the same respect. He likes his privacy and prefers not to be hypocrite when it comes to this fact. Of course, there are always exceptions to this rule, as other people that are not good and more inclined to evil or criminal acts are all the more. How would HK say it? Meat bags to be used. Don't go trying to snoop around. You wouldn't like it if I did it to you, now would you? Anakin said, not expecting the next answer, but he should have. Yes, I want you within me, inside my mind. Ayla answered. Padmé does a double take, disbelief at the bold statement. What? What did you just say? Well, let me explain a little better. Ayla didn't seem to understand the implications of what she has just said. The dyad between Ani and me is special, and because of this we can be inside each other's heads whenever we want. Of course, he has set up measures to prevent someone from entering unless given permission and dash. Stop. Calm down for a minute there. I would have figured that already, but can you repeat what you just said before? Padmé still was in disbelief, even more so that she noticed Ayla seemingly not educated in private matters. It was either that or she was completely oblivious to these types of things despite coming from species distinct in all manners related to adult-themed stuff. I said yes. I want you within me, inside my mind. Ayla repeated herself with the exact same wording. Do you not understand? Anakin questioned her, amused. What is so funny? Ayla confused asks. I can feel your emotions, the both of you. Spit it out. Why don't you just keep repeating that one like within your mind for a bit, and see if you could attach that to anything else in any other situation, specifically in the context of the bedroom. Anakin supplied, seeing as she was still confused. Right, fine. Ayla adopted a thinking pose for a bit before she started to blush visibly, meaning that she has probably figured out the source of their amusement. I knew what I said. You guys just can't take a joke. She practically harumphed. Now, don't be so down. I am sure that this is just a facet of who you are. Anakin stated. Adorable. I don't want to be adorable. I want to be sexy. For you, Ayla exclaimed while acting like a mild sundeer in this brief moment. Stop being childish now, Anakin says as he wraps his arms around her, moving his lips closer to her. His breath tingles her skin as she listens to him speak. You are very sexy to me. You don't have to try so hard, nor try so little to appease me and my desires. But I want to do things for you, and I dash. Ayla is interrupted by Anakin. You can do so when you are ready. Anakin stands up while lifting her into a princess carry. I think the three of us have had a big day, and it is time to get some shut-eye. And who will you be sleeping with? Padmé just had to ask, and it would only be fair to answer honestly. By myself. Anakin answers because even though he is incredibly in the mood, it wouldn't feel all that good to just go through with it straight away. Knowing how girls are, he would have to take them at separate times, because to do so within the same night would be disrespectful. He loves them now, and because they are his, there is no escaping his clutches. He can take his time. He has been doing so for years now, especially when his libido started to increase more and more as time passed. By yourself? Padmé and Ayla both exclaim as he gently puts Ayla down. Yes, he replied. But, Padmé continued, because she was looking forward to what would happen. She had been keeping a close eye on what he had below, and it seemed like it would be more than satisfactory. While she didn't care too much about size, she was still looking forward to it, as it would have been her first. No buts. Anakin answered. I don't believe it is the right time to do this, but don't worry. Now that I have the both of you, you will both be very satisfied. He smirked. And why wouldn't this be the right time? Padmé demanded. Yeah, what she said. It would seem that Padmé and Ayla were having one of their moments of unity and cohesion as a team, double-teaming him here. Sighing, he explains why, and how it wouldn't be all that special to take them both within the same night. Hearing this, they both agree that it would be a little disturbing to think about how, if Anakin did one of them and then went on to the next. The imagery was quite arousing, but at the same time, what woman would want that? They didn't want to be just seconds. They wanted to be the main dish, seconds, side dish, and dessert. It would be unfair to not give them the full experience, an environment they were comfortable with, the mood being set. Not everything had to be perfect, but it would be a disservice to not try and do one's best. That is all anyone could ask for, really. Anakin did, in the end, acquiesce in his sleeping with both women, just some innocent sleeping within the same bed where no shenanigans took place. He didn't really have to put his foot down on this, or whatever, and it was nice to know that both Ayla and Padmé were still thinking for themselves. It would be extremely weird to Anakin if the women around him only thought about him and only thought about pleasing him. He would feel extremely worried and disturbed because at that point they would slowly not be real living people anymore and only be slaves to his will. He had preached about freedom to his people within his Empyrean, and he meant it. After some time spent on Naboo with Padmé and Ayla, they all had to return to their duties. If only it was for the time being, as Anakin will be preparing himself and others within the order to leave. Of course they may try to stop him, but forcefully? He thinks not. The Jedi may be many things, but they have restricted his movement and capability to be free to the minimum requirements when it comes to him or others. His restrictions were all in compliance with their rules, and he didn't mind loosely following them. The Clone Wars are the beginning of the end of the Republic's millennium-long peace. A strange but happy little incident that occurs as a result of the Republic's occupation of Geonosis was that they would be unable to hold it for long. Anakin knew that they didn't have the capacity or the economy to sustain it, which means it would be all his once they left. The Empyrean would then finally be able to secure its hyperspace lines from every spatial dimension surrounding the seat of the Empyrean, Tatooine. Once this does happen, though, he would probably have to contest Count Dooku or Dooku's droid maker, Poggle, for the planet. He is sure, however, that it would come under his control no matter what Dooku says. This would harshly make the CIS's army smaller and smaller, significantly impacting the result of the war. Not unless Sidious or Dooku has some other plan or design to get around this flaw when it shows up. For now, however, he will have to wait. Within the Jedi Order, one interesting thing of note took place. The elevation of another Jedi Master to the High Council was done. It was just a replacement for a Master that was taking a step down from the position. There was a few things to do within the Order. Top among them was going into the Jedi archives, downloading every piece of information, uploading the multiple holocrons, Jedi and otherwise from within the temple's walls, and the slow sow of dissent from within to create chaos. He didn't want to just leave. That would leave no impact. With no impact, a lot of the Jedi wanting to leave would be kept to the minimum amount, and those who were both willing to leave and join a new order are even fewer. The more that left, the better for him. He would soon be advertising by creating rumors of another group of Force sensitives that have created an order, an organization within the Empyrean, that didn't hold the exact same views of the Jedi. Of course, not everyone would even want to join the order, and those that left will be much more to go on about their own business. The indoctrination of the Jedi Order was quite strong, and while Anakin has greatly affected those very close to him, the younglings he has taught, and a few others he has interacted with him, it would still be hard. At least he was okay within the knowledge that Ayla, Shak, Barriss, and Ahsoka would leave with him when the time would come. He had already briefed all four of them on what is going to happen, and out of the four, the only one that was most hesitant was Shak. He would have to confront her about it later. Then there was the rest of the Order, which would heavily mess up with the sequence of events, because if he links this back with him Tatooine over Geonosis to stop the mass production of droids for the CES, it could affect the war as well. Wait a minute, if I take over Geonosis, I weaken the CIS in the long term. If I take some of the Jedi with me to the Empyrean, I would weaken the Jedi who would become the generals within the war. Anakin thought to himself, that is right, as Anakin picks apart from the things he wants and discards the rest. Because he is a picky eater, he would get the best bits and potentially none of the disadvantages. This would set him up better than Sidious and prepare him for what is to come, which would no doubt be four main threats: the CS, the Republic to be turned Galactic Empire, the Hutts, and the Yuuzhan Vong. As Anakin thinks about it, these are the main external threats, but he knows about some internal problems where it would seem some individuals dislike the propaganda done by the living droids, and now propaganda done by citizens as well. It was actually ridiculous, and if Anakin could, he would try and harvest their spiritual faith-based energies, if there were any. Sadly, if he wanted to experiment with an idea like this, he needs to rapidly develop his spiritual plane, his heavenly dimension originally to be created just for his droids, but now has expanded into a full-on gangster's paradise. He had on occasion started visiting the Hell Dimension, looking into the way it worked, and started to pull within the Force and create his own dimension. He has only started this process, however, and those who die and are only minorly connected to him through the Super Serum, created through advanced Sith alchemy, cannot ascend just yet. So his followers of whom are dying, which are few and far between, but he can't exactly stop the advancement of age for everyone. Now, can he? Maybe. That was besides the point, however. He wanted to create a paradise. So a paradise he would create, but for now, it was developing, and from what he could tell, the absorption of the energy known as the Force was speeding up the progress. Another factor was its spiritual connection to him, indicating his sole ownership of this spiritual space. He also thought back to his other ideas, more specifically his idea to recreate the Eastern aspects of cultivation within his previous life, as there was some connections between the Force and those aspects. He would become a young Chinese master. No would be more appropriate to call him, at this point, the leader of the sect. He had been experimenting with midi-chlorian manipulation and with the energy field of the Force to see if he should do what he wanted. Then there was the scientific aspects of trying to edit the structure of midi-chlorians, where he had to create a super virus with the intent purpose in being able to edit midi-chlorians. This was super dangerous, as if anything goes wrong, he could completely disconnect himself from the Force if he wasn't careful. He would be free, but at what cost? The cost would be his connection to the girls, but also his abilities within the Force. But the most important aspect was the connection. His abilities within the Force could be replicated through other methods. There were species within the Star Wars expanded universe capable of using psychic abilities regardless of Force sensitivity, and they usually had gotten these traits as a result of evolution, meaning that there were other ways to become more powerful if he really wanted to, but his current physical and mental capabilities are already well above the rest. Another thing to take into consideration is if he changes his midi-chlorians, so to speak, and upgrade them, was if he could change them back into the original cellular makeup and structure. He would probably be capable of this, as if he could change it, he should also be able to change it back as well. That isn't how evolution usually works, but whatever. Anakin thought to himself. Youngling Tano, come and see me you have. Yoda spoke as Ahsoka had come to consult with Yoda again. When am I to get a master? She had not been chosen, and she knew it was for a specific reason, withheld from her. No master would take her, but that didn't mean she failed, as she was told specifically she would have one. Your teacher shall be Master Skywalker. Yoda answered her question. I lit up. Really? Even though she was aware of Anakin leaving and she would go with him as well, that didn't mean she was immune to some things, like excitement of becoming a student, just as Barriss was. Yoda had felt it was time for Anakin to take on another apprentice and was going to forcefully give him one that he would accept and not go back on, as there were many offers that he had turned down before. Many prospective younglings ready to be taught by the very best, but he had declined them. It was only after Barriss was knighted that Yoda sensed it was time for him to accept another student. Even though he had not been accepting, Yoda knew he wouldn't refuse this little Togrutta's request. To officially become Anakin's student before she left the Order with him was Ahsoka's goal. She wanted to acknowledge for her efforts by him, and because of her insistence, she was to be rewarded. Of course, she didn't know that Anakin wasn't looking to accept a student because he knew he would be leaving the Order, but if it is Ahsoka, he probably wouldn't mind accepting her publicly as his. Humming to himself, but out loud, Yoda replies, Yes, strong within the Force you are. Midi-chlorians higher than my own Skywalker is. The same applies for you. The Jedi do standardized tests to see a student's Force sensitivity, but it isn't always done, and Ahsoka's was such a case. It had come to the Council's attention that Master Skywalker, along with other ladies, was close to the youngling Tano, and because of this had her tested. The results were quite staggering, as she tested even higher within the Force than Yoda as well, but not to the same exaggerated extent as Anakin. He is the chosen one, after all. So, I will become strong, just like Ani. Yoda did think it was strange, and he had his suspicions as to why the girls were so attached. He knew of the boy's strangely compelling aura, and he tried to link that back to a Jedi once heard about some time ago. She would instinctively be able to rally the support of people subconsciously because of her natural Force abilities related to empathy, emotions, and the mind. Maybe young Skywalker didn't know as well that he had something like this. Yoda knew that Anakin had some secrets, but everyone has, and didn't want to pry too much as it didn't seem like anything against the Order or its code. Maybe they were harsh in their initial judgment of the boy, but that was things of the past, and it seemed like he had moved on. What Yoda didn't know, however, was that Anakin did move on. No, in fact, he didn't move on at all. He wasn't at the Jedi's location in this instance, and always had his mind for himself, those he cared about, and the people within his empire. Luckily, the Jedi would both be getting some help, but unluckily get some damage done by Anakin in the future through the war. Perhaps. But time, dedication, and effort to your future training you must have. Yoda stated, Thank you, Master Yoda. You don't know what you have done. Ahsoka gave her thanks, and because of her feelings of gratitude, she decided she would reveal something to Yoda that wouldn't harm anyone, especially since this secret had long been abandoned and was no longer used for Anakin. There is an entranceway going deep down into the temple. There you will find an abandoned ancient Sith temple, Ahsoka said before getting up and leaving Yoda behind confused. Ahsoka had revealed this because Anakin had already moved everything of importance out of the base he had made for himself underneath. It didn't have any sort of purpose for him anymore, and being it didn't serve a purpose, it would be disposed of. Since the Jedi might want to learn of something like this, Ahsoka told Yoda this piece of information as thanks that she would later on have to give an edited recount of events leading up to its discovery. Since she was the one to tell them of this, she would have to create the lie. Wait, Padawan Ahsoka. Yoda called out to her to stop. Yes. Ahsoka beamed from Leku to Leku at the address Yoda had called her by. She was no longer a youngling, but a Padawan, an apprentice, and to someone she admired and loved a great deal as well. Come with me you must. Sith temple beneath. Tell me, and the council you will. Yoda said in a tone of exasperation and seriousness to make sure that Ahsoka knew of the severity of such a claim. Ahsoka was unfazed, however, and is just happy. Sure, Master Yoda. I can do that. She was still smiling, like a baby that had gotten its favorite candy. Ahsoka would then go on to explain to the council members about the base hidden underneath. They would explore the Sith temple and discover the vergence present within the Force here that was blocking their foresight. This, in combination with other events, would make Sidious more cautious, as now the Jedi would be aware of what had been hampering with their foresight-based abilities. They may not be able to deal with this dark side vergence, but that wouldn't matter because as thanks, Anakin would absorb the vergence into himself to further increase his pull within the Force, his power, strength, and radiant energies. They wouldn't know of this event, but it would be done before he left. Again, Anakin has gotten a lot from the Jedi, and it would be unkind of him to not at least hear them out a little with their problem. I am back, Anakin stated as he entered the Jedi temple with Ayla on his arm. Luckily, there was no one else around, as they would be either, at least suspicious of such behavior, and at most outraged that they would be so bold to act like lovers within the season of spring. No, it is we are back, Ayla supplied as she's still incredibly happy after recent events, and now that she had Anakin to herself, she would be able to come on to him. She didn't want it to be on Coruscant, because she wasn't ready, and she appreciated that Anakin knew that. Now, however, she thought to herself about when it would happen. She didn't supply that she was. Then it would never come, because although lustful and greedy, Anakin was very compassionate and had a great deal of temperance. His self-control was so exemplary that she wondered if he had decided to just become a Jedi and follow through completely with the doctrine, would he ever be swayed? So what do you think we will be doing then? Anakin had a smirk on his face as he saw the look within Ayla's eyes and felt the conflict within their bond. I don't know, she whispered with a shy expression. Let's go to my room then. There are all sorts of protections in place to stop intruders. Anakin said, knowing that she was in the mood and wanted it, desired it more than ever, and if he didn't do anything now, it would be a while yet before he would get another chance. Not that it would be all that long. It just meant that mentally and emotionally she wouldn't be ready again if he just rejected her advances continuously. It would only make her feel inadequate, which would only become more of a problem as time passed. Ayla just nodded and answered with a whisper. Okay, she cutely stammered. Anakin and Ayla had gone back to his room. Ayla was nervous, but Anakin was stone cold. Because there was no need to panic. He was not like Ayla the Virgin. He was a Chad, a Sigma male. Enough with that. I just made myself cringe. Anakin thought to himself. Anakin coughed to himself, as got his thoughts away from those silly things as he had a lady to entertain. He wouldn't be a very good husband now if he couldn't fulfill the needs of his wife. Ani, Ayla questioned him as he closed the door behind him. Yes. He walked over to her as her eyes screamed desire. Will it hurt? She was nervous, but not scared. No, she knew that Anakin would take care of her. But since this would be her first experience, she was anxious. From what I understand, the Twi'lek anatomy is similar to humans, and because of this I am sure that it would. The only real difference, compared to humans, are your Leku. Anakin said, not really knowing, or having gone in-depth just to know about alien biology. Most of his time is focused on himself, and because of this, it leads to most of his medical knowledge centered on humans. So you don't know. Ayla just gave Anakin a deadpan stare. To sum it up, yes. Anakin answered honestly, as his roundabout way of giving an answer without answering didn't work. Ayla, having had enough of waiting, jumped him. The two would then go back and forth, emboldening each other, and Anakin had to make sure to keep the connection he has with the other girls off. Otherwise, they would feel the feedback of what was happening between the two of them. The dyad certainly had many benefits, and just as he could feel her pleasure and even experience it, she would feel his and experience it as well. This basically means that they would exchange physical and spiritual feelings to the extent it became real. Anakin made sure that no one else would hear what was happening within the room, as that would be both dangerous, and he didn't like the idea of sharing even the sounds created from their coupling. He used the Force, but did so stealthily to accomplish what he wanted, as he could split his mind many different ways, not caring about efficiency, but most of his focus was on Ayla in this moment. If Anakin did allow things to be heard, heated moans and groans would sound out from within. It would seem that Ayla was not a screamer, but she certainly increased the sensual experience of the situation. Anakin was also experiencing a release where he could finally get back to having the fruit he had enjoyed within his last life, and before he had to stop going to Coruscant brothels after becoming official with Ayla. He held in for a long time, and it was now he could finally indulge himself as much as he could. Ayla would not be able to take him for the entirety of the nights and days he was capable of going on for. In the process of their coupling, the dyad was becoming even stronger. As the two engaged each other in the experience, Anakin and Ayla were able to see much more of each other's memories. Ayla didn't see everything or anything like that, but she was able to see the pains he had went through, but because of their current activities, any of that angst was pushed away by the pleasure. Anakin, as well, was able to see some of her memories, and he decided, just as he kept a tight leash on his own mind, to make sure he didn't see or even transfer her memories into himself too much. Again, he liked his privacy, and because of this, he didn't want to invade hers as well, but at this point, they had become one. The goal of the dyad was for this sole purpose, or at least this version of the dyad was. This would continue for about 2 hours before Ayla would become both mentally and physically exhausted from the workout. In the morning, she would feel sore, but she would remember this experience with extreme clarity. She was blissful, and instead of being turned into an absolute animal, she had managed to keep her sanity instead of being broken. Why would Anakin want to break her anyway? She is his now and forever. There was no doubt about it. Thankfully, because they are able to share in each other's physical feelings. Anakin was able to achieve his release as well, and he didn't bother to stop his seed from entering her, as there was absolutely no chance of Ayla being impregnated. The reason being that while it is possible for hybrids to exist, that was from genetic manipulation, and Anakin would have to change himself some to do so. In fact, if he really wanted, he could have included genetic compatibility between himself and other species that were not human or near human through the art of the small. He didn't do this, however, because there was no need for it before, but if he wanted to be able to have children with his more alien wives. It is a must. So after Ayla and Anakin's intense battle was over, he proceeded to do just that. Just his cells, specifically his sperm cells, to be capable of impregnating with perfect genetic stability females from other species. He started with Twi'leks, then moved on to Togrutas, and ended on Myrulans, because he was not currently connected with any other species other than humans, and those mentioned. I think that is enough for now. Anakin thought to himself as Ayla curled up on the bed into him. His size was great enough to make him cuddle her rather easily, and she, within her exhausted state of mind, was unconscious. She instinctively held on to him. He greedily returned this embrace, as he didn't mind her doing this. There was no chance he would have a dead arm simply because she used his arm as a pillow. His body and other factors are way too advanced for something like that to happen. While Ayla slept, Anakin really didn't have much else to do but just go over what was going on within the galaxy, or more specifically his own developing empire. The first thing he was alerted to was the uprising of some freedom fighters. He is unsure about what exactly these freedom fighters were fighting for, but they were harming the people's and his own self-interests. That just wouldn't do. It would seem, however, that Grievous had already been tasked with dealing with the heretics, and his mother was the one conducting such actions. It had taken some time, but it would seem she's becoming more and more ruthless towards others, and while she has kept her kindness, it would seem, however, that she has developed a habit of giving out harsh punishments. This was probably not helped by the fact these rebels were trying to depose not only her, but also make sure he isn't able to assume the title of emperor. His mother does love him a lot, after all, and soon enough the both of them would be reunited, but he should at least try and do everything he could here before leaving. He still has some unfinished business on Coruscant that doesn't include the nexus underneath the temple, nor involving Sidious and his plans, but it involved the underground corruption of Coruscant. He had essentially become the underboss of the criminal underworld of Coruscant, and he had reduced crime rates by a large amount. His persona as Vader was extremely powerful when it came to intimidation tactics. Combine this with the voice and presto. Everyone, well, near everyone would bow down to him. Unfortunately, Vader was becoming more and more irrelevant, and he would have to retire Vader soon enough. Just as he is leaving the Jedi, Vader would be passing on his mantle to Anakin, so to speak. The large, massive, and overwhelming droid army would all officially go under his control after Vader sets it up for him. What he would do with the Nexus underneath, however, was another matter, as currently within the Force, he has the capability of being able to crush an entire planet if he wanted. This was partially why he didn't want to create the Death Star, as there would be no need. So the Nexus and all its Force energy would be purified before going into building his spiritual dimension that he will start calling heaven. Why not? Heaven is a word connected to the sky, and through this it would be connected to myself and to the Empyrean. Words have a lot of meaning, and following his theme of naming things after himself and his new dynasty. He couldn't help himself, as it helped to better have certain things associated with himself, whether they be people identifying with his Empyrean, his spiritual realm, or to himself and the genetic manipulations he has done to create new life. He would then go on to explore his current options within the expansion of his empire. For now, he would wait for the Republic to retreat from its occupation of Geonosis, which would allow him expansion into another hyperspace lane. There were also other hidden hyperspace lanes that he had learnt of from the fat slug, named Jabba. He would be putting that information to a much greater use as he expands his influence across the outer rims of the galaxy. It was the beginning of the end. The end beginning Anakin's temporary, extended stay with the Jedi, that is. Today, I will be imparting onto you my own code. Anakin spoke to the group of younglings for what could possibly be his last time teaching within the temple. Professor, what do you mean by your own code? A student asked him. Yeah, Master Skywalker, you said we would be learning about the nature of the light side of the Force. Another youngling pointed out. Anakin had been trying to get the children to refer to him as a professor or just simply use the term of Mr. instead of Master. Only a few ever did get brave enough to break away from the teachings of the Jedi openly, but there are quite a lot of students that kept his teachings to the other Jedi hidden. He had requested of them to do so because the Jedi Council would be way too interested, but at this point he didn't care all that much. If the children were to blab, it wouldn't affect him and may even give him a reason to leave. Master Skywalker, another student questioned him as Anakin was withdrawn into himself. I am sorry, but I was just thinking. Thinking about what? The students were always curious to pick his mind because it was like he had an entire library within his head. Well, technically he did with his memories, thoughts, and connection to the matrix that has now spread throughout Tatooine and other star systems. He did. I was thinking about what is going to happen soon and how it would impact everyone. The Jedi, the Republic, myself, but most importantly, the innocent lives of every person. That includes you little ones as well. Anakin spoke his mind, knowing that sometimes children can give a solution to his troubled mind. I am sure you will overcome any problem you have, Master. One student said before the rest of the class joined in, to help boost his morale that should be at an all-time high. He was afraid, and he wasn't afraid to admit he is afraid. It would be foolish, incredibly, so to place those feelings within the back of his mind. It might just very well come to bite him in the ass. Thank you, all of you, for your words of encouragement, but what I was thinking about will not be solved by just overcoming it. There's a lot of things happening, and a lot more will happen within the coming years, and I've tried to prepare you all the best I can. Anakin looked at all of them, but they were only one class of the many he had taken over the years. He had developed a mentorship-like relationship to many of these children, and a lot of them looked up to him as some form of father figure. He wasn't against this, as children need their parents whether the Jedi dislike to admit it or not. Because he had become a figure to look up to for many children, he would be putting himself and them on the line when leaving, but he had to do so. He just hoped that when the time came, they wouldn't be devastated or feel like he is abandoning them. That is far from the truth, and if he could, he would take them all with him, but that would be doing the same that the Jedi had done. Kidnapping children. He would save them from any grim fate they may come across in the future, specifically with the destruction and dismantling of the Jedi Order. He would be there, as he didn't want to see children die, not like how the original without a thought slaughtered them. Of course, he could always make a case, but he would probably be unable to take any prospective students with him. At least he wouldn't be able to. He has a feeling that a lot of younglings, and maybe even Padawans, would try and follow him all the way back to Tatooine. He may be able to provide for them all, but he certainly isn't able to divide his attention that much. Well, he can, but what he meant was that it would be extremely hard to provide familial love to them, given he would be doing other things. What happened when his own family started to appear? Many things were complicated, and because these were young and impressionable people, he didn't want to give the wrong impression or pass down to them that what he is doing is always right. He had to make sure people, especially the younglings, didn't see him as perfect. It would harm them in the future as it would come to pass. He would not be able to help absolutely everyone, even if he wanted to. I think that we should stop for now. Everyone here can take a break and go have some fun, Anakin said, and the children without hesitation all agreed and ran outside of the classroom space going to do their own things. Sighing, Anakin walked out only to be stopped by one of the students within the class. I know that Master Skywalker is conflicted, but Master doesn't have to worry about us, or anyone else you have taken care of. The little human girl smiled and continued. I believe that no matter what you do, the decision will be the correct one. Anakin looks at the girl and tries to decipher why she had come, but threw that thought to the back of his mind since the child was obviously just trying to cheer him up. Thank you. Don't worry, I am set in my decision. There will be no going back. It has always been this way, and I will continue down this path. Anakin patted the girl's head before walking off. What Anakin was going to talk about with the children was an elaboration of the Force code he had recited and told them about. He gave that lesson at least once a year to every youngling he could, just to make sure they knew of the differences, the flaws, and could compare and contrast the meanings, hidden or otherwise, within everything. One has to look underneath the underneath. It was something he would constantly tell everyone, every youngling he could, to make sure they understood that there is always more. There is no end to one's journey throughout their lifetime, and that their evolution doesn't stop with becoming a Padawan, knight, master, or even a member on the Jedi High Council. Flowing through all, there is balance. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. The Force is all things, and I am the Force. This is the full, complete version of the code he had adopted into his order. Flowing through all, there is balance. While the Force did indeed have inherently light and dark sides, Anakin recognized that these aspects could not be separated without negative consequences. If the dark side and the Sith were to gain dominance, life would become self-destructive and be extinguished. However, if the light side and the Jedi Order's quest for peace were allowed to come to pass, the galaxy would fall to lethargy, apathy, and eventually fade and die. Both light and dark were part of the Force, and all aspects of the Force had to be studied and respected. This wasn't something that Anakin was the only one to know of, as there were certainly others that had discovered aspects of balance as well. Where the Sith and Jedi fail, Anakin will pick up the slack and make sure that some semblance of balance is kept. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. For Anakin, passion was an integral part of life. Without it, what was to stop one from simply meditating on the mysteries of the Force until one's body atrophied? Yet, inner peace was needed to focus one's passions constructively and purposefully, rather than indiscriminate training, artifact hunting, or simple destruction with no ultimate goal. Passion without peace was simple madness. Peace without passion was apathy. Anakin is extremely passionate about everything he has been doing, otherwise all of the amazing things he had done. All the good he has brought would not have been able to be made without his efforts, without his drive to do something. But he had done so from a place of harmony, where he would crumble as his desires burn him from the inside out. He would burn from within if he didn't temper himself properly. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. Finding truth, promoting peace and understanding. These were noble pursuits, but without using the found truths to enact change or improvements in and around oneself, having the knowledge was meaningless. In the same way, power with no purpose beyond increasing itself held no greater meaning. Anakin had many ways to become powerful, and become powerful he did. And this is where he needed to have a purpose for this power. This purpose was originally to protect himself and his mother, but that desire has only grown over time. Now he has much more to protect. He wouldn't stop increasing his power, not only for himself, but for others and for his liberation from the Force. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. In order for life to exist, there must be chaos and order at an equal level. Sometimes laws needed to be broken, and sometimes chaos must be brought to order. However, neither should be ended permanently. The push and pull between the two kept the galaxy alive, regrowing and changing and improving itself. Life is change. Evolution is key to that change, and through this change, Anakin would only continue to grow stronger and stronger. He may have immortality, which should mean he would remain unchanged, but the fact of the matter was that he could change himself whenever. Transform his biology and genetic makeup to better suit his needs, or change his mindset to become better adapted to the current culture, religion, or way of life. If he couldn't move along with the times, he would only be left behind. The Force is all things, and I am the Force. Light and dark, good and evil, life and death, action and inaction and reaction, peace and war. The Force encompassed all aspects of the galaxy. Anakin knew that to truly be a guardian of life, one could not choose. Life could not be denied its emotions. Death had its place, and rejecting or focusing on a few aspects while ignoring others was simply denying reality and oneself. Becoming a complete being and guardian of the Force demanded embracing it all, which is something Anakin had been doing for a long while now. He may like the Force, but he didn't have complete separation if he wanted, and his goal to create his own Force-based energy field and modification of midichlorians may go against this tenet. Or, Anakin had done such a good job in interpreting the code, he took it literally. He would become the Force, and the Force would become him, meaning he would actually and truly be the push, the pull, the negative and positives. He would become death, life, and everything in between, the living and the cosmic. Rumors had now been spread throughout the Jedi Order about some sort of faction or order on the outer rims within the Empyrean. This prompted people to look into this supposed order of Force-sensitive individuals that were not Jedi. The Jedi High Council had been informed of this, and all had convened to figure out just what was going on. Even though they were just rumors, it could bring about a big change if it happened to be real. Interesting these rumors are. Yoda spoke as they were discussing just what this piece of information is. Master T, have you found out the origins of these rumors surrounding this new and mysterious order? Mace asked, shocked, as she had been tasked within the investigation, but she already knew about this, so she didn't say anything except an edited truth. She didn't like lying to any of them, as even though she isn't that particularly close to anyone, it still created this burden within her mind to keep things hidden from other figures of authority. I have discovered that it comes from within the temple. That is all. She revealed as this set off another round of discussion about the possibility that the CIS is somehow involved in this when this new order itself and its location is supposedly in the Empyrean, a place that the Jedi are allowed to go to along with anyone else, but that doesn't mean it was where they were needed at the moment. The beginning of the Clone War has set off a chain of events that has led them to be strapped on resources, both within the Order and the Republic. Send someone we must go towards and discover if the rumors are true. Validity of the claim must be confirmed. Mundy spoke, being the most zealous of the Jedi Masters within the room. Don't you think we are being too rash here? Deppa questioned. There must be a reason such a rumor exists, and if we find the one who has started it, we can take action depending on what this person can provide to us in information. Master Balaba is correct. Delve deeper we must. Yoda said, We don't have enough time. I am afraid, Master Yoda, that this is something that would cause a schism within our order. Mace continued, The Republic is in dire need of our assistance, and it would seem that there is no one else here that could help. The direction the Senate had been going in was to make the Jedi generals of the war, de facto because there was no one else but the Jedi to better represent the Senate and the Republic. They were the most centralized faction a part of the system of the Republic, so of course they would be dragged into the mess. They shouldn't really, but due to a many number of things, events, people pushing and swaying everything within a certain direction, the Jedi can't do much but agree. Of course, they could always default back to their monk peacefulness, but that wasn't going to happen, and the Jedi would be forced into the front lines. Masters, knights, and even Padawans. The battlefield is no place for a child, but there would be several going there. Has there been any word from the Senate? Mace asked, and Plo Koon replied, There has. From their talks with the Empyrean, they have not said that there is such an order. They also try to stay away from this for some reason, and even though it doesn't go against the agreement between the Republic and the Empyrean, it certainly has created some tensions. Plo Koon finished. Tensions it has created, yes. Chaos within the Order, even more so. Yoda nodded in agreement. The Order was within a precarious state, as those that didn't want to be involved with the war might try to leave at the mention of this new order, far away from the problems of the Republic. The Jedi and those within weren't just mindless drones listening to their Queen Bee for instructions, but had independent wills of their own. This only got worse with Anakin's influence from top to bottom, albeit it was mostly the younglings and recent Padawans that were influenced by Anakin's involvement in the teaching process. Even more so was the fact that what Anakin has preached to some people before and his disagreements with the Code, the Order, and whatever else there was. Calm those within the Jedi, we must. Bring Anakin, we must. Further investigation need it is. Yoda said as a closing, which led to everyone filing out of the room. Palpatine was intrigued beyond belief by the fact there was something that called his attention, immediate attention, that could very well be a massive hindrance to his plans, if it wanted to be, that is. The Empyrean had been a thorn in his side, where concessions had to be made to appease the rapidly expanding empire that was ruled with both the iron fist and gentle palm of Shmi Skywalker. Of course, he knew better than to believe that such success was brought on just by that former slave. It was impossible for something like to succeed without the aid of something or someone powerful, whether that be someone with the mind, force abilities, or pure charisma needed to create and pull to put people under their thumbs without them realizing this fact. My lord, I have noticed some movements that would indicate that the Empyrean is interested in Geonosis. Dooku spoke over a holographic communication device. What? Angered, Sidious came out from his inner self. Tell me, what else is going on over there, what with this supposed Force-sensitive order that preaches about the balance? His voice was especially toxic today, it would seem. It is as it would seem. From my correspondence with them, there has been very little mention about anything like that. Dooku replied, Will they be joining either side of the war? Have they made their decision? Sidious asked with haste. Yes, they have decided to not participate and will continue to not do so. But it would seem like despite this, they are willing to step on our toes. Dooku responded, That stupid wench. Sidious, even more so angry, than he was threw stuff around using telekinesis, and lightning rippled around him in his madness before he recollected his mental state of frame. Sidious was of course referring to Shmi, the current empress who has been getting in the way of his plans on a smaller scale, but if she were to decide to take over Geonosis, it would be a huge setback for Sidious and Dooku. They still needed some way to continue replenishing their armies, and they had also given a sizable chunk of the Trade Federation's wealth, resources, and droids. Sidious had been planning to use, or more like he was controlling Dooku, to continue using the CAS in an effort to make sure he become closer and closer to absolute authority as the Republic goes from a republic into a dictatorship, then eventually into an empire where he would rule as an emperor. The wealth, the power, the prestige, fame, glory he would bring to the Sith, and he would be able to engrave his name within the history books as the best and most brilliant Sith to ever exist. He would create an empire. He would live forever, and he would, in an effort to emulate his ancient Sith masters, recreate the eternal Sith Empire. This time it would be a success, or at least that was what Sidious told himself, completely sold on the idea he would be forever, eternal, and would never die. Killed by the Force, by someone else, the decay of his body and physical form, all of it would be nothing in the face of his grand design. Master, Dooku questioned as he didn't know whether or not Sidious had calmed down from his anger. Do not worry, my apprentice. It was merely a brief release of my pent-up energy. You wouldn't believe the idiocy of the Republic, Sidious said as he had to hide himself again, which was becoming harder and harder as time passed by. His skin is becoming paler and paler by the day. His skin is sagging, which makes him look old. Very old, despite not being that old for the Republic standards. Of course, Master. I was wondering if there was anything I could do to stop the Empyrean from claiming Geonosis, but I couldn't come up with anything that would be viable without exposing ourselves. Dooku said, That is fine. We will just have to work around this problem. Sidious clenched his teeth as he continued. There are many more opportunities, but for now, it would seem you will have to ration out some of the droids you currently have in stock. Yes, Master. Dooku's comlink went off, and now Sidious was left all alone with his brewing thoughts and emotions. I will be leaving the Order. What did you say? I said I am leaving the Order. As of this instant, this moment, I will no longer be a Jedi. Anakin, you can't possibly mean what you are saying. Do you even hear what you are saying? The two talking to each other are Anakin and Qui-Gon. Of course I know. Anakin replied. If I was unaware of what I just said, I would be insane. Qui-Gon, with clear, dreadful surprise, asked as a pit in stomach was felt. Please, you should reconsider your decision. I suggest that we both forget that this conversation even took place. Master, you can't unhear and undo my decision. Do you not understand the things I've gone through to have you join? Qui-Gon asked, What about all of the things I have taught you? I am well aware of your efforts and the efforts of everyone else that has helped me, but that doesn't mean I should stay. Chosen one or not, I am my own person and my decision is final. Anakin stated firmly. Anakin, Qui-Gon started. I know that you have had your disagreements about the code and with the Order overall, but you can't just go when you may be needed most. Do you not understand that leaving now could have major consequences? I understand. I don't think you do. There are many of whom would just like to leave the Order. You aren't the only one, and if you go, the Chosen One leaves. It would create a chain reaction within the Order, with many Jedi leaving either to follow after you or go to wherever else they can. Qui-Gon said. Anakin had wanted to inform his masters, both of them. First, he has confronted Qui-Gon about his leaving, and this reaction is the one he expected. Look, I have had it many times wanted to leave the Order myself, especially after discovering the truth about spiritual immortality by becoming a ghost, but that doesn't mean I left. I stayed because by the Force do I know that I am needed. Qui-Gon explained with a weary sigh and a sagging of his shoulders. Have you not thought about why I wanted to go? Anakin questioned. I have. Qui-Gon answered, waiting for Anakin to continue. Then you mustn't stop me. I will go and inform Master Windu as well. I wanted to give the both of you a proper goodbye, and thanks for what the both of you have provided for me. Anakin said, grateful for the two's guidance, but that's just it. It was just guidance, nothing more, nothing less. Having nothing more to say to Anakin, Qui-Gon could only sigh. Fine, if that is what your decision is, and believe that it is the right choice. May the Force guide you down your path, as it knows, and I know that you will need it. Bowing, but not a full-on bow, Anakin says, "Thank you, Master." Anakin was not bowing anymore. "There's something I wanted to ask you, however, and that is if you wanted to leave with me. But from your reaction, it would seem that despite considering it and having done so for some time, you are unwilling to go. You are correct in assuming that I would reject your offer. The Republic is now within a precarious spot, and even after the war, I would probably stay. There is nothing more outside of the life of a Jedi for me," Kagan said. Anakin knew that Kagan would stay as a Jedi, and even if he left, he would leave as a Jedi, and he would most certainly die a Jedi. It was within Qui-Gon's nature to be like this. "I will now go to Master Windu, and also inform him of my decision before going to the Council." Anakin said, "Yes, that is for the best." Kagan replied as it seemed he had aged quite a bit. Anakin could have gone off the grid, just like Dooku had, and reappear with the Empyrean, leading his people into new heights while the Jedi scrambled to find him. But that wouldn't create the impact he wanted. He needed to make his decision public, at least within the temple. Then there was the girls he had grown close to that would undoubtedly be sad if he just disappeared out of nowhere, because they would try to follow him as well. How could allow them to stay behind, but leave himself? He didn't want to make anyone choose between himself and something else. That was wrong, just as he didn't want to choose one girl over the others, as that would be against him. If he had to choose between who to save off of a cliff and someone had to die, he would go against the options presented and create his own, even if it meant he would die trying to change that fate. If he truly had to choose between the Order and the Empyrean, however, he would choose the Empyrean. It was the thing he had spent a lot of time and effort on, and while he has tried within the Jedi to create an environment that is better, he couldn't. Now he would have to continue making his own path. Within the Force, his life, the Empire and lives of those within, and finally his own destiny would be taken into his own hands and not placed within the decaying hands of the Jedi. As when those hands decay, he could fall right into the decaying hands of Sidious, where he would most definitely try to crush him with all his might. Anakin left Kagan alone within their training room they used to use. "Master Windu," Anakin said as he had arranged to meet up with Mace. "Anakin, why have you called me here, specifically to talk alone?" Mace questioned him. "I am here to tell you about an important decision I have decided to make," Anakin said as Mace waited for him to continue. "I will be leaving." "What do you mean leaving? If you're talking about going somewhere, you're a grown adult. There is no need to inform me of your decision." Mace could see that Anakin wasn't talking about leaving Coruscant for a little bit. "But that isn't what you meant, is it?" Mace finished. "No, it isn't," Anakin said with a shake of his head. "Okay then. It would seem that is something important. Don't tell me you have somehow broken the code, perhaps? Have you grown attached to something or someone?" Mace questioned Anakin. "It is not just about the code, Master," Anakin replied. "Not just about the code. So you have broken it? What else have you done then?" Mace was questioning him calmly and didn't seem all that upset with his implied reasoning for Anakin coming to him. "I'm leaving the Order." Anakin decided to just drop the bomb. This gets a reaction out of the calm Mace, as he wasn't expecting something like this. "What?" Mace was now standing from his seated position. "Did I hear you correct?" "I hope you did. Your ears must be failing you." Anakin tried to implant some subtle humor to make sure Mace doesn't get too heated. "No." "What do you mean, no?" "My ears are not failing me, of course," Mace replied, but continued while staring intensely at Anakin. "I meant, no, you're not leaving. I will forget this conversation has ever started or happened at all. Leave now before I reprimand you." Strangely enough, Mace was within the same denial that Kagan was experiencing when Anakin had said he was leaving, trying to come up with excuses, reasons to stay. They were both going through the stages of loss, but in a weird manner. Shock and denial, pain and guilt, anger and bargaining, depression, the upward turn, reconstruction and working through, acceptance and hope. "Master Windu, you cannot undo my choice. It doesn't work like that," Anakin stated. "I will tell you now that I am not the only one who is looking to leave the Order, and I am sure you are aware of the fallout that would happen when I leave." Calming down, Mace sits back down. "What is the reason for your leaving?" It seemed like he got over it quite quickly. "There are many," Some you are aware of, and some you are not. Anakin answered, May I know of the ones I am unaware of? Mace continued to stare at Anakin intensely, as if he was trying to see through him and look into the enigma that Anakin is. Anakin then went on to tell Mace a many number of things. Not everything per se, but enough to inform him of why exactly he is leaving, and that he is aware of the fact they wouldn't change even if he left, but it would still make them reconsider how they have been doing things. Of course, the reason wasn't only just because of the Jedi. There were also his own selfish reasons of wanting to go and who he would be taking with him. Anakin didn't leave out much of why, and he did supply he was going to go back to the Empyrean, and there he would take his place as the new ruler. Not that he wasn't always the sole and only true emperor of the prospering empire. And that is all, at least all I am willing to share. Anakin finished. Anakin, no Master Skywalker. Mace started. It would seem that you have been lying to the Jedi Council since the very start. I hope that you do not take this the wrong way, but I have always had my reasons for joining, and those reasons were inherently selfish in nature. Anakin replied, I wholeheartedly appreciate the teachings, guidance, and everything else the Jedi, know you and Master Kagan have taught me. Without it, I'm sure that I would not be where I am today without you too. Without the Jedi, I would not have progressed so fast and developed in a way I liked, and for that I thank you. Anakin bowed to Mace as he finished. Mace got up and walked to Anakin and placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. Anakin. Mace paused before continuing. There is not much I could say to change your mind now, is there? He said this more to himself than to Anakin, as he knew, right from the start, that Anakin was different from the rest. Different from his previous students, different from every other Jedi, and his thoughts, while being more in line with Kajin, was still skewered away from the Jedi. Not necessarily in line with the thoughts of the Sith, but it was still not the way a Jedi would think, and because of this the Council wanted Anakin away from the temple as much as possible. They have given Anakin the job as a teacher, and his way of thinking had infected a lot of their students. Unfortunately, everything that led up to such a thing and his continued persistence in staying within the temple in the end won out. No, there's probably nothing you could do. Your words will be ignored and your actions would be taken as a threat to my safety and freedom. Anakin stated, I will call an emergency meeting then. May sighed and still decided to support his former student. An emergency meeting was being held, and Shock knew that this meeting was going to be a huge factor in deciding whether or not she would leave with Anakin. She was extremely connected, as while she loved the Order, her feelings had at this point surmounted her attachment to the Order, and now she wanted him. Especially after his secret marriage with Senator Amidala and her fellow Jedi, Aayla Secura, filing in, while some masters on the council were not present and had been sent out of Coruscant to help with the war efforts. Master Windu, why have we all been gathered here? And why is Master Skywalker here along with us? Is it something important? Mundi asked, as if he had some important business to get to. Yes, tell us you will. Yoda added, as he was curious as well. It was not often an emergency meeting was called. Even more so by Windu, as he wasn't the type to talk things through and would rather solve problems himself immediately by taking action. It was seen throughout how he did things, whether that was from teaching to missions and other things Jedi do. At least he could be calm enough to meditate. It is not I that has something important to say, but Master Skywalker that needed everyone's audience. Mace answered, as now everyone looked concerned, because there was something within the Force telling them that something of grave importance was happening at this moment. Shock was the only one who knew what this meant. She has been an active participant, after all, when it came to fostering Anakin's desires to leave. It didn't help that how she had become connected to him in a more intimate manner. Well, what is it then? Yaddle spoke as she was somewhat close to Anakin because he had some interest in the species herself, and Yoda are. I have come to all of you today to say, Anakin left off to create some dramatic effect. I am leaving the Order. This sends the room into some chaos, as every so often the masters would talk over each other to question Anakin. Why he was doing this, how could he do this, and many other things were said. Anakin, with his superior hearing, was even able to pick up, well, it finally happened. Silence. That got everyone's attention as Yoda, now commanded the room. Enough this is. Young Skywalker's reasons he must explain. Anakin then went on to recount everything, all of his reasons, conveying his disappointment that he was unable to do anything to change their fate, which raised a few eyebrows, physically for those who had eyebrows and mentally for those without. He didn't go into as much detail with everyone here as he did with Kagan or Mace, but he still said enough to make sure that they knew that he wasn't the only one going to leave. He would be leaving with Barriss, Ayla, and his now new apprentice Ahsoka, something of which had surprised him, as he didn't think Ahsoka would still become his apprentice because of the changes he had made. Hand over your lightsaber, you must. Yoda didn't give an argument and just asked Anakin for the saber he had with him. This was one of the reasons he was not all that fussed about what lightsaber he would get his lightsaber or lost all the time. He knew that he would be returning it. It was a feeling, even if he left secretly, he would have still left the saber behind. It wasn't perfect, and it certainly could have been done with much more effort. Creating something truly unique for himself would come soon enough. But Master Yoda, no. Silent everyone must be. Skywalker's choice respected it will be. Yoda said, as Anakin needed a hand over his saber, but he did something with the crystals within, because that could be dangerous. He manipulated the force energies of both to completely mix with each other, causing both of the crystals to become full-on purple. After everything had been settled, it was now time for Anakin to leave, but Shock had something to say herself. Wait. Shock Ti's voice was heard throughout the room as everyone was just lamenting Anakin's decision. What is it, Master T? Depa Balaba, one of the council members, questioned her. I also have something to say. She paused as she gathered her bravery to fully exert it in this instance. I will be leaving the council and the Jedi Order as well. This sets of another round of people talking over each other as seemingly out of nowhere. Another one of their Jedi members were leaving, and this time it was someone who was sat upon the council. Reason, tell us you will. Yoda spoke, which had the room quiet down, while Mace was silent throughout the entire ordeal. I have to go with Anakin. She spoke and then continued. But I'm not just leaving because of him. I have enjoyed and appreciated my time here within the temple. It is just that it is now my time to leave, and there is nothing else here left for me. You lightsaber, you will return as well. Yoda replied, not fighting her over this decision. Of course. Thank you, Master. Shock bowed to Yoda before getting up herself and moving towards Anakin. This time Anakin was now joined with Shock as he could now leave, and he wouldn't have any massive farewell, or at least that is what he believes. His students that caught wind of his soon-to-be departure and everyone else affected by his actions would be there when they left. Anakin, along with Shock, had rejoined Ayla, Barriss, and Ahsoka, all of whom were within the training room awaiting the news of what was happening and knowing that they would be going as well. None of them really had the courage to say they wanted to leave themselves, so Anakin had to take things into his own hands. Of course, this was just a way to avoid responsibility if something goes wrong. It is an instinctive thing to do. Has it been done? Barriss rushed up to Anakin and questioned with some fear leaking through the bond he shared with her. It has. Anakin replied. And Ahsoka was the one to continue here. And we can go. Anakin continued for her. Just like that. Ayla questioned. Just like that. But you three will have to return your lightsabers as well. Don't worry about that, however. We can always make new ones. Anakin replied. Anakin didn't take their lightsabers with him because they were trying to dodge the responsibility of their choice to leave with him. So they would have to confront the masters as they hand in their lightsabers as they leave. He can't be acting as a shield for them all the time. Accountability is something important to building character after all. The group had built up a lot of tension the past few days because even they were all prepared for the potential fallout, they didn't want to have to go against the Jedi. Despite how strong everyone here is, especially the girls bonded to Anakin through the dyad, and not to mention Anakin himself, it would be extremely hard to fight their way out. Of course, they could have snuck out, and that was what everyone would have done. But now that they don't have to do something like go on the run, then everything would be just fine. You guys can go and pack your things while I deal with sorting my own things out. Anakin stated. Ahsoka was the first to go as she was the most excited at the prospect of moving to a new place, somewhere that wouldn't be the same four walls she had to stay in. She had been within the temple her whole life and had not once been given the chance to leave, and she knew that even though she had visions that showed her a great deal of things, it wasn't enough for her. She wanted to go out there to experience these things herself. "I'm already ready." Barriss inserted her own progress, which was already done, which is what Ayla and Ahsoka should have done, and Anakin didn't really include shock within this as she was undecided in leaving before that point. "Already ready. It would seem that someone is able to listen to my instructions at least." Anakin replied, nodding his head. Barriss is probably looking forward to being able to spend more time with Anakin or more time with Shmi back on Tatooine, as she rather liked Anakin's mother and knew that if she wanted to have a relationship with Anakin, it would probably be prudent to approach his mother. She was in charge of one of the most prospering and fast-growing empires in the galaxy after all. As everyone went off to do their own things, Anakin would have to reveal to Barriss now that she was probably going to be his third or maybe even fourth girlfriend at this point, because he had gotten married to both Ayla and Padmé. Well, how do I explain this? Anakin looked towards the witness, shock. "Don't look at me. It is you that has some explaining to do, not me." She replied, leaving him out, cut and dry. Sighing, he replies, "Okay, what are you guys talking about?" Barriss was naturally curious, as it involved telling her something. "Well, you see." Anakin would then go on to explain what had happened on Naboo. "What? Already?" Barriss seemed distressed, so Anakin just gave her a hug to make her mental distress go away. Of course it doesn't work, but it does at least calm her down. "Why?" She questioned him. "You know why. Or at least I've told you why." Anakin started. "I mean, why not me?" Barriss said as she continued to embrace Anakin once he did wrap his arms around her. She heard the 4 beats of his hearts. They created a clear rhythmic tone that lulled her mind. "Why not you? You're also aware of the reason as well." Anakin replied. She hugged him as tightly as she could. "I know," Barriss said in a depressed tone. "I still want you, so become mine." Anakin continued before being interrupted. Someone coughs, which interrupts this moment the two share. It was Ayla, who had now come back with everything she had while standing next to Shock, who by now is used to displays of affection like this between Anakin and his loved ones. Ahsoka came by only a few seconds later and could tell that there was some awkwardness within the atmosphere, but didn't put much thought into it as she said, "Okay, I am ready to go." "Great. Let's be off then," Anakin said as he had now become detached from Barriss. The 5 of them left as Anakin told the droids to move on out ahead of time. He didn't want to leave these things behind after all. They all went towards the main entrance and exit of the temple and were surprised at the should-have-been expected event. Master Skywalker, many younglings, and even young Padawans had come to the entrance in preparation of him, leaving while some of the more brave Jedi had already left the order without telling them. The more honorable ones stayed behind to give a proper leave and goodbye to the order they would have given their lives to. "What are you all doing here?" Anakin questioned the crowd as he used a voice amplification module within his nanosuit. Someone from the crowd comes and walks closer towards him and the girls. It was the human girl, the youngling that had tried to reassure him after his last class. "Master Skywalker, we are all here to give you your farewell," the girl said. Looking at everyone, Anakin felt some happiness, and it showed as his face started to smile. Seeing the faces of those he has taught, or those who were learning from him, it certainly brought a smile to his face, but he couldn't bring them with him. Some other time, for sure he would bring as many as he could back to his empire. He would have to find everyone here a family to adopt them, and that would take time, but even then, by the time everything should be over, they would all be adults or close to being adults at that time. I thank you all. From the bottom of my heart, I am both proud and grateful for being able to pass on my knowledge and wisdom to all of you. If anyone else that has been taught by me isn't here today, then you guys will be tasked with passing on my message. Anakin stated, my message being, you are all welcome to come to the Empyrean, the place I originate from. The Empire, I take pride in being its prince and future leader. Anakin continued, I will not regret my decision here today, and you too should not regret coming to my new empire if you so choose. The Jedi are not perfect, but that doesn't mean I am perfect as well. There are many things that are changing and are still changing, but the Jedi, for me, is a dead end. a place that I will be grateful for, but my time here is at an end. All of you here should not follow me. This decision is something that would last a lifetime, something that would change the course, fate, and destiny of yourself and those around you. Anakin still continued on. I hope that you all will become excellent Jedi, if you so choose, or a Force sensitive that is able to maintain balance, or you may want to do something else with your life, other than being a part of the Jedi Order. I will accept. No, the Empyrean will accept all of those willing. This is my message. Anakin finished. Anakin would then go on with the girls and leave, but not before having the three, Ayla, Ahsoka, and Barriss return their sabers themselves. Once going through with this, they learned that taking accountability for their actions wasn't as bad as they thought, and in fact relieved them of this uncomfortable feeling. That feeling being guilt. Guilt that they couldn't live up to their decisions, that they couldn't remain true to themselves and unsure of why they left with Anakin. By doing this, it reassured and reaffirmed their desires to leave, because it came from themselves, within, and there was no room left for hesitation. Now that everything is ready, they all boarded Anakin's ship, Jabbatha, and headed towards their new life. What could it possibly be, however, is an entirely different matter. One thing was for certain, however, they knew they would at least experience happiness as long as it is with Anakin. He would make a great father. Shock and Ayla had the same thought as they reviewed what had happened at the entrance of the Jedi Temple. It would seem that he was well-received, well-liked, and maybe even loved by the children as a paternal figure. What are you thinking about? Kagan was approached by Mace, as they had seen from afar Anakin's speech and message to the younglings and Padawans that had amassed for his leave. I'm thinking about why exactly Anakin is leaving. What he had brought up to me is worrying, as I'm able to see his reasoning. Kagan supplied. Really? Mace said as he asked. He asked me to leave with him. Can you believe it? Kagan asked a rhetorical question. I do. While I wasn't formally invited like you, Skywalker did subtly imply he would like for me to join him along with those girls he left with. Mace answered, however, yes, intriguing that he is able to pull such support, even from within the council itself. Kagan said as he was still in disbelief over the matter. The boy. No, he's a man now. Skywalker is a ladies' man. It would seem he has managed to seduce members of our order to join him. Mace said, from what I understand, they were forced to hand in their lightsabers instead of having Anakin do it for them. Kagan replied, thinking about that. It would seem that they had their own reasons to leave as well, and it was just that Anakin is the catalyst. Yes, we now must prepare for a surge in Jedi members leaving. Mace said, thinking about the fallout, as it had already begun. While there wasn't a massive spurt as soon as the news spread, Anakin's leaving did get around, and those within the temple and members outside of the temple within other Jedi divisions were starting to leave as well. Of course, this wasn't right across the board, and they would still have thousands of members easily. It was just that they were now within a time of war, and any members, especially those of whom are actual knights or masters, are needed. Yes, I fear for what is to happen. Kagan replied, fear not, you must. Dark side has fallen. Yoda came into the room of the two masters. The Clone Wars has begun. Dangerous it will be, members we do need. Count Dooku made movements he has, but the Empyrean has as well. What do you mean, Master? Kagan asked. Gotten word I have. Empyrean settling on Geonosis they are. Set back to the seed, yes, this is. Yoda said, that is right. It was only a few days since the Republic had withdrawn, and Anakin or his mother had already gone about to conquer new lands, opening up a new route for them and helping secure their spatial borders. Geonosis was now under the control of the Empyrean. That is fast. Mace questioned. Thankful we did not join the CS. Yoda replied. Taken they have. No time to retaliate Dooku had. That is good then. Mace said. Good? Meaning is still to be determined. Good? Bad? In between? No, not, but with time we will. Yoda continued. While this was going on, Sidious had come to the conclusion that it was Vader, that reclusive and elusive general to the Empyrean behind all the events that were happening and that have happened. How else would all of his plans be swayed and turned into a different direction if not at the hands of another aggressive but passive player within the game of chess. Vader and Sidious were fighting each other mentally and trying to outdo each other, and Vader seemed to know of his moves ahead of time. Everything that was happening indicated to Sidious that Vader was at least Force-sensitive and remembering his time conversing with Vader long ago. He is cautious. Cautious because Vader could hide his Force sensitivity from him as well, just like he had been doing with the Jedi for a long time now. I will find out your identity. Sidious wanted to claim the Empyrean, but he was getting ahead of himself and needed to assert his dominion and control over the Republic first before he could set his eyes on other things outside of the scope of his current mantle. It was probably a misplay on Sidious' part on trying to make the Empyrean annex control over towards the Republic as now. They had leeway when it came to many things, meaning that it would be harder to go against them politically or though any sort of intrigue. The publicity would be awful if he did anything that tried to harm an innocent bystander within the war that had started. Soon, Sidious finished thinking to himself. Squealing was heard from within Jabbatha as we rejoined the group, now headed towards Empyrean space. There was one place in particular that Anakin wanted to return to as he was to deliver the good news. There were many people waiting for him on Tatooine, and it would be remiss of him not to meet with them again. Ahsoka, why don't you calm down? Ayla called out from where she was seated. No one was piloting the ship, as Jabbatha was fully capable of handling herself. Ahsoka was just having too much fun within the ship. She had never been on Jabbatha before and was extremely interested in what exactly Jabbatha was. The ship is living, and Ahsoka is hooked on the fact that she is living and connected to Anakin through a special bond, not like the one he shares with the others. But it was something different in nature, and because of this, Ahsoka wanted to know more about it. This is so cool. Ani, why didn't you take me on this ship? Ahsoka asked as she came around. Well, now that you are my apprentice, I believe that if Jabbatha allows it, of course, that you may use her as much as you like. Anakin replied. Aboard Jabbatha, they were all doing their own things, and from time to time would converse with each other, as there really much else to do other than watch things. There was, however, the stuff Anakin had installed into Jabbatha, because he didn't want to be bored himself when using Jabbatha to travel to places. She may be fast, but that doesn't mean she is absolute, meaning that there is always room for improvement, but he knew that if Jabbatha got any more faster than she was now, it could start to break down space-time around them, moving so fast that she would create breaks or wormholes within time and space just by her speed, which would be dangerous if the exterior of her hull is unable to resist such a force. Really? And how did you know that Master Yoda made me your Padawan? Ahsoka had this curious look on her face. I don't know. Maybe I can read your mind. Anakin replied. You can if you wanted to, but I know that you wouldn't. Ahsoka said in full confidence of his moral standing. You are right about that. Anakin replied. I think that now you are my apprentice, it should be around the time I start taking your training seriously. What? Ahsoka stammered. But I wanted to go play those virtual reality video games. There is no time to have fun with that, come. We will use the training sabers I have. Let's see just where your lightsaber combat abilities stand. Anakin stated as he started to walk into another room. But we don't even have proper sabers to use anymore. Ahsoka was starting to question the sanity of Anakin as she followed after him. Ayla, Shock and Barriss were within their own worlds as they had full access to the ship as well. It was hug enough to house all of them, with separate bedrooms and all. In fact, Jabbatha had 6 rooms, and Ayla had taken to going to Anakin's room during their short trip to the Empyrean. While Anakin and Ahsoka were within the room that had been temporarily remodeled into somewhere everyone could train because they now needed to reacquaint themselves to combat without lightsabers, at least for the time being. Ayla and Barriss were having a conversation. A conversation that wasn't heated, but because Barriss was slightly sad and jealous due to Anakin having already gone ahead and married Ayla and Padmé, she wanted to do so as well. Hey, Barriss. Ayla greeted the slightly downtrodden girl. Yes. Barriss didn't hate or feel angry at anyone in particular, since she knew the situation and was well aware of what could happen. She more so mad at herself for having waited this long and now another woman has entered into a relationship with Anakin without being bound by the dyad. Don't worry, Ayla said as she patted her shoulder. That's easy for you to say. You're the one married to Ani, having sex with him. Varys gave Ayla a pointed look. Huh? H, how did you know? I thought no one could hear. Ayla whispered the last part to herself, and was surprised to discover that the interior of Jabbatha isn't as soundproof as she thought. Jabbatha, I thought you could cancel out the sound. Ayla spoke out loud, and Jabbatha replied mentally to Ayla. I am, though. Jabbatha said, though telepathic communication. Of course we could feel it. Varys started. Feel it. Ayla questioned, now feeling very confused. Through the bond, remember, we feel everything Anakin feels if he doesn't block himself. Varys said, thinking Ayla had gone a bit blank within her mind. But I thought could. Ayla stammered as she was trying to come with a reliable answer as to why this has happened. I thought so as well. Shock came into this situation as she had also felt Ayla and Anakin's passionate time together, which also happened to allow them to feel that same pleasure and release. Shock continued with a little blush. I believe that from how I understand it, is that because of the closeness and vicinity to each other, we are able to feel it. That is right, the Force dyad becomes stronger and stronger, and at some point becomes so strong to the point it would be unbreakable throughout time and space. How does this relate to the inability to block out the bond? Simple. While Anakin was extremely powerful and had developed his mental capabilities to be able to stop most of the transmission of feelings, the strength of the bond, or more in particular, the strength of the invasiveness of the dyad was strengthened the close the bonded are closer to each other. While Anakin could stop memories and thoughts through the bond while in such close proximity, when it came to the act of making love, Anakin had very little control in such transmissions of emotions. That is right. When near each other, Anakin and the girls should be able to sense each other's emotional state based on the bond. The further away, the harder it is to sense those emotions, but because of such strength, if someone wanted to know what they were feeling, they could do so. This is quite embarrassing. So you all felt what Anakin and myself shared? Ayla asked with a blush of her own. Yes. Shock and Barris both said the same, with Shock just giving Ayla a deadpan, while Barris bore holes into Ayla's head. Whoa, calm down there. It isn't my fault that you haven't approached Ani yourself. Ayla said as she saw Barris look. Barris looked away. I know that. She harumphed. Stop being like that. You know how Ani feels, and you also know how you feel. So what is stopping you? We are not a part of the Jedi anymore. We are free to do what we want, however much we want with Ani. Shock said as Barris was being a grump. I don't know. Barris said more to herself rather than the others. Okay, we are here. Anakin stated as he exited the ship. He was excited because he could finally put to ease the uneasy feeling of staying with the Jedi, as he knew this was from the Force telling him that it would be bad to stay any longer. He knew of this fact himself, but it's great to know that the Force is starting to more and more let him be and do his own thing without trying to direct him. Of course, it would still do so, but that is par for the course about how the Force is. The reason he could put to why the Force was not acting on getting him to turn to the dark side and destroy the Jedi, then return to the light and destroy the Sith, is probably because of the massive progress it had made in balancing its energies on Geonosis. So this is your home planet? Ahsoka asked as she was beside him. Compared to him, her height was quite small despite her age of 15, which made a stark contrast between the two. Of course, Anakin still had a stark contrast between himself and most other people or species due to his height, but that didn't get in his way. He still kept his nimbleness, flexibility, and everything else that could with the territory. Even the problem of the chance of dying younger due to being taller isn't a problem to him. Now, with his advanced healing factor, immortality, biological and cellular repair, and recycling of materials within himself. Yes, this sand-filled, torturous heat and double suns you see in the sky is par for the course here on Tatooine. Anakin answered Ahsoka. It isn't that bad, though. Ahsoka said as she stared into the sky, through the glass-like dome covering the city they had arrived in. That is because you're protected by this biosphere. It creates an artificial environment with meaning that everything here is controlled to work properly. The heat, the wind, and the rain. Everything, Anakin said as the other girls exited the ship. That is quite cool. Ahsoka said, yes, it can even control the weather and even simulate the passage of time. What I mean by this is that those within will experience seasonal patterns, and as time passes, they could get used to this. There are other things, not about the biosphere, but within the homes constructed to replicate this effect, however. Anakin said, now being rejoined with Ayla, Barriss, and shock with everything they could or would take from the Jedi Temple. Why is that? Ahsoka asked before adding. I mean, why would anyone spend resources for even the homes to have the same or similar effects? Because humans aren't the only inhabitants throughout Tatooine, or even throughout the Empyrean space. Anakin said before continuing. The people here can live within an environment that is best suited to their species, otherwise it might be harmful. Of course, there's the fact natural evolution is a thing, and over time species would adapt, but that doesn't need to happen, as they could evolve in different ways to compensate. Technology is a beautiful thing. Anakin finished. You say that because you love anything to do with technology. Barriss stated knowing full well how much time he spent on anything to do with engineering, mechanics, and other forms of advanced technology. You are technically correct. Anakin replied as he continued. We should start moving now. Jabbatha will be just fine if we leave her. She will come to an undisclosed area. Anakin said, so Jabbatha will go towards an area while cloaked. Ahsoka asked as the group started to walk with all of their luggage. Yes. Anakin answered. The group, as they started, and the day was basically between starting and in the middle, were greeted to the various people that lived on Tatooine, more specifically the city that used to be called Mos Espa is now called Sky City. Why would the people like the city's name that was still the same after some time? Most of the citizens on Tatooine were originally either normal people who were crushed by the oppressive dictatorship of Jabba the Hutt or slaves that were a part of the slave trade that Jabba allowed. Why is everyone staring at us? Ahsoka questioned as she started to notice more and more the people were starting to gather around and follow the group. That is because our Ani here is the prince of this Empyrean. Remember? Ayla answered Ahsoka's question. I knew that. It is just that I didn't think the people here would even know all that much about him, since he has been away a lot. Ahsoka replied, that may be true, but you forget that he is a public figure with some level of fame in the Republic. Take that fame and multiple by about 1,000 times that, because of the many things he has done for them. Or at least there are a lot of things that he has done for most of the people. Ayla continued, but isn't this level of fame still insane? And why does no one actually approach us? It was Barriss that questioned this, as even though she along with Ayla and Shaka been here, she didn't know all too much. The person with probably the most information about Anakin's social status within the Empyrean is Ayla. My prince, a mechanized voice called out from the distance, and the ground started to shake a little, which caused the group to be shocked at what was approaching them. All except the denizens of Sky City and Anakin himself. It was a group of droids that had come to escort the group to the palace. Anakin had hoped for his coming to be a surprise for Shmi, and hoped that it wasn't her that had the droids come here. In fact, he is also thankful for the droids, because he was just about to call them over anyway, because the people here were being a bit creepy. They weren't totally silent or anything, but they did keep a distance, and as if both scared, respectful, and fervent in their approach, they didn't want to leave. Thankfully, they weren't stands. No doubt, he probably some. He would have to deal with that now that he was back. Another thing to think about was how much the people knew about him. He didn't think they would be this devoted or whatever other feelings he could sense. It was also starting to make the girls uncomfortable by the amount of attention they were receiving for being next to him. The life of a celebrity is not as fun as a lot of people would have liked to have. There was just too many problems for Anakin to even consider being such a public figure, but he couldn't avoid it because of the choices he has made. Now he has to deal with those consequences, but he would also enjoy the benefits, whatever they be. At least the droids know not to use the title of Emperor willy-nilly. He thought to himself, my prince, why didn't you call for us? We shall escort you in your... The commanding droid looks at the girls before continuing. Consorts. That gets a reaction from the girls as they exclaim that they aren't his consorts, but Ayla does say she is his wife while the others are friends. Yes, friends. I apologize, my mistress. The commanding droid tries to bow, while the other droids also bow down because they must follow the lead of their commanding officer. It is a small mistake, but please don't mistake me for a simple consort, Ayla says while the other girls had calmed down, with Ahsoka being a little shocked herself that her Anakin would out of nowhere be married to Ayla. That conversation would have to wait, however, as they were heading to the palace. Anakin was going to make a grand entrance. Shmi was having a fine day. Not the worst, and certainly the best, but it was all right. Everything was working and going fine, with a few problems popping up now and then, but the artificial intelligence took care of most of those problems without the need for her interference. She usually spent a small amount of her time within the palace's throne room meeting up with the elected officials, and that was a boring exercise. When it came to politics, there was usually a lot of political tape to shut down a lot of things, but that wasn't what is present within the Empyrean. By being the Empress, she had full and total control over the lives of the people, but that didn't mean she was a dictator, as the rather unique political system here was strange. There were elected officials for planets, continents, regions, and cities. There are even reserved seats for specific species in particular because they were either natives or had natives for various planets they were a part of, meaning there would always be a representative for a native species for any and all planet, while other seats were up for grabs. The one seat that was off limits, however, was her own. The people had elected to have her have a permanent position, and she complied. Then her position was elevated. Of course, she wasn't the only one to have this permanent position, as Anakin would come back to take it. That was the main purpose of the people's reasoning, and as more and more planets were brought under their banners, the more she could see just how different the current denizens of the Empyrean compared to those on the outside. There is a fanatical belief in that Anakin is some kind of savior, and those brought into the Empyrean started to adapt and change to those beliefs. Empress. A melodic voice came from the center table that was feminine in nature. I have new reports on the progress of suppressing the rebellious forces from General Grievous. Thank you, Siri. Shmi was quite surprised to find that her son had gone so far to modify the artificial intelligence to make it more feminine and capable of playing sound, or more specifically when it comes to vocalizing words from different languages. Even more peculiar was the name, since it wasn't a part of anything she knew of, and her son just said it was something named after a distant memory. My son seems to be especially enthusiastic when it comes to girls. Shmi had worried that he may have been unable to get married, but after revealing to her that he would be leaving the order, she was especially excited. She knew her child had a lot of love interests around him, and that she would be able to have a big family. Not that she doesn't like just having Anakin, it would be especially beautiful, at least to her, to look after and care for his children. She knew that he was to lead the Empire in the future, and he may not have as much time on his hands to give love and affection towards his children. At least she was concerned about that until Anakin assured her that that would never happen. He promised her, and she fully believed in her son's decisions. So far, he has been correct in doing a many number of things, and barely anything went wrong except for the common problems that come along with different decisions or choices. Siri, can you transmit the song my son had made, please? Shmi asked politely. Of course. Siri replied, and started the song she was nonstop listening to. Who knew her child had quite the lovely voice, capable of vocalizing beautiful sounds and being able to transmit emotion. Strangely enough, however, the music was unlike the stuff she has heard of, and it was only meant to be of use to her or to himself and others he decided to release it to. He called the song Samsa Her. Not that she knew why he had done so, but it was supposedly connected to his memories from a distant past and the artificial intelligence he had created. Empress, there seems to be someone approaching the palace. Siri called out Shmi from her thoughts and enjoyment of the rather basic but interesting song. Who is it? Shmi asked the AI. Empress, I believe it is best that you go out to meet the person being escorted to the palace outside. Siri replied and didn't answer her question, instead choosing to make Shmi go outside and investigate herself. Shmi was curious, as usually, Siri would answer her questions with perfect clarity and would leave no room for doubt or question her authority. Shmi got up as Siri deactivated herself from the throne room's display center and viewed everything from the cameras at the front. Shmi, approaching the palace hallways that connected to the entrance, slowly made her way through them and was coming closer and closer while being informed of her visitor's progress in making it over towards the palace. She was informed that the person was in fact a few people instead of just one person, which only made her all the more curious. In fact, Siri would tell her of how the people were reacting within the vicinity, which led to be even more surprised. The fact that the citizens of her and her son's empire was reacting in such a strange manner told her that it was someone who held a significant amount of fame. So much fame that it was transmitted all the way from the Republic to the Outer Rims, and there were not a lot of people like that. Sure, there are celebrities that have popped up on the Empyrean television channels, and various celebrities that have started up since their secure Ethernet connection had been established throughout their planets. But none of them would be to this extent. Not unless the entire group was full of such celebrities. But why would the droids escort them? It is not like any of the droids have any directives to make sure celebrities are to be escorted any and everywhere they went. While the populace had their own thoughts and opinions on whatever new celebrities that rose to the top in terms of fame within the Empyrean, that didn't mean the people are not well adjusted to the society built and created for the Empyrean. In fact, most of the people are actually quite sensible and aren't so nosy to get in the way of a celebrity's private because of some form of fanaticism. However, the people did hold a special place within their hearts for Anakin and even herself, the Empress. It came with the territory. After a while, the reports sent by Siri were now minimal and only explained the progress this group was having in getting here, and they were taking their sweet, sweet time in coming. Shmi was a little annoyed by this, as she wanted to get back to having more free time. Not that she doesn't already have a lot of, but she had gotten used to the life of luxury by now, and it could be seen in the way she holds herself. Her stature, her bearing, the very way she moves and talks spoke volumes to her progress into becoming a proper empress. A proper leader for the people. Graceful, tender, soft but strong in most, if not all ways in regards to the Empyrean and the safety of her people. She was greatly admired by many young women and young girls growing up on the stories of how Shmi was the kindest, most patient, and wisest of women to be known, and that she should be something to be looked up to. It wasn't just Anakin that was used as an example, but Shmi as well. Of course, it was quite impossible to live up to the standards society sets, and despite Anakin having put in time and considerable effort to make sure he is seen as flawed, the people conveniently forget or overlook these factors. There were just too many amazing things he had done throughout his life, which made it harder on all men within the Empyrean. How unfortunate for them. Shmi thought to herself, but that only meant that the men had to work extra harder to prove themselves. Anakin didn't want this, but it had happened, and he may have accrued some annoyance from these men, even when they too worshipped him as well. At least his super serum made everyone much more capable than they were before, meaning that are able to at least live up to the normal standards now set within the society. While conflict is normal, without order, or at least some boundaries within this conflict, then it would only spiral out of control, until even Anakin wasn't enough for the people to look up to. Shmi was now outside of the palace, right at its entrance, and with her superior vision and other senses was keeping a hawk-eye view of the area, waiting for her mysterious visitors. She's still trying to distinguish whether or not she should really be here, but Siri would not have told her to be like this without knowing she would have questions. She could start to see the outline of 5 people holding luggage, meaning that this group was not coming for a temporary stay, and she is sure that there is no one she would have lived with her in the palace. Shmi still couldn't put all of the pieces together, even though she had also been injected with super serum, with which increased her mental and physical capabilities to a level way better than baseline species. Wait a minute, she thought to herself as she started to see more and more the features of those approaching. There was one human male that had very good-looking features, the most alluring of purple-violet eyes with dark blonde hair, and was tall. Like very tall, compared to his female companions and most other, if not all other men within the area. It couldn't be. While Shmi had gotten used to Anakin being absent, that didn't mean every time she wasn't surprised or happy to see him. This time, however, she knew that he was coming home for real. For a very long time, if possibly not forever. Alongside this male human were all females, one younger than the others, and these were two Togrutas, one Twi'lek, and one Mirielin. Shmi had an idea as to who three of them were while the last one was younger, but a part of the group nonetheless. My son. Shmi smiled inwardly and outwardly, but didn't have an outwardly overly surprised reaction like she would have before. No, she had gotten used to his surprise visits, but that didn't mean she wasn't any less happy to see him well and alive. She just waited, knowing now that her child was home. For good. She didn't run up to Anakin or anything like that. She just waited. Waited for her child to hug her, and awaited to hear the reason of why he had brought so many girls and was half expecting him to introduce all of them as his girlfriends. After a few minutes, Anakin had finally reached the palace and saw his mother outside, seemingly waiting for him as if she always knew he was coming. Of course, she just gave off this aura, and in fact never ever knew, not until he told Siri to make sure to tell her of his approach, but don't say it was him. He had hoped she would show some more surprise, but he guesses that is only normal because he's been doing things like this for a while now. However, he did sense her emotions of happiness, pure joy, and he could also see her expression as well. Mother. Some people may be confused because of his address of his mother, but this was just how he liked to address his parents, as he would do the same for his father as well, and call him father. Of course, he didn't want to impose this pattern of speech on others, or even his children in the future. It was just something he had kept for his past life. It was not like it had really affected his relationship with his mother in any way, because he still loved her, just as she still loved him. It was easier that he was his mother's first and only child as well, because it would seem normal to her for him to speak this way and wouldn't cause distress. If she tried comparing him to other children, however, and how they spoke to their parents, she would have probably seen and heard the difference. Ani, welcome back. Shmi pulled him into a hug. He didn't mind this display of affection between himself and his mother. He had nothing to hide from the girls, and he didn't consider it as weakness like some other men may think as. It should be perfectly fine for a son to hug his mother within the presence of family, loved ones, or even in public. Well, I am back. Anakin disengaged from the hug, as even though it was fine, that didn't mean he wanted to spend all of his time just embracing his mother, especially in public. He still would rather keep displays of affection in private, but if he really wanted to had to, just for those he loved, then he would gladly do so. With no hesitation, or maybe a little, but that is just his own sensibilities talking within himself. And who are these pretty ladies? Shmi directs her eyes to some of the women of which she has seen before. She was confused that her son had never brought over some human women, considering that it was only possible for him to have children with other humans. At least that was what she thought, and she wanted grandchildren. Not that it's bad to have a girlfriend, or multiple from various different species. Shmi didn't really mind all that much save for that one factor of not being able to have grandchildren. Again, she doesn't know that he can with other species if he wanted to, but he wouldn't just reveal this out of nowhere. Mother, this is Ayla, Shock, and Barriss, as I'm sure you aware of who the three of them are, while the youngest here is my new apprentice. Anakin reintroduced and introduced the group. While Barriss, Ayla, and Shock were comfortable in Shmi's presence, that didn't mean Ahsoka was or even ever had the chance to meet her, so obviously she was a bit nervous. Ahsoka bowed and greeted Shmi. Hello, Japanese. Shmi giggles here before replying. Well, aren't you just cute? Shmi doesn't hesitate to start pinching Ahsoka's cheeks, but surprisingly enough, Ahsoka was not that far off from Shmi's height. Why doesn't everyone come inside? I'm sure we discussed things in more detail inside. Throne Room, Sky Palace, Sky City, Tatooine, within the Empyrean. Anakin goes over everything that has happened with Shmi and goes so far to reveal his secret marriages, which both doesn't and does surprise his mother. Married, you are? Shmi questioned, looked at Anakin first for his answer, before moving her gaze over to Ayla. Yes. Anakin confirmed, but Shmi wanted to know from the woman who was standing just behind, but beside his side. Shock, Barriss, and Ahsoka had all gone their own ways, escorted to their rooms, permanent or otherwise temporary, until they all find their own places, if they so desire. Anakin, Ayla, and Shmi stayed behind, however, as she was immensely overjoyed, but was a little angry that she couldn't attend this event nearly any mother would have wanted to go to. "Yes, you Majesty," Ayla answered with politeness. "Well," Shmi smiles as the girl didn't look in her eyes, seemingly scared of being rejected by her. But what right does she have to meddle in her son's choices and romantic partners? That is his decision, no matter how much she would have tried to set him up herself. She is glad either way. "Welcome to the family, then, and you don't have to call me your Majesty. Technically, since you have married Ani, you are now considered the princess of this empire." Shmi continued. "Thank you, your Maj, I mean thank you, mother-in-law," Ayla said in a questioning tone at the end of her sentence. "That is fine, but you could always just call me mother. Do as Ani does, but if you still feel uncomfortable doing so, then you shouldn't force yourself," Shmi replied, giving some emotional support as she could see that Ayla feared her rejection. "Of course, mother," Ayla was able to reply without a mistake or stutter this time. "Now that my daughter-in-law and I have settled our business, Ani," Shmi started. "Yes," Anakin replied in a questioning tone. "You should have at least told me about this before just bringing it up when you came. Not that I'm all that unhappy, mind you. I would have liked to have seen this marriage ceremony." Shmi spoke her about her feelings on the matter. "I am sorry that I hadn't informed you." Anakin replies, "You should be, because I think that we will be holding a proper marriage ceremony. I also assume that the other women you have brought with you are going to somehow be involved as well. Am I correct to assume that somehow you have gotten yourself into quite this special situation?" Shmi questioned as she questioned him. "It is complicated," Anakin answered. "Well, I have all the time to learn and explore just what has happened over the years without me knowing. At least when it comes to your love life, it would seem you have left me out completely. Not that I would control it or anything like that." Shmi added, "Of course, mother. I know that," Anakin replied before continuing. "I do also have to add that I'm not only married to Ayla here." Oh, Shmi was not too surprised at this point, because she knew her son was interested at the very least with the other women who had come with him. They seemed to have some interest as well. No, not simple interest, but some real feelings and emotions. She saw the look in Barris and Shock's eyes when gazing upon her son, and she knew that even though now married, there were properly more women were going to be seduced. Not that she minded. She had always known of Anakin's desire to have a large family, and it would seem he is going to achieve that very goal. She didn't know where this desire originated from, but just knew that it was a part of who he is. "Yeah, you know about that alliance proposed a while back with the then Queen of Naboo?" Anakin started. "Yes, I do. I quite like Padmé and would have loved to have her as a daughter-in-law." Shmi smiled and continued. "We still do keep in contact with each other." "But she hasn't told you?" Ayla questioned Shmi here, now having some more courage to converse with her. "Told me what?" Shmi didn't seem to be able to connect the dots. "Well, along with myself, Padmé has gotten engaged and married to Ani as well." Ayla continued. "Really?" Shmi was now surprised again, and she felt she was going through a roller coaster of many emotions. "But she didn't tell me," Ayla suggested. "Maybe she's like me. She feels that it would be best to keep it a secret until later on, which should be revealed now, but I don't think she knows Ani has left the Order yet. That is possible, and now that I think about it, my communication skills seem to be lacking as I should have told her." Anakin said out loud. "Really, Ani?" Ayla started. "You haven't even gone ahead to tell her. She would be extremely overjoyed." Ayla looked at him funny. Yes. You can stop nagging me now." Anakin sighed with some exasperation. "That is my job after all." Shmi continued right where Anakin left off. The three would then go on to contact Padmé about Anakin being relived of his duties to the Jedi, which would then prompt Shmi to now have hope that she would have some grandchildren. Of course, she was unable to even understand what Anakin had done for himself and his loved ones, because he knew that, by nature, women in general like children. If he couldn't have one with them, they would be extremely saddened. Not that is their only goal in life or anything, but is an immensely important part of a woman's life if she so chooses to start a family. He didn't want any of his wives to be saddened by this fact, even though they would solid her through this emotional pain. He just wouldn't allow it. Padmé would be coming to the Empyrean as she could retire from her position of being a senator. Everything had already been planned out, which would result in a proper alliance between Naboo and the Empyrean through his marriage. Once it becomes public, of course, which it would within a short time frame, as gossip like this is hard to pass up within the press, and soon enough, within the Empyrean as well would many girls wanting to see if they could become the wife of the prince would be disappointed. While everyone liked, and even would go so far as to say, love Anakin, that didn't mean that most girls are willing to accept becoming one wife out of the many he would have. There are some that would still stay true to their misguided feelings, but that doesn't mean Anakin would accept them because of certain reasons. Those reasons being the dyad. As if he didn't have one with someone, there would have to be some extenuating circumstances where he would be allowed to engage with another woman in that way. He was not such a scumbag that he would just give up what he had for something he didn't, because that was stupid within his own mind. Anakin had brought Ayla to his royal palace room, as she would be staying and sleeping with him for the time being. She would fully monopolize her time with him, and after he explained to her that it was possible for the two to have children together, she was excited. Beyond excited, as this meant she could start a family with her lover, the lover of her life. Her husband, significant other, one and only in whatever else she would attach to him. But now, he could be the father to her children, and their children would also become a part of this empire he has built from the ground up. Anakin and Ayla were within his royal bedroom. Ani, do you want children? Ayla still had to ask, as she knew that he had modified himself because of her and her desires. She was sometimes selfish, and he was as well, and as long as they both give their all to each other, then nothing would come in their way. Of course I do. Why? Did you think I would change myself only to satisfy you? How incredibly arrogant you are. Anakin said with a smirk on his face, both of them laying down on his bed after an exhaustive round of exercise. No, of course not. Ayla explained herself. I like this, but I just wanted to know that my want and desire didn't influence you. Well, going from the bond we share, of course your desires would influence me. Anakin continued to joke around with a smirk on his face. Stop it. Ayla only threw her pillow at him, but didn't let go of her embrace of Anakin. Good night, Ani. Good night, Ayla. Anakin replied, as she slowly was drifting off into sleep. I love you. While Anakin doesn't like saying, I love you much, because he believes that saying it all the time diminishes the meaning behind the words, he would still reply, I love you too. How was the vacation, General Grievous? Anakin asked as he knew about the strange relationship Grievous had developed with Talzin. Oh, Lord Skywalker, when did you arrive? Grievous was surprised, especially so as he didn't know that Anakin was coming back so soon. He knew of a lot of Anakin's plans, but that didn't mean he knew everything and didn't mean he knew exactly when these designs were going to be executed. And how did you know about that? Grievous questioned again as he was again surprised by Anakin's ability to know next to everything at all times. You keep questioning my methods, don't you? Anakin said in a questioning tone. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just amazed at your ability to, well, do anything. Grievous replied, and Grievous is, but Anakin was not exactly here for a social call, because he has heard of some dissenting voices from with the Empyrean. How could the paradise he has built have problems? It does because he has allowed it to exist, not because he wants to dismantle everything he had built up, as that would be pointless. To create just to destroy is incredibly stupid and pointless. The rebellion faction wasn't actually created by Anakin, but he allowed for it to be fostered to a certain extent, so he could pull out the true cause or person behind this faction within the Empyrean. Well, I ain't here for a social call. I wanted to know about those rebels. Anakin said in a questioning and commanding tone. Grievous just gets to the point as soon as he sees that Anakin doesn't want to chat about his private life anymore. From what I can tell, they're based on the outskirts of the Kemal Station system. So they have decided to hide within the secondary trade center. They must have a supplier for the resources they could acquire. Anakin postulated, we have not exactly located where they are, but because of the less strict measures on Kemal Station, they have been using this to their advantage. I suggest we increase security Grievous was interrupted. No, there's a reason for that, and for now you will just have to let it go. Anakin interrupted him. May I ask why? Grievous was not mad, and was used to just taking orders without knowing what exactly was going on. It wasn't like he needed to question Anakin's decisions all that much, even when encouraged to do so. The reason being is because Grievous has seen so much good that it started to touch him, and it increased his faith and trust in Anakin to high levels nearly comparable to the droids, but he still kept his sanity. Anakin didn't want mindless drones that only listened to commands and needed someone, at least one person, to make sure he is challenged. Again, without conflict, there is no way to tell whether or nor he is in the right and should continue with his decisions. The reason is that I want to lure the snake out of its hole. That is the only reason this dissent exists, but I guess it is also a way for those who feel disenfranchised with the Empyrean can gather and allow me to see what concerns them. Anakin said, "There is no telling, as no system is absolutely perfect. I very much admire that trait about you, Lord Skywalker." Grievous said with some reverence, "Thank you for the compliment, but I do believe that you could set up some agents on Kemal." Anakin replied. Anakin and Grievous would then go on to plan out their next steps. There would be minimal droids being used, as it would alert whoever is in charge of such an operation and would set back Anakin's progress in seeing who exactly is against him. Whether there be someone from within again, or some outside factor try to wiggle itself in like the worm they are. The Agent Academy set up on the Obana system's asteroid belts was going just fine and was well on its way to becoming one of the Empire's greatest asset. While Anakin had been playing around with the Jedi, the Academy setup has become one of his greatest assets, where they could be used in espionage and intrigue-based events. The better they became with training and various other things, the easier it was for him to outright insurgencies. There was no need for dissenting voices that were not within his control, because if the chaos was set free, it could spell the downfall of his work. The agents were taught many things, from basic physical exercises meant to keep up their physical health and capabilities, basic medical knowledge to assure that they have some level of survivability. More of what they were trained in, of course, included basic thievery, assassination techniques, and various ways to better conceal oneself. There was another interesting thing Anakin had his eyes and ears on the lookout for. It was what Talzin would do to further integrate herself into being somewhat allies with the Empyrean. She has surely heard of the development, no matter how backwards their society was. The advancements he had brought was more than enough to convince her of needing him. What she would do was up to anyone, but Anakin had a feeling that it would probably include having him introduce his to a Dathomirian Zabrak female, specifically to become one of his wives, as she probably wouldn't have a woman be anything less than that. How she would react to him already being married and now having many wives, and that too going to increase in the future as well, at having more than one. She would already be making a big give because she wants him not in that way, but that didn't mean she would forego her own cultural and religious background. Well, only time will tell. Anakin did see a few future points that included Ventress, but there was still no telling what way it would go. On the Kemal station, the Resistance, the Freedom Rebellion, or movement they call themselves, were having problems growing in numbers. Many of their members were just normal, disillusioned people of the Empire that were radical enough to join such a movement. Then there were others of whom were criminals within the greater galaxy and had come to the Empyrean believing they could manipulate the system in place. It is a new and rapidly developing system, after all, and there were sure to be cracks to exploit, just like there were cracks within the Republic, or even within the Hutts, where was one massive crack exploited every day and every minute there was. Corruption was rampant throughout the galaxy, and people wanted to corrupt this glorious empire as well. Like moths to the flame, as great power has great responsibility, but it also means that great power usually has great corruption. Most of the time, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. The Kemal Station had become a base of operations for the dissidents. Because of such low restrictions and surveillance, they could successfully stay here. The Resistance was just surprised about how there was so little activity within this station. Wasn't it supposed to be the secondary trade center of the Empyrean? Whatever it was, however, they were trying and were only successfully taking a few profits from those here. Not that they could overly harm those who decided to set up and live here to live the life of a businessman, trader, or salesman. Have you got the goods? A person within a hood asked. Of course I have the goods. I don't know exactly what you want this stuff for, but it is your funeral if you're found out. I don't want anyone coming to me when you're found out. A man with a grimy and dirty face responded while a droid behind him was holding something. A box of some kind that was extremely heavy. Heavy enough for the grimy man to be unable to lift it. And is it stable? The hooded figure asks while gesturing with their hands in a strange manner. Are you stupid or something? The grimy man asked and then continued. Of course it is stable. Otherwise I wouldn't have even brought it here. This stuff is dangerous, and if it gets in the wrong hands... Yes. I don't care about that. I want it now. The hooded figure was probably a man going by his voice type, and he reached towards a droid, but was stopped by the other man. Hold it right there. He grasps the hooded man's hand before saying, I haven't received my pay yet. I know you Empyrean folks use Skycoin, and I have heard that it is quite the useful currency. It has become quite common in use among those within the Outer Rim. That is right. Skycoin, stylized SC, was quite the well-known currency at this point, with all of the citizens within the Empyrean using it as their currency. Something strange had happened, however, that elevated the currency's value to extremes when it was introduced to people outside of their borders. It took off. Like Bitcoin, it started to take off with people buying it up and down, which was the result of many things, but Anakin thought of people as weird because they put so much value on something that isn't even real. But if society at large decides together that SC is a value, it would be valuable. Disgruntled, the hooded man violently pulls his hand away from the dealer. You stupid mongrel. How dare you touch me? He goes in to bitch slap the man, and successfully does so, because his droid was currently still holding the extremely dangerous product inside. What are you doing? The droid was trying to put the box down to come to the aid of its master. You fool. Do you not know who I am a part of? I don't care. The hooded man stated before pulling out a weapon, with which he used against the fallen smuggler. Now, die. A blaster round is heard as the smuggler is killed, and the hooded man aims his weapon towards the droid as well to finish it off, as it has now placed the box down fully. Unfortunately, it was too late to help its owner, and its master was not smart enough or too arrogant in believing that he was completely safe here. Hoo-ho. The hooded man laughs in a strange manner, cackling to the sky above him within the desolate and isolated street he was on. With no one in sight, he had complete control over the situation. The hooded man, after doing a crazed, celebratory jig of his own, moves towards the box and tries to lift it. This is heavy, the man whispered to himself as he put it back down, now knowing that he would be unable to take this with him without some aid. Something to end it all. The man then opened his comm link and connected to someone and called in for some help to come and collect the package. The rebels were actually against droids, and everything droids are because the Empyrean uses them all the time for absolutely anything. From the medical sector, police work, administration. Everything, and these believe that the droids somehow stole whatever jobs they could have had. What a way to go and complain about the lack of work when there was an ample amount of things they could have done. Whatever skills they had before may be useless because the droids could do a better job, but that doesn't mean that couldn't learn anything new. Most, if not all at this point, had gotten the super serum, which should make most people better in regards to their intelligence levels or even physical abilities. Unfortunately, they had gotten their hands on the serum, but could replicate it because of Anakin's methods of protection. Sith alchemy was really good when it came to things like this, and Anakin had employed the use of such knowledge in the creation and modification of the super serum. A few men came over, cloaked and having hoods covering most of their features, and their heads were lowered, and they put in the effort to lift the box. They successfully got this thing out of the area, and did so without anyone surveilling them. At least that was what they believed, but Anakin had his agents prowling and stalking as many people within Kemal Station. This station of trade was important, but it wasn't so important that Anakin didn't mind using it as a place to cultivate those who would go against him. It was much easier having an enemy that you know of rather than an enemy that you are unaware of, and Anakin didn't like being unaware. Hurry up. Move it along. We need to get out of this area before some of the Empyrean's worthless buckets of scrap arrive at the scene. The hooded man that was crazed ordered those around him to hurry up and get on with things in haste. There was no telling at least for them, whether or not they have attracted the wrong attention. They have been living the good life for the past couple of months now, and were growing in strength. Their benefactor was all too gracious in providing them with all the necessary things they needed, and they were all working hard to a future where there would be no droids to get in their way of life. Estranged from even their own homes for their radical views, they had no choice but to join a movement where they felt they belonged in. Most intelligent species were or are social and communal species, simply because that was how evolution worked, especially in regards to intelligence at the level of humans and others where language is prominent. Feeling as if you belong somewhere would no doubt create a greater sense of belonging, and some would start to feel as if the place or people with whom they become a part of are something akin to family. Whether that group you were a part of was seen in a negative or positive light, as long as you stand firm on their side, it would create chaos. Why couldn't some people see that what they were doing was detrimental for themselves and possibly everyone around them? The communities and societies they are a part of was beyond some people, but it was exactly that. They were lost, and in their lost state, any information they absorbed was a big part of their initiation and indoctrination. Hey, do you think the prince has an actual proper plan to dealing with these rebels? A man within a suit designed for stealth asked another person beside him, who was actually a woman. Are you questioning the intelligence and divine plan of our prince? The woman spoke back as they were keeping an eye out on Kemal. Kemal's trade had taken off even since under the influence of Anakin and the Empyrean, just as it would have taken off originally within the future, as it would become a place for smugglers and all sort of people to gather. The Outer Rims were not a good place to stay, especially within its chaotic nature, but the Empyrean was finally putting some order within this chaos. Slowly, but surely it was, and is happening. The agents, both the female and male, were scouting out one particular area that was known to be one of the locations on the Kemal station for the hideout of those going against their soon-to-be emperor. The agents weren't trained from a young age or anything like that, but specific individuals with the right mindset, personality, and character traits were chosen to become a part of this division. It was specifically made to deal with situations like this: information gathering, scouting out the Empyrean's enemies, and other tasks. They are handsomely paid. The life of an agent is a dangerous one, and they would be using any and all of their skills that was learnt throughout their lifetimes to make sure they survived missions they went on. Anakin usually disliked sending people to their deaths and was much more comfortable with sending droids, but work like this needed a living person's touch. While Anakin was still working with the Kaminoans to create his synthetic army, that didn't mean they were ready, and that didn't mean that they would be good agents, considering they would be genetically modified, not only using the super serum he had created, but also the genetic implants from the holocron he had gotten for what it seemed like so long ago. Targets acquired. A voice spoke through the comm link, connecting the man and woman agent to those already within the building they were stalking. Someone was undercover, and they were moving in to make sure they capture their target. Why kill someone when they could be used for information? Information that Anakin wanted to know, and his agents knew that he wanted to know of certain things. Their characteristics and personalities aside, they all had one thing in common, and that is undeniable loyalty and trust within those above them. This made it all the easier to exploitation. That was if Anakin had put normal people in charge, but he had gotten some droids to do the management and administrative work. Most of everything was automatically completed by the AI known as Siri. Target is leaving the building. The building being a stripper bar, as Anakin didn't all that care about whether a woman or man wanted to become prostitutes. In fact, he had legalized it in a lot of places simply because it was the choice of the people participating in such a business. Of course, he had to make sure some form of regulations are in place, as he doesn't want his people catching or creating some sexually transmitted diseases. That would be bad for the population throughout the Empyrean, because who knows what types of viruses could be made. His super serum may be powerful, but it doesn't grant someone imperviousness to absolutely every disease or virus intent on destroying and sucking the life out of someone. I have a clear shot, the woman agent said through the comlink. Take the shot. A mechanical, synthesized voice replied over their connection. Copy. The woman replied as she prepared her own weapon meant to knock people unconscious, even those enhanced through the super serum. Anakin wouldn't just give out enhancements to the people without creating countermeasures to a lot of the abilities people would be getting. It was simple enough to create new various chemical compounds capable of becoming new sedatives for these enhanced people. 1. The woman started mentally. 2. She continued within. 3. Fire. She gave his final thought before firing the tranquilizer, with which went at faster speeds than what would usually happen. The target they were after noticed the dart, but was not able to react in time, because he was drunk beyond measure. Of course, he wasn't only drunk, otherwise his enhanced body would have neutralized these effects. He was also subtly introduced to a poison that would slowly cripple his agility and strength. What? The man gasped as the dart landed directly in between his head and shoulders, on his neck. He fell down as the man that was with the woman agent came around from the corner and gently put the unconscious target on his shoulder. Acting like they were friends, he was quickly able to get out of there while telling the driver waiting just outside to take them to a specific area. Everything went according to their plan, and the agents had proved their usefulness once again in a situation like this. Anakin just knew that if he were to try and make a synthetic person who was once a droid try this work, they would give themselves away. Their large frame and massive stature would definitely give it away if their ability to talk wasn't going to be stuffed. Good work, someone said over the comlink as everyone went back their own ways. Whether they be awaiting a new mission or praying to their divine being within mortal form, Anakin. At least that was for sure what the woman agent is doing. She was one step away from pleasuring herself to the though of being taken by him, and if Anakin were to see this, he would be disturbed and maybe even turned on. This may have not been what he wanted, but it was certainly what he got, and he would have to deal with it. Not that it was all that bad, however, as it only made it easier to command and control those under him, under his chosen generals, and anyone else within a position of leadership. My lord! The woman's voice echoed within the room she was in as the curtains draw to a close on what would happen next. Interrogation, the action of interrogating or the process of being interrogated. This process was usually slow, meticulous, tedious, and usually didn't come up with any result as people scrambled, lied, acted, told half-truths, or just straight up admit to something they have done, but are still able to get away with things according to the law. Unfortunately for criminals within the Empyrean, they didn't have an easy time. They didn't have an easy time at all, especially those who ended up being taken by higher forces within the government that were not a part of the police system or judicial process of the Empyrean. There were many ways to make one talk, and it was made all the more easier with Anakin having taught those of whom are force-sensitive the ability he had developed for himself. In regards to telepathy, empathic, and mind-reading techniques used through the Force, with which allows those who are force-sensitive to be able to see through the minds of others completely. Of course, they did in a way to protect themselves as well, just as he had started out all those years ago. The living droids had taken an extremely potent liking to these various techniques for two reasons, one being the most important. It was taken as a divine gift to them, a divine gift meant to be used against those who would want to do harm to Anakin or others around him. A gift to protect themselves. Basically a power granted to them through his grace. And they weren't exactly wrong as through their bond to him, he is able to transfer some knowledge to them if he wanted to. His own integrated interface works like a way to better connect him to the living droids, which of course only increase their devotion towards him. Anakin feared what they would do or how zealous they would become once the creation of their synthetic bodies are done. The target, now that he had been captured, was chained and brought into the asteroid belt of the Obana system, where the intelligence division or department was located. No one knew exactly where their headquarters were. Not even the citizens knew, but they knew that the Empyrean had such a department. It was meant to keep out an eye for both internal and external affairs related to the safety of the people. The target, now prisoner, was being brought in with metaphorical chains, as the technology this galaxy had access to was far more potent and efficient than simple chains. The use of chains would be cruel, as well as it could create physical damage to one's body, not that an enhanced person that has gone through with the super serum couldn't easily handle. For now, this person will be referred to as the prisoner, because his name has still not been identified. The prisoner was adamant in not giving anything up, and had even gone so far to cut his own tongue off. It was a gruesome sight to see, but the agents had been mentally and emotionally trained for such events, and it helped that they were predisposed with distinguishing traits that made it all the more easier to stomach such radical behavior. The prisoner, now having his tongue bitten through and damaged, would be incapable of saying anything even if they tortured him ruthlessly, not that they were even going to do that anyway. Grievous would be coming in to make sure he knew nothing, or if he knew something that would lead to the goals, desires, and designs Anakin had in store for them all. One such goal is to make sure conflict is there, as without it the Empyrean could stagnate, and he wouldn't want that. There is a reason humans within his past life even still fought in wars up to the day he had died. It didn't only bring in advancements in many fields, but it also brought along with them various amounts of valuable resources. Here, however, Anakin's valuable resource he is fighting for here is the prosperity of the Empyrean itself, because it is a threat from the inside they are taking care of. He can't let corruption exist, even though there currently really wasn't any real form of corruption from within. Other than himself, of course, but he believes, and from the results shown to him, that he's doing a great job. From his position, however, it is all too easy to sometimes think about people in terms related to numbers and not just think about the people themselves. This is partially why he allowed such radicals to exist in a suppressed manner that wouldn't lead to many harmful acts. They had not killed anyone, at least anyone from within the Empyrean, because they seemed to know that if they took it to that level, they would be thoroughly annihilated. Insurgents to fight corruption and make sure he is given a wake-up call every now and then in relation to what the people want. Of course, he won't just take the words of radical people into account, as their views were too extreme, but they could point out to him from where those views originated. He could then enact laws or remove laws that fostered such a sentiment. The Empyrean was within a constant state of flux, just like it was for any living being, evolving and ridding themselves of the old while trying out the new and improved bits and pieces. Whether it worked or it didn't all depended on how well this evolutionary path adapted to its environment, and Anakin was all for that. Now that I have you alone, prisoner, it would seem that you have made it impossible to communicate with you in a normal manner, Grievous stated as he paced around in the room the two were in. Since it was only Grievous really capable of talking, and he had time to spare, Grievous decided to play around a bit with the prisoner's mental state. Not to torture him in some way, but to make sure his mind is rattled up enough for him to go in and read the man's mind. He is a human and a man, enhanced by the super serum at an unknown point of time, and whatever records they could have had were not there. Meaning identifying this man would have taken a bit of time, because it would seem their records didn't include this man within their system. It was quite foolish of you to become like this, and it even seemed that you had go so far as to remove any and all data of your existence, which should be impossible. Grievous trailed off, thinking about the artificial intelligence known as Siri. She is scary, and she is entrusted to the various amounts of information provides, and even retains within his head himself. She is directly connected to him that way. He did create a semi-spiritual realm for his living droid's consciousness to exist, and Siri is the moderator of that virtual dimension. Your dissidence has been noted now, and we have re-recorded your information. Now we're just missing the more important things. We do not need the times you have gone to the bathroom or what you have to eat, Grievous said before continuing. The man just kept a blank face and was quiet. Before he was quite the mischievous prisoner, and an annoying one, because after mutilating himself, he had decided to cackle in his new mutilated state. We are not a greedy corporation that would pay for your private information through the use of an Ethernet account. Grievous continued. No, we don't do that, as that is incredibly invasive, and you have even gone so far as to make sure you don't speak no matter what we do. The prisoner seemed to be smug, and nothing was there to cover his mouth as he made weird laughing sounds. At least that is how you think about it. But you miss a lot of important information. You and the dissidents aren't the only ones capable of withholding information, Grievous said in quite the ominous tone that started to set the atmosphere. You are in a lot of trouble, and your punishment will probably be not easy depending on what information you have, what you have done, and various other factors once we discover who your family is and everything else. The man seemed to be shocked here at the mention of his family, not knowing that Grievous didn't have that information yet and was only implying he would gain it. The man, however, had this tidbit go over his head as he panicked, now knowing his family is on the line as well for his stupid decisions. Don't worry. We won't go after your family, and those not involved will not be punished at all. That is just stupid. Grievous continued his mental manipulation without the aid of the Force to make sure the man is emotionally in the right place, making it easier for him to invade his mind. It would seem that even crazed radicals have their own families as well. Grievous didn't know how he should feel for the man's family, whether he should grieve for their stupid son, be angry the man would put his family at risk, or lament that he wouldn't be able to have children on his own. If only there was some way to restore his body completely anew. Not that he disliked his new armaments and additions to his now mechanized form. It was just that it still wasn't the same. Even with the Force, he was starting to notice that while at a higher level, it couldn't act as a proper replacement for a lost limb. Or multiple. The feelings were different, and Grievous was starting to miss those feelings now more so than ever, as he couldn't even get on with his lover. Not that they would or should be even allowed to, considering both of their ages at this point. The prisoner makes a strange noise like he was trying to say something, but was unable to, which brings Grievous out of his thought and brings him back to the present situation. I'm sorry about that. Of course, I didn't forget about you, my friend. I think I have had enough talking for now, and with to proceed with the real interrogation. The man seemed confused, and if he could, he would say something like, "And how the hell would you do that?" And Grievous responded to the man's thought as he could read clearly his thoughts and sense his emotions to the full extent at this point because of communication. Being sociable is a scary thing and would lower the guard down of anyone knowing that a person wouldn't be doing anything harmful to you. It became even more so real for the prisoner as Grievous just paced around the room, which did create some feelings of fear, but only for those very mentally challenging emotions released to protect someone's mind were put to ease by Grievous. It was not like Grievous had a special way with words, or that he was all that charming to the human. No, it was through simple psychological pathways to get to the root of the man's mind, and then subtly entering without his knowing. It is a complex process that took Grievous a long time to learn, but now that he has it, it opened up much of the world to him, which is why he was feeling the need to want limbs again, now knowing the thoughts and emotions of people looking at him. While tolerance is high for all kinds of people, especially those that had to become synthesized or otherwise mechanized because of the people's love for Anakin, that didn't mean they still wouldn't get scared by his appearance. Now being able to delve into the man's mind, Grievous did so slowly, as while he had finally gotten it down, that didn't mean he would be totally unable to avoid harm to either himself or the person he was trying to mind read. There had been reports of things like both people, specifically living droids, as they were the only ones really not prohibited in its use, the initiator and the other droid being mind read were both killed. Their consciousness totally and completely destroyed, but they were lucky to have a backup stored within the Matrix. Careful now, Grievous. You're training. Remember your training. Grievous thought to himself, while simultaneously trying to unravel the depths of the man's mind. His name was quickly and easily identified as Trevor Isinghold. A strange name, but Grievous didn't discriminate as he had a weird name himself. It was as if the person that was writing the fate of this universe was having some delicious cake that was absolutely covered in creamy chocolate icing. Delving deeper, Grievous ignored a lot of information, trying to assimilate itself into the probe sent into the now identified Trevor's mind. Many problems are identified in this technique, but even though the problems are said to be problems, they are just the baseline risks to developing such an ability. It was extremely influenced by the dark side, and as a result, it would try and cause chaos for both parties involved. Please refer back to the example given above, where 2 droids were destroyed in the process, but were only able to survive such an event because of Anakin's Matrix. What Grievous wanted was everything included in the procedure, information that relates to the rebellion currently going on. Resources they posses, various locations, and bases spread through Kamal and otherwise outside of the Empyrean. The higher-ups and bigger, better positions that could be held onto, and many, many other things. Now, this is interesting. Grievous had come across who the man's family is, and they were in fact normal citizens within the Empire, and they had no relation to the dissidents other than being unknowing and connected to him. A wife, 3 daughters. My God, this guy has been living the life. What could have Grievous was starting to complain about how the man had it better than him, with a wife, a real body, and a family of his own, while he had nothing. He was interrupted in his process by 2 things. First is arguably the more important one, which included information about a weapon the dissidents were trying to and have successfully gotten. An explosive device of some kind that would cause a lot of damage if unleashed, and why the man had joined this radical group. It was depressing. What had at first seemed like a normal life and setup, the man was cucked. But not cucked in the traditional sense, but cucked by Anakin indirectly because his wife was, let's just say, very interested in him. To even find out his daughters were smitten with him as well, it certainly didn't do wonders for the man's psyche. Then, there was the depression over not being able to work anymore. Not that he couldn't find work elsewhere, but most of his skills were within jobs that droids had taken over. That is depressing. Maybe I don't want what he has after all. Grievous thought to himself as he retreated outside of the man's mind. Of course, Grievous still did want a body, a wife, and a body that he could use, but the events within the man showed him a problem. A problem at which Anakin could start to work on within the coming few days to weeks.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.